have all the video because I pinned, I believe, all the
Yeah.
pictures.
I already have all the pictures.
Okay, so you got them all.
Hey, so we are
Okay, cool.
live. Hello, everybody. Let's.
Hi, hi guys. I had a little slight technical difficulty. I started to get into StreamYard, and then the StreamYard booted me out and said, "Actually, you need to log in." I was just logged in. What do you mean?
Yeah. So that was the technical issue for our delay right now.
Like, of course, right last minute, I was just like, "Oh, okay," and then I'll jump in, and it'll be right on time, and it was seemed like I was right on time. I was starting to pop into the studio, only for it to boot me out. So
Yeah, and then StreamYards has an obnoxious login procedure where you have to get a code to your email, then you have to enter that code.
yeah, so that's why we're late. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hi.
So I know we said we were going to be doing this after I moved into a new place.
After the
That
last.
yeah.
But yeah.
Plans have changed, so we decided to just do it anyway.
Where I'm house sitting right now, so I just said, since you're over, let's just set you up an area in a different room, and then I'll be in this room, and we'll use the better Wi-Fi. Hopefully, we won't and run into any technical issues like last time. The better Wi-Fi, the place that I'm house sitting at, and then we could just do smooth sailing from here. So we're actually both in the same house. We're just in different rooms.
Yeah.
But yeah. How is
Yes.
everybody doing? How are you guys, chat?
Yeah.
Did you guys check out Cool Man's channel? He's got a new Suicide Squad video.
Yeah, you know what? Let me shill that video real quick here and get shareable link.
Yeah. Hey, Ghost. Hi, Janie.
Yeah, so this is a new video on the final update, the ending update for the Suicide Squad game. That is dumb, and I've been working on it.
Very, very dumb. But the whole game's dumb, so what else is now?
Yeah. And thank you, Janie, for the compliment on the video. But yeah, the ending, like the game was dumb. I made a 2-hour video on why that game was a mess, and I made another half-hour video on just the 10-minute ending.
It's a trash fire. It never should have happened.
No, it's awful, and it's funny because like there are things that I've learned even after I made the video. I started seeing some stuff, and I'm just saying, I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I didn't see this because this would have made the video even longer.
Oh, I should post a link. Hang on. I'll post a link also in Nom's server.
Yeah. I figured like we just have a little chill intro and wait for some people to filter in, since not everyone's going to be able to immediately click on a stream.
Yeah. But I'm having a lovely Sunday. We had delicious food, nice weather. Well, I mean, it's hot, but like it's sunny and pretty looking outside the window.
Yeah, when you get to be inside, it's like, the weather's wonderful. Yeah. I have air conditioning.
All right. So, you guys know the drill. We've done this before.
Yeah.
These are things we enjoyed last year, and we consumed a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, we were really kind of going over the list of seeing, and just kind of funny because it's like, now that we're doing this so soon after the last one, because like when I made my 2022 video, which took forever to make, it was just like that was a couple of years late, and now it's like, it's I like doing the streams because it's very
well. There's no editing we really have to do. Just put up some screenshots, and that's pretty much about it. Other than the occasional clip if we want to use it, like. Joe,
be silent, woman. We saw Jonny.
Other than that,
hello, Duke Nuka-Cola. Welcome to the stream.
But yeah, so we'll be talking for those who are new, like Duke Nuka-Cola here. Last stream we did is
It
uh,
was stuff on
uh
2023.
yeah, well, Duke Nuka-Cola, I assume you're from Anomaly Inc. server. So Anomaly Inc. has a video, and this all technically spawned from that, where Anomaly Inc. has a video where he talks about things he enjoyed one year. I think it was back in 2021. Like it was like 8
Yeah.
things that he enjoyed. And so from there, I said, "Oh, cool man, you should do a video kind of like that for your channel." So in 2022, he made a video of stuff that he enjoyed in 2022. But it just
Well,
took forever to make. So then
it
we
was
started to do the
2023,
streams.
it was late.
Well, yeah.
But
Then we started to do the streams. So then this year we started to do everything we enjoyed in 2023. And we just did a stream just talking about the stuff that we enjoyed, all the media that we watched, both old and new or rewatch, things like that. Just and also kind of for you guys, if there's anything you like, oh, I've always wanted to check that out. Now this makes me want to check it out because of it always sucks certain games and movies and stuff sucks, and you're just like, it's so easy to want to get blackpilled, but it's like, no, there's still good stuff out there, and there's like, and you could just go back and watch old stuff. There's a lot of great old stuff that you missed out on, like when it came out, because you're born later. So we're
yeah,
here
because
just to be like, here's cool stuff, check it out.
yeah, and a lot of these things aren't even inherently things that came out that year. There's something that either I revisited after a very long time or discovered for the first time
Yeah,
in that year.
or we
So
like rewatched it or stuff like that.
Yeah.
There is one thing that was originally going to be on the list, but we decided to exclude it and move it to 2025, and that is Transformers Prime. Transformers Prime, we did technically watch it. For me, it was starting to be a rewatch, and for him, it was straight up just watching for the first time. We did start it at the tail end of 2024, but we finished it off in 2025, and it was kind of half and half, but we already are just chock full of content to talk about in this video already. So we figured it might be best just to move off Transformers Prime for the next stream. Plus, we're already got some other Transformers media that we will be talking about in this stream, so we got Transformers covered too.
Yeah.
But
now that we have a few people, we have like 8 or so people in, I think we can start to get started. But before we dive into this, I actually just want to say, since in the last stream I talked about the indie game that I was really supporting.
yeah, Tonin.
Yeah, it did in fact reach its goal. In fact, it went like
the last few days, it managed to get that extension, and just like some people like finally started to catch notice. Like a couple of like indie like streamers and stuff like that caught notice of like this campaign and started to advocate like, hey, everybody, we should fund this, and it actually made its goal.
Yeah, it got about 124% of its goal, which is
like within
great.
like literally at the finish line, it got its like all of a sudden like it bursted with support, and so I was so happy to see. Like I was like praying and clutching my fingers because of I saw this like person like just constantly posting on Twitter, and they felt kind of demoralized, like their dream might not come true of developing like a game that they've always wanted to do. And I'm like, I want their dreams to come true. I felt for them, and I was so happy to see that they can now make their dreams come true and get this game fully like finished.
Yeah. So I since I brought it up in the last stream and I was really promoting it, I just kind of wanted to give a little update because I know a lot of people aren't going to be following the game. So now he's got other people helping him. They've got the company set up. So now they're putting updates on the actual like game, which is really cool. And they've even got some merchandise now. So I just wanted to give a little update on that real quick before we started diving into the actual stuff.
All right. Now, with that said.
Yes. So the first section we're going to be doing is we're going to be talking about video games. This is going to be video games that we were playing in 2024. And the first one is the duology of Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions and Edge of Time. We played them both back to back. This is me playing this for the first time. I had never played these games before.
I think it's because of Anomaly had his Spider-Verse videos out, and then he was getting a little bit of annoying people, like ankle biters in his comment sections. And I said, do you want to know where kind of like the Spider-Verse comic, where it all spawned from? And technically, it all spawned from these games.
Yeah, because Shattered Dimension took in, it's like, oh, okay, what if we had you play as 4 different Spider-Men, each with their own like different stories, and it's like, oh, you've got your 616 Peter. You've got the Ultimate Peter, which they gave him the symbiote. Then you had Spider-Man Noir, who was new at the time.
And then also Miguel O'Hara.
Yeah, Spider-Man 2099, which had been around for about 10 or so years at that point. So he was relatively new, but he was very popular. So, and it's the reason why when they made a sequel with Edge of Time, they focused specifically on 616 and 2099.
Yeah, it's they because they were like, well, we technically have 3 Peters and 1 Miguel. Let's shave down the cast and just have it be Peter and Miguel.
Yeah, and as much as I liked Spider Noir, I think I would love to see a dedicated Spider Noir game that had all the
like have his own game. One of the things that I really loved, especially, I think Miguel's voice direction was the best in Edge of Time.
Right, and it was Christopher Daniel Barnes who was Peter in the animated
90s,
series in the 90s.
Yeah, the 90s. But then you have Josh Keaton, who is Spectacular Spider-Man's Peter Parker, playing as the 616 Peter Parker, which I quite loved seeing, like, the two, like, my 2 favorite voice actors who played Spider-Man playing off each other and interacting with each other. I quite enjoyed that in Edge of Time. But Shattered Dimensions, each game does something I like better than the other one. It's like, oh, this one does this a little bit better. Oh, this one does this a little bit better. I think I like Miguel a lot better in Edge of Time because while Shattered Dimensions I feel is a lot funner, more fun, whatever's grammatically correct. I do think Miguel didn't feel quite like his comic counterpart, whereas this Miguel felt a lot closer to his comic counterpart.
Well, it helps that the guy who created Miguel wrote Edge of Time. He was perfectly in character in that game.
But Shattered Dimensions had some of the funnest boss fights, though. Those boss fights were really fun, especially the Deadpool one. That one was hilarious. He's like a whole studio set, and you have to fight all his stunt doubles. And that's where we have the glorious Nolan North. And to me, Nolan North just is Deadpool. There's nobody else that does Deadpool better than him.
No, he's just so perfect.
He was so funny. Like that whole boss fight with Deadpool was it's exactly what you would imagine a boss fight with Deadpool would be. He's constantly like making jokes. He's breaking the fourth wall. He's, being irreverent. And Peter's just sitting there being really tired of him, just being like, I'm trying to save all the timelines. Wade, leave me alone. He's just like, no, you have to fight my stunt doubles.
No. This is great television.
Yeah, this is great. It's like he's like doing a reality TV where he's like, and you must fight to survive. It was just so much fun. I also loved Madam Web as well.
Yeah, and honestly, after the Madam Web movie, it was nice to see the real.
It was quite topical when we played this game.
it was nice to see the real Madam Web. Like, where's the chair-bound old granny? That's the one we care about.
Yeah, too bad, no Sydney Sweeney.
Nah, true. That's the one downside. No Sydney Sweeney.
Very pretty lady, but I digress. She didn't get to do anything in that movie, so it's not like that matters.
Yeah.
But oh my gosh, these games were a lot of fun. You could I loved also Spider Noir was just straight up cool. I like the whole time we were playing it, we kept saying, I just want a Spider Noir game. Like just a game where you just play as Spider Noir.
Yeah.
It was Sorry, you were gonna say.
Oh yeah. It was just really cool to see like them interpret, especially because Spider Noir was so recent. A lot of the like characters in it were invented for the game. Like, well, it pulled several things from the Spider Noir comic. A lot of characters like Hammerhead and stuff were invented, like those versions of the character were invented for the game because they had to fill it out because they only had a few, which that was really cool. And I loved, and I'm a big slut for stealth games. So the fact that this was very stealth focused was really cool. Now, obviously the mechanics were a little clunky.
But it is an older game and it's never been remastered because of High Moon which Activision decided to just leave them hanging and dry. That's going to be a theme for a couple of video games we played last year.
Yeah.
But what I did like is they differentiated a lot of the Spider-Men because of they have their own little unique abilities, despite three of them being Peter Parker. Like Spider Noir, like he can't do certain things that the other Spider-Men can. Like he's like straight up, so his abilities are way different from the others. That's why he focuses far more on stealth. And then you have Ultimate Peter with the symbiote and all the crazy stuff that he's doing with that. And then you just have classic Peter Parker 616. And then you have Miguel and and he's like okay, honestly though, he was pretty funny in Shattered Dimension, even though he wasn't quite in character, but he was still a lot of fun. The only thing we criticized was the diving sections that felt like it mechanically needed a little bit of more polish.
Yeah, and there was more polish on those in Edge of Time, and there were less of them.
Yeah, which was that was the one thing I know you like I don't want to do these sections.
Especially in the end, in the final boss fight against Mysterio, when you have this incredibly hard diving section where you need to mash the dive key to make yourself go faster, but then you also had to do these really pinpoint dodges. Oh my gosh, it took me like 6 tries to finally get through.
Yeah, but they did it a little bit better in Edge of Time with those dive sections, and like you said, they are less. But I really loved the dynamic between Peter and Miguel in Edge of Time. I loved seeing them interact a whole lot. They, especially that one scene, like we know the scene. It was where Peter is lecturing Miguel about how what as Spider-Man they can't just ignore somebody in trouble.
Right, even if supposedly they're destined to die, which was awfully topical considering the freaking Across the Spider-Verse movie came up with their version.
But canon event.
I hate that movie so much. It's not Miguel. And it's so funny because the movie is all like, oh no, you have to let people die. And then Miguel in this is like, oh, but you should let people die. And then Peter lectures him. He's like, no, you shouldn't.
And then Miguel's like, you know what? You're right. I'll save her. And then Miguel goes and saves Mary Jane Watson.
Yeah.
It was just also nice just to see Daniel and Josh, like my two favorite Spider-Man actors. I still love Toby, but I mean, like voice acting, like to see them bounce off each other. They were fantastic. The only way this game could have been more perfect is if they made a third game, but they had, like Yuri Lowenthal and then those two, and then they were all like Spider-Man bouncing off each other. They're like, I don't know, make Yuri Lowenthal Spider Noir or something. And I think it would be really cool. That would be my dream game.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just they had really great boss fights, really good voice acting, really good stories. I loved Mysterio actually just straight up getting reality bending power in the first one because he stumbled on this artifact.
And then he's like drunk on power and he's like, I can do real magic now.
And I do love that they played with history being rewritten because if 616 doesn't remember his normal life as is because of like timey-wimey stuff happens and Miguel first has to try and save his life, and that's the whole reason Miguel sticks around, because he's like trying to make sure Peter Parker doesn't die, because he's like, that's not supposed to happen. And then basically the timeline gets reset by the end of the game and everything goes back to normal.
Yeah.
But it's a cool game. Unfortunately, you'd have to like hunt down like original physical copies to play them, or you have to emulate it because of they let this game, its license die because of Activision are retards. I'm so mad at that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know I got so aggressive at that, but genuinely what Activision did to Hyman Studios gets me so angry. Like I get very, very angry, and I know I shouldn't be so quick to be like and then say mean words, but like it makes me very angry what they did to Hyman Studios. Hyman Studios made so many amazing games for them, and then they just shut them down, and then they didn't relicense any of their games. And they're like, duh, we don't know where their codes went. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't. This is supposed to be a fun stream.
So let's. I think we've said enough. Let's move away from High Moon Studios
To talk about High Moon Studios.
to talk about High Moon Studios.
The Deadpool game was one of the greatest things ever.
And they made the Deadpool game, which
they also made a couple of Transformers games that we'll be talking about later, which were peak, but I digress. This game was fun. This game was a lot of fun. There's a reason like a lot of Deadpool fans bring up this game.
Yeah. Like I've heard like the talk about like the characterization, and the thing is when it comes to Deadpool, there's two different characterizations. There's the nuanced, deep characterization where he does make jokes, but they really focus on the humanity of him. And then there's wacky, silly Deadpool. And the thing is I know some people prefer one or the other. I think both are valid depending on the writing. This game is very much in the wacky, silly Deadpool. But then it also will touch on stuff like when Lady Death appeared. This
is one of my favorite interpretations of Lady Death I've ever seen. I love her design.
I love the Day of the Dead style, like the look on her face.
And her chemistry with Deadpool is genuinely endearing.
Yes, and like this is something I really want to tell people. I'm just like, and especially if you've only watched the Deadpool movies, being like, look, you want Deadpool's best love interest. Look at Lady Death. She is so freaking funny.
They are hilarious together. It's like, yeah, literally Lady Death herself, the She-Grim Reaper. She's got it down for Deadpool. Because if he's a mercenary and he's really good at his job and that... and she likes that. But the other reason is she wants what she can't have because he can't die. She wants him. So any of those brief moments where he's briefly dead until his body heals itself is like one of the few moments where they can be together. And she just like, all she wants is his soul. She's just like, I want him to be mine forever. She's just like, when can I just take him back down to the underworld with me? They were so funny. I remember like just the whole scene where like, he's like briefly dead and like, she's just with him and they're like in his apartment. And then she's just like, unfortunately, it won't last. He's like, huh? And then he's just like back alive. And he's just like, no! Yeah. She matches his freak.
Yeah.
Oh, I love them.
Wait, yeah, just like I didn't have the it saved.
Oh, the Lady Death design?
Yeah.
It's a great design. This is one of my favorite designs for her. It is so cool. Out of all the designs I've seen, I love this interpretation of her. It's like one of my favorite designs they've ever done for Lady Death. Because sometimes she's just a skeleton with boobies, but now they're like, well, what if we did like something really unique with her? I love the Day of the Dead look that they gave her. Combined with the little Grim Reaper cowl that she usually has. But like, I love it. I love it. She looks so good. And yeah, Nolan North. He's the best. He's the best Deadpool. And this game does take advantage of like the fourth wall type of gags.
Yeah, this is what Lady Death typically looks like in the comics.
And sometimes she actually looks like an actual woman, but just in a cloak. But like they kind of changed sometimes what she looked like. Because I remember there was that one comic where she like just looks like, I think it might have even been Infinity Gauntlet, where she just looked like a woman. Like, but a woman in a robe. Yeah. Hang on, I'm about to get off topic, so I'm not going to do that. I'll talk about that another time. But her and Deadpool are so funny together. She's the Grim Reaper, and here she is making "that's what she said" jokes to Deadpool.
It's genuinely funny, and yeah, something if you're especially if you're only aware of like the MCU, like there's this hilarious love triangle between Deadpool, Death, and Thanos, and Thanos is like
he's cocked.
Yeah, he wants to. In fact, in the comics, that's the entire reason why he does the Infinity War storyline is because he's trying to impress Death by killing half of the universe.
And she's just like meh.
Yeah, she doesn't care because she's down bad for Wade, and then Thanos is so pissed off about it. It's like, this is what I love about comic books. It's like these kinds of crazy things. And like, here's this total loser who can't die, and he's the one Death wants. And while that sort of stuff isn't really touched on as much in the game,
Like,
because
but I loved their interactions. I love when she shows up, and then I was like, oh, I hope that's not the only scene with her. And then she does come in a little bit later. I'm like, yay, we get more of her. She is so good. I also love the different boss fights. They were really fun. And this game really does take advantage of the fact they're like, oh, wait, it's a video game. It's fourth wall breaking. So they'll often reference things like scripts, things like that. Of course, the one that everybody references, like literally everybody references, but it is a funny one, is whenever Cable's monologuing and Deadpool's, it's so boring. And he literally kills himself, shoots himself in the head so he can skip the cutscene. And it says, press X to kill yourself to skip the cutscene. And he just like shoots himself so that way he doesn't have to hear Cable's monologue.
And he's on a constant like he's on calls with High Moon Studios arguing about what he wants. Like he'll literally change the cutscene mid cutscene just to make something cooler happen.
He's like, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, and then there was one funny moment when they blew the budget on all of this crazy stuff. So it goes into like a testing room.
Yeah.
Where he's just walking through like a basic corridor, and then they get the budget back and he goes back into an actual game.
I remember there was a blink and you miss it moment like in the script that Deadpool's holding, and it literally like shows like Deadpool writing stuff out, but then it says in the script, and then Deadpool will write certain scenes out because he doesn't like it. like even the script is like still in control of Deadpool, his actions, because he's still a fictional character. It was little quick, clever jokes like that. It wasn't like constantly in your face. And it was fun to see the X-Men. And then of course they have Steve Blum show up as Wolverine. And honestly, he's just like he's become like the definitive favorite Wolverine. So it was nice to see him interacting with Nolan North's Deadpool, and they were just great. Deadpool voiced Superman. Yes, that's right, because Nolan North is Superman in Young Justice. Yes, he's Deadpool in a lot of voice acting roles. And look it up. He's fantastic as Deadpool. He's my favorite Deadpool. Like no actor, especially Ryan Reynolds, no actor has ever topped him in my eyes. Oh, there goes the phone. Just ignore it.
Just ignore it. Yeah, it was also really funny playing through the game where like because it's got like basic like gunplay, and you got his katanas and stuff. And you got some other weapons. And the funny thing, I played through about 3/4 of the game not realizing there were like upgrades.
Yeah, you were basically playing the game with your hands tied behind your back, and you got that far.
Yeah,
and you were like, why is this section so hard? And I'm like, and then I was like looking up a guide, and I was like, oh, this person says you need to do X, Y, Z. And you're like, I'm like, oh, you have upgrades. You're like, I have upgrades.
Yeah, so it's like, and the thing is I was
imagine playing Arkham Asylum and never upgrading Batman.
Yeah, and it's like I was at the in-game area where there was a noticeable difficulty spike, and then I am not a boomer, Wolf. I am not. But like, so I got to the very end, and that's where they had a noticeable difficulty spike, and I realized, oh, I have a ton of experience points, and then I made a ton of upgrades. I'm like, wow.
And then suddenly you're like, this section got a lot better. Actually, you could just do the things that the game tells us to.
Yeah.
And it was like you were instantly like, all right, I backtrack all my criticisms. Those are now thrown in the trash. But it was such a fun game. We were laughing so much. It was just fun all around. Yeah, and I love these dumb little songs. Oh, can you find the one with Cable? The Cable one was my favorite. It was hilarious.
My gosh.
Okay, boomer. No, hey, don't call him a boomer. I'm older than him. What does that make me?
Let me see. Is this?
It was just like, Cable! It was such a good song. I need the people who've never played the game to hear this. It was so fun. I love this game, guys. Oh, chat. Tell me, chat, everybody in the chat, what video game are you playing right now if you are playing one? While he looks this up. they have these little introductions that Deadpool does every time he runs into an X-Men, and that's what they do.
Yeah, and then it's like, who the F is that? It's Cable.
Cable.
And it's so funny because like there are so many comic book characters that show up in this where it's just like, oh, you have random like villain, like D tier villains, and they make fun of them for being D tier.
Yeah.
And then like the main antagonist is Mr. Sinister. And
yeah.
in order to excuse why you keep fighting the same enemies over there, going, Mr. Sinister clones people, so he's got 1 million clones. And you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
All right, that's it. I have to ban you, Wolf. I am not a boomer. Dishonor. Bad Wolf. Okay, he's a mod. I can't ban him. Darn it.
Next time, baby.
I mean, technically, I could, but I won't. I'll let you get off this time, Wolf. Okay, so yeah,
gadget.
So, much like with the Spider-Man games, again, if you can find a physical copy of this game, this one's actually not as hard for me to find as it was for any of the other video games that it took for me. Like, there's even like I still found like Xbox One copies lying around of this Deadpool game. Like, so you could find PS3, probably some PS4, like just lying around in a GameStop or something like that. And it's not out of your butt, out of your nose type of payments like it would be trying to find an old GameCube game, for example. It was actually, I think I found one for like just $9. So it was like, oh shoot, yeah, grab it. And then we just played it on the 360 and we had a blast. So,
oh yeah.
And if you can't, then emulate it. But like or at least watch a playthrough. Like everybody who wants to like learn more about comic book characters, you got to look up the Spider-Man games. You got to look up the Deadpool game. They are fun.
Yeah.
That's my ending thought.
Yes. So, next one is one I've been waiting to talk about. Okay, so
I briefly brought this up last time because of, I played a couple of Yakuza games, and I mostly beat quite a lot of them a year before he started getting into them. I stopped playing Yakuza for a bit because I beat Yakuza 3, and it took me forever to beat it, and Yakuza 3 was the most giant chore I've ever had to play in my life. That game was not fun. And that is a sin for Yakuza games because even when the stories are bad or mixed, the gameplay is always fun. This game was not fun to play. A lot of the mini games were boring. Golf was stupid. How did you make the golf mini game stupid? All the other, I have a lot of pent up anger at Yakuza 3. And they had the hostess stuff, which if you're going in and you've already played games like Yakuza 2 or Yakuza 0 and you've played the cabaret clubs there when they're so much fun, whereas this one was lame and boring and stupid and it barely telegraphs anything of how to help your girls. I hate Yakuza 3 so much. So yeah, and then I started to play Yakuza 4, but I struggled to like get very far because of that bad taste in my mouth of Yakuza 3 just lingered, so it made me scared. Even though I was like, oh, this Akiyama guy's really cool. I kind of like him, but I was like scared to go further. So I stopped playing for a while and other games distracted me. So I do need to go back and just finish up playing Yakuza 4. I do know some spoilers for a couple of the later games, not all of them, but like there are certain games like he'll comment on that I like, oh yeah, I know about that plot line just because of everybody under the sun in the Yakuza fandom has talked about it. I've seen it come across my social media board. It won't be a new thing for me, but other things I won't. So he's going to try to not talk too much into spoilery post 4 because these are now his experiences with the Yakuza games.
And I've played almost all of them.
Almost all of them. He surpassed me because of Yakuza 3. Well, granted, he didn't play 3. I even outright told him, just skip it and watch a playthrough. I'm like, if you play it, it will demoralize you like it did me because he's even more dramatic about me when he doesn't like things. I love you.
No, it's true. It's true.
It's true.
Yeah, like, and I know even watching a playthrough, I sat there and I would literally just skip because sometimes it's fun to watch people play. I would literally skip the combat sections in the playthrough, and sometimes I would sit there watching a story, and especially when you got to that chapter 9 a lot.
Ugh.
And it's like literally sitting there for 30 minutes watching this boring cutscene play. Yeah. Okay. Let me go back. So I'll get into this a little bit later. I was introduced through Judgment, and that's what we were playing together.
Yeah, because I said to you, you don't even have to play any of the Yakuza games to understand Judgment, the first Judgment game. Lost Judgment does require you to at least play
You need
the
to
Yakuza
play
games.
up to Yakuza 7 at least.
Yeah, because if they do start introducing some of the Yakuza characters like as cameos in Judgment, whereas Judgment itself kind of stands on its own. They reference the Tojo clan, but that's about it. Like it takes place in Kamurocho, but it really is a standalone. And we were having fun with Judgment, but then you went off on your own at your own house and you just bought Yakuza 0.
Well,
You
no,
started...
no. The thing is I was thinking, I'm interested in this, and I know that they all take place in Kamurocho. So I was thinking, let me go and play the original games. And I checked on Steam. I had already bought Yakuza Kiwami and Yakuza 0 on Steam. Like 4 years ago. For some, it must have been some crazy sale, and I thought
they always go on sale. Sega always, like when there's the big Golden Week sales, then you can buy like all these games for like really dirt cheap, which is the best time
it could be as low as $5 each, which is like I highly recommend getting them.
And then the new games will be something like $20 because they put them on a big sale.
And,
but it's like, it's worth it.
Yeah, I ended up getting Infinite Wealth, which is a very nickel and dimed game. That one is very, very poorly priced. But I got the entire Ultimate Complete Collection for like $50.
Yeah. Wait till things go on sale on Steam, guys.
Yeah. So I played Kiwami, and I thought I had fun, but I have some issues with the story. And like it was fun. I liked Kiryu and Haruka. Anyone who knows me knows I am a sucker for father-daughter relationships in fiction, especially adoptive ones, where some gruff guy gets like, I know it's a cliche, but like I love it when you have that
Kiryu
tough
and Haruka might be one of the best I've seen.
It is one of the that carries Yakuza 1 story. The rest of the plot is very, very sloppy, but Kiryu and Haruka hard carry it. That is what
the beating heart.
They're the beating heart, and that's why any one of the games that don't that have Kiryu but don't heavily feature Haruka are always like those. Always are the lesser stories, and I'll mention some of those later. But I played through Kiwami, thought it was messy, but then I played
with the exception of 0, but Haruka didn't exist in 0.
Yeah. So I played Yakuza 0, and that is what made me fall in love with Yakuza.
I did say that to you when we were playing Judgment. I said, you don't have to play any of the other Yakuza games, because I knew some of these stories are going to make him go, this is stupid. Like, I knew that from the moment I was like getting into this franchise. I'm like, so this is dumb. And I'm like, but I really loved it. I was having fun playing them. But I even said to him while we were playing Judgment, I said, if you ever do play a Yakuza game, like if you decide maybe I will jump in, and I'm like, technically you could play Kiwami first or you could play 0 first. It really doesn't matter. There's just some things in 0 that make a lot more sense if you've played 1 and 2 at the bare minimum, because they reference things, because it's a prequel game. And I'm like, but you could jump in just fine, because it's a jumping point for a lot of people. I jumped in at 0. And then I replayed it later after beating 1 and 2 because it's a really good game, and why wouldn't I just replay it? But yeah, like I'm like 0's the Yakuza game to play. And I'm like, it's the one game where I wouldn't even be like the ending is terrible, stuff like that. Because I love Kiwami 2. I love Kiwami 2. The ending's stupid. But I love that game. I love that game a lot. And I'm like, I don't say that about 0. 0 is a nearly perfect game, minus a couple of nitpicks. It's a nearly perfect game. The same with Judgment. Yeah. Judgment's another one where it's like, but we'll talk about Judgment later.
Yeah. So I played 0. It was phenomenal, and it really made me say, like, okay, this is what Yakuza can be. Then afterwards, I bought several of the other games. It was a big sale at the time, and I thought, if I'm playing the games, might as well buy. Although I bought up to Yakuza 6 at that point on sale for like $5 each. So I played Kiwami 2, and I loved Kiwami 2, especially because the gameplay. Dragon Engine is just fantastic. It's phenomenal.
I love it. It's so much fun. I played like Kiwami 2, and I remember the first 10 minutes kind of missing how the system worked back in Yakuza 0. Because I was like, I really loved that game. And then, like, after getting into, like, my third fight, I'm like, no, this is better. This is just better in every way. I don't know what I was thinking missing the old system. This is so much better.
Oh yeah, and like the story is a big step up from Kiwami 1, but it's got a few issues. It's a little shaky at the beginning, but the rest of the middle
But
story is mostly
everything
fine.
that comes after that intro kind of picks it up, and it helps. Like, I'm like, oh, okay, this elevated the intro a bit, and like, and then it keeps ramping up, ramping up. It gets even more and more interesting, more and more enjoyable, more and more cool twists and turns. And I love Ryuji Goda. I love
Yeah,
Ryuji Goda. I love him. He's one of my favorite antagonists in a Yakuza game. And he's not like he's a deep and complex character. He's just kind of like an even meatier, more evil Kiryu. But I don't even know if evil's the right word, but like he's not a good guy. But they're all Yakuza, so technically they've all committed
yeah,
crimes, so you know. But you know what I mean. He's just the darker version of Kiryu, but bigger and badder. But he's so fun. And he's so simple in all of his philosophy, but like he's just a fun character. He's just a fun antagonist. I love him. He's enjoyable. And I love that Dead Souls is like, nah, actually Ryuji's still alive and we gave him a cybernetic arm.
yeah. So it's like Kiwami 2 is great, and they introduced Kaoru, who is like the perfect love interest for
I
Kiryu.
love her so much. I miss my wife Tails. I
Yeah,
miss her a lot. I'll be back.
yeah. So and then, but like the ending, ever when you go up into the final like act of the game, that is all stupid. it's really dumb. But I'm like, I loved playing Kiwami 2. In fact, it's the only game, a Yakuza game, that I played. And as soon as I beat it, I booted it up again and played it again. Like that's how much I loved
It's
playing.
so fun. I love, and especially the cabaret club that they brought back from Yakuza 0. Like they've added a lot of tweaks to it. It's really fun. I love that whole,
Yeah,
and I love seeing Yuki again, and now she's the one running it.
yeah. Because Yuki was in Yakuza 0 during Majima's
Yeah,
his own little side
yeah,
thing with his a cabaret club, and she comes back in Yakuza 2 because both of them have Zootopia as a location. It was introduced in Yakuza 2, and then Yakuza 0 brought it back and then
even
expanded on that with
yeah,
Majima's story. So then, like, she comes back, and now you see she's a more accomplished legendary hostess, which
yeah. Who
well,
now runs her own cabaret club, and you help her out. But instead, it's Kiryu instead of Majima, which is also funny because that's a different dynamic completely compared to Majima. Because Kiryu's, you know, he's super serious stoic guy. He's the comically serious. I love it. I love the game so much. It's so
yeah,
fun.
yeah. So then after that, I watched a playthrough of 3,
Because I
and
told
then
him, I'm like, don't play it. It will suck
yeah,
out your soul. It
yeah,
was
and
like, with the exception of like Rikia and the orphan kids, it will suck out your soul. There's like,
yeah,
I hate the story of that game.
it's a miserable, badly written story with
With the bad gameplay of like,
right.
like the orphans, like it's so funny because I read criticism back in the day and they said the beginning dragged with the orphans, and I'm like, are you kidding? That's the best part. I was dreading getting to Kamurocho, and I'm like, it was actually better when we were here. Even if the gameplay wasn't fun, it was better here. The story was better here. I don't want to
Mhm.
go where it's going to go off the rails and get bad. I'm scared.
Yeah. So then after that, I played Yakuza 4, and that's like the thing is Yakuza 4 is it's complicated to talk about. It's 3/4 of a good story, right? You start off with Akiyama, totally new character, totally separate from
He's cool.
Kiryu and the other like Tojo clan. I liked him. It was great to finally kind of separate from trying to do the same characters as the main focus over and
Well, and
over.
it was interesting too because he's a civilian. This is the first time we ever really like play as a
Right.
playable civilian character because he's not part of the Yakuza. Sure, he's technically a loan shark, but he's not Yakuza.
Right. He just kind of knows some of them, which is what ties him into the story. But like
Yeah,
he's
but
just
like
he's a
in
normal
terms
guy.
of the Yakuza hierarchy, anybody who's not in any family, they're called citizens. So that is what he is. He is a citizen. So you're just playing a dude, which is cool. And then you also have Saijima and Tanimura is a cop, so you get to play as a cop.
Yeah. Yeah, so then you're in. You play Akiyama. You play Saejima, who is introduced as Majima's sworn brother, who went to prison 25 years prior.
Yeah,
And
so he was in prison far longer than Kiryu was.
And in fact, that actually comes up. It's interesting because when I played Yakuza 0, Yakuza 0 takes place after Saejima went to prison. So him being in prison is relevant to Majima's story. So I got little bits and pieces of Saejima before I played 4, and that actually hyped me up. When I saw Saejima, I'm like, I remember Saejima. They taught this is his born brother. This is why Majima was stuck in Sotenbori. And then it actually played out really well. Even though a lot of people might think, oh, you should play 4 because that was his introduction. It was cool to have that little taste of, oh, this is that story, but we're not going to tell you a lot about it because it's not what 0 is about.
Yeah, but it does kind of build up this aura for Saejima, only for 5 to.
Oh yeah, I'll get to that.
We'll cross that bridge.
Yeah, so then you have Saejima. Saejima has this phenomenal story, one of the best individual stories. His 4 or so chapters are the peak of Yakuza 4, and then then afterwards you get Tanimura, who's a cop, and he's just sort of a regular cop. He's not super special, but he's kind of a guy who's he's sort of connected with a lot of the Little Asia area,
the Little Asia area,
non-Japanese people in Kamurocho. So he speaks multiple languages like Vietnamese and Chinese. And
it's just interesting because up until that point, the cop character that we know the most was Date. So here we are playing a younger character who is a cop.
Yeah, and it's cool to play as him and see his story. And it's kind of at the end of his story that things I won't go into all the details, but it kind of starts to lose steam because every character has like their own personal antagonist, and then they kind of deal with them, like most of them, before you get to the final story.
It's like after 3, it was like they realized they needed to do better. But then the problem is then they were like, we introduced more of these characters and they wanted these intricate plots. But then it was like they started biting off more they can chew. And then they tried to then they're like, okay, let's pull things back with 6, but then 6 was its own bag of mess.
Yeah, I'll get to that. I'll get to that. But then there's a lot of stuff I won't delve into with 4 because after
he's gonna eventually, Coolman's gonna make Yakuza videos, and he's gonna go more in depth about how he would have written the stories instead if he was to make his own little Kiwami versions, as it were.
Well, I want to do that, and I also would love at some point to do a full retrospective of all of the games, which is that would be a big undertaking. But
it would be. That's for later.
That's for sometime in the future. Yeah. So 4 struggled in the end, and then you get to Yakuza 5, and I played Yakuza 5, and Yakuza 5. It's the gameplay of the PS3 games, because 3 was the first PS3 game. It's why they had to start from scratch in a lot of ways, which is why the gameplay is so awful.
Bad.
And then 4 improved it. 5 improves the gameplay even more. But the problem is the game itself is bad. I would literally put it on the bottom tier in terms of how much I like the games. And the story is a mess. The characters are
5 is playable. It's
the minute-to-minute gameplay is fun to play.
It's got fun mini games.
Yeah, every character has their own side story, and all of them are better than the main plot. Every single one of them.
the taxi racing.
yeah, Kiryu is stuck being a taxi driver for reasons that are stupid, and I don't want to talk about them. But he has this entire side story where he's in his little taxi business, and you're doing little taxi jobs. Then you get roped into racing mini games against these street gangs in your taxi.
You're allowed to do that on the clock. It's the Dragon of Tojima. He can do it.
Yeah, Saejima has a whole bear hunting.
Saejima's the best, though. The bear hunting is the best.
Yeah, I spent so much time. I literally 100% the bear side quests, collected everything, did all that stuff.
It's funny, it's ridiculous. It's like all these conspiracies are going on. It's like, what's Saejima doing fighting a bear?
He's just fighting a giant demon bear in the middle of the woods. But yeah, it's like
Wolf, I will keep it short. I will keep it very short. We hate her. Next.
No joke. Literally the worst character in the entire franchise. No hold.
Next.
Yeah, next.
We're not going to delve into her. Next.
Yeah, so after Yakuza 5 was a mess, I played Yakuza 6, which was also bad, but it wasn't as bloated. So
Well,
it was
it's mercifully shorter. And
yeah.
and this was also 6 was the first time in the Dragon Engine. So this is when they were very much experimenting, because they were like, we really need to scale back, but we also got this new engine, and let's see what we can do with this new engine. And they were really very experimental with 6, like in pretty much everything, like literally everything is voice acted. Everything, even right down to the minor sub-story NPCs, like that's all voice acted, and that's something they hadn't done before because they were experimenting with it.
Well, and the gameplay is good. And when people say that 6 has bad gameplay, that's not true.
No,
It's perfectly fun. The problem that 6 has is it feels like they didn't focus on the basics first. Like there's a lot of situational.
It's very buggy.
Well, no, it's not even buggy, really.
But no, but it's a feature, not a bug.
Well, no, like the game is generally solid in performance wise and stuff. The thing is
I just mean it's got very funny bugs. It's very bouncy in parts.
Well, no, yeah. So some of the physics are unrefined in that regard. They would get fixed almost immediately in Kiwami 2. But the problem is that there are several important heat actions, like being able to hit a guy on the ground. That's gone. That comes back in Yakuza Kiwami 2. But
yeah.
Like, there's a lot of it's unfinished. That's the best way. It's unfinished and unrefined.
But at the same time, it is fun to play.
Yeah, like it is fun. The actual gameplay is fun. And while the story is complete garbage, it's a lot shorter than 5. I spent like over 100 hours playing 5 just because it's so bloated. I spent like half of that on Yakuza 6. So,
and at least it's got like, I'm not even kidding. The glitches are some of the funniest things ever. But and they're not like game breaking. They're just silly. It's just goofy physics. You can make somebody ping pong across the entire like street. You can kick a chair, and then all the chairs in the entire street explode and start flying parts everywhere. It's just like, what? But it's like, it's okay. It's like it's okay. It's part of the charm. It's part of the charm.
Yeah. Yeah. So then after that, I played Yakuza. I don't know if I played Ishin first or Yakuza 7. I'll talk about Ishin first because that's a little different.
Well, Ishin, no, because Ishin's its own category.
Oh, yeah. I forgot we put that on as.
So talk about 7, and if you want to talk spoilers, that's okay. I'm going to go potty. Yeah. So if you want to quickly throw in any spoilers, if you don't because you want people to play it, that's cool too.
Yeah, I won't.
I'm going to go potty.
All right, so with Yakuza 7, or that's the one that they call Yakuza Like a Dragon, but it is the 7th main Yakuza game. I won't delve into too many spoilers. Like it's the first RPG. It's a turn-based RPG where you have a party of characters, and you go through the game as a turn-based RPG. But it's also got a little bit more flavor of like Chrono Trigger, where the characters are moving around whenever they attack. So you're not in a row whenever you fight, because you can get into fights anywhere. So they have to be able to move around. And shockingly, I think that it's a pretty gosh darn solid RPG, even if it's not as fleshed out with some things. But considering they were doing nothing but making action games, making a solid RPG in the Dragon Engine, like on their first try, was pretty good. And the story overall was pretty darn good. Like, I have my gripes with it, but those are like late game spoilers to talk about. But like Ichiban as a character was really good. And he's what the series really needed after Yakuza 6. Because, well, I didn't talk about it. Yakuza 6 has a really bad ending that it was basically trying to swan song Kiryu, even though one of the biggest problems with 6 is that it doesn't really do anything for Kiryu. Kiryu is running off on a glorified side quest the entire game. His entire extended cast are off-screen or in jail, and none of the characters that he built up a relationship with, like Majima, Saejima, Daigo, even characters like Date and Akiyama, barely have any relevance. And it's like, okay, but none of them are part of Kiryu's story. So now we're like, Kiryu will never ever show up again. And you're like, wait, what? 7 immediately walks us back. Everyone knows at this point that Kiryu shows up in Yakuza 7 in a minor role. but it's like, oh, it's kind of showing, okay, so he is back, but now we have a new protagonist who's kind of taking the role as the main character for these
Ichiban.
games. Yeah, and Ichiban is great. I love his character. I love his personal story. I love the plot of Yakuza 7 for the most part. I would say a solid 90% of it is good, but then the 10% unfortunately falls into soap opera garbage.
So
That
Kiwami too.
yes, but it's less drastic than Kiwami 2. But like there's some soap opera stuff that I feel, and the funny thing is if you took out like 2 or 3 scenes, all of that would be gone and you wouldn't lose anything in the story. It's like just a couple of moments that just really mess with the story. And when you play it, you'll understand, because it's not even stuff that people typically talk about. But like overall, 7 was really good.
I'd say is a very bold choice of them to put Luffy from One Piece into Yakuza. I approve. That's all I hear about Ichiban. Like I've seen clips. I haven't gotten to 7 yet, obviously, but I've seen enough like clips just of him interacting with characters, and I'm like, I see why people compare him to Luffy.
Yeah.
He's just chaotic good. And the dub is pretty dang good.
Oh, yeah. They did a phenomenal job with the dub. Like, Ichiban is voiced by
Kaiji Tang.
Yeah, Kaiji Tang, who, if you played Persona 5, he's EY, the gun store owner.
Well, and Fire Emblem Awakening fans, he's Owain.
Yeah.
My sword hand twitches.
Yeah, so he does a great job, and everyone does a really good job in it. It's so good, and I got really attached to the English voices, and I honestly think some of the English voices fit the characters better than the Japanese. Like some of the Japanese voices sound wrong, and I'm like, okay, it's a really good dub.
Yeah, which sucks. Post 7. Curse you, Yonde!
Yeah, it's literally everyone else is doing a great job, and then you have this flaccid, worthless wannabe fraud who only got a job because he has a freaking like crappy YouTube channel.
Well, and he's obviously he's got connections.
Yeah. And he's voicing Kiryu, and he's obviously doing the teenager on stage in a theater play, like trying to sound like an old man. And he's always putting on a voice like this. And it's like,
it's awful. And they brought back Kiryu's original dub actor way back from the original dub of Yakuza 1, and he sounds fantastic.
Yeah, he's in 7, in the dub of 7. Daryl Kurio, who is the original voice actor for Kiryu, is Kiryu in that game, and he's great. And the thing is he hadn't played the role in like 15 years or something. So he comes back, does a great job, and then he's immediately kicked out and replaced with a crappy YouTube guy.
I'll never not be salty about that.
No, it's insulting. And the one reason why I didn't start Infinite Wealth was simply because I liked to hear the English cast from 7, but I don't want to hear freaking Yang Ya's garbage.
Yeah, so it's like he could play it in the Japanese dub, but he got attached to the dub. I know somebody is working on a mod right now where it's like
there already is a mod to replace the English option to replace Yang Ya with their Takaya Kuroda, who's the
Japanese actor. So everybody's speaking in English.
Yeah, the problem is that I'm playing these on my Steam Deck, and trying to get mods to work on the Steam Deck is a little hard. So it's one of the things I put it aside, and I also had videos I needed to do. So
well, yeah, you got the videos, and then you and your sister are trying to move out and sell your house. So like, it's like, yeah, okay, we'll put it on the back burner. We'll get to it eventually. But you did play Gaiden.
Yes, and that's I played that in 2025 in the very beginning.
I'll
talk about the next time.
Yeah. So I guess it's up to 7, so we're good on that.
Yeah, everything up to 7 was what this topic was covering, and now we can get into the game that introduced me to the series.
So I played this game actually because I talked about it briefly in our last stream because I actually played the game and I beat the game, but I wanted to talk about it more for this stream because I wanted to replay the game, but I basically did the same thing like I did for when I introduced him to Persona 5 and a couple of Kingdom Hearts 3, a couple of games where I play the game, I beat it first, then I have like a new file for like me and him to play on because I wanted to watch him react to it. I love Judgment. Hands down, this is the best story RGG has. I love this story even more than Yakuza 0, and I love Yakuza 0.
Yeah,
This is like one of the best. This is one of the best mystery stories I've ever seen. It handles mystery really well. It is so good. And I love detective stuff. I love detective stories. It's so good. So when I played it, I beat it and I loved it. And so then I was like, all right, now I got a New Game Plus file. And then I wanted him to play it because I'm like, you got to play this. You got, because he loves detective stuff. He loves Sherlock Holmes. He loves stories. And I was like, you'd love this game. You'd love this game. And I just wanted to see his reaction. So seeing his reaction to certain twists and turns the story takes, and it was really great hearing him like ask a question like mid cutscene, and then only for the character to literally 2 seconds later ask the exact question.
Yeah,
like voiced aloud, and he was like, yeah. Like so.
Exactly.
But it was just like, yeah, because of it was like, no, yeah, the story is accounting for any questions that the audience is literally about to ask, and then it will answer them, and it answers them along the way. It's so good. If you have not played Judgment, play Judgment.
I highly recommend it. It's in the Dragon Engine, but like they made sure that the main character here, you see him here, Yagami, he plays different from Kiryu.
He plays differently from pretty much every protagonist you've ever played, with the exception of a couple of heat actions they do reuse, like the chair one. It's a classic.
Yeah, but like
not the chair. Sorry, why did I say chair? The bicycle.
Yeah, like and the funny thing is he's a former lawyer. He didn't lose his badge or anything, so he technically can still be a practicing lawyer, but he quit due to personal reasons for the plot, and he ended up starting a private detective agency with a former Yakuza guy who's like
Kaito. I love Kaito.
Kaito's his bro in the game.
Okay, you know what? Maybe I can find the clip of when we meet Kaito, just so we can get to the clip, so the audience can understand why we love Kaito. Let me pull it up, and I'll give you the link. Hang on. Let's see. But yeah, you tell everybody why this game is awesome. And I'm gonna look up that Kaito clip.
Yeah, so it's funny because it's designed because all the games have a chapter system.
It's paced like a detective TV show.
Yeah, but like, and the thing is, it'll have these like whenever you're starting up a new like chapter, it'll give you a previously on.
Yeah, it's almost anticipating like a person will, and it's almost very streamer friendly too, or like a let's player friendly, like, okay, I'm gonna play like this episode, then I'm gonna put it down, I got other stuff to do in my life. So it's almost anticipates that you're gonna put the game down for a little bit, go live your life, you're gonna come back to the game, and it'll remind you previously this is what we literally last did. And you're like, oh, thank you for the recap. But it also understands, because there might be times where you will put a game down, you got to go do your life, and like this is a murder mystery game and a conspiracy game, like with like there's a great conspiracy that Yagami's trying to unravel, and like, yeah, there's very important details that you might forget about. So when there's this big reveals and twists and plot twists happen, and it's like, wait, why was that? And then it's like, no, we're gonna give you the information you need going into this next section of the game and remind you in case you forget.
Yeah, and it's really funny because as we were playing this game, I started playing the other Yakuza games. So it's funny because I started off not really knowing the city of Kamurocho, but as I was playing the games, it got to the point where if someone said, "Oh, it's over by like in Theater Square," I was like, "Oh, I know exactly where that is," or it's right by where, like, oh, this is. I'm like, ah. So it's like, I became, and this is one of the benefits of them reusing the same city, is like, it just kind of cuts down on a lot of the tedium of knowing a place. It's just like, oh yeah, it's very comfy. It's like this old city that that is slightly changing every time, but you get to experience it. But like, when it comes to like the story, there are a lot of times in the Yakuza games when they have conspiracies and mysteries. And the problem with a lot of them is that they don't know how to either dole them out, because Kiwami had this problem. The first Yakuza and Kiwami had this problem because they have the same story. Is that like when they're trying to hide the information and then they dump it all you at once. The worst example of this is actually in Yakuza 3. I referenced the plot where there's basically an entire chapter almost entirely dedicated to you sitting in a room with one guy blabbing on for 30 minutes about what is actually going on after the game basically doesn't tell you anything for 3/4 of it. Now, the thing is with Judgment, and this is actually something really cool in Judgment, is that when you do get to the moments where they are dumping a lot of exposition on you, they break it up into chunks. So if you're, say, interrogating a guy and you're getting information out of him, you'll get to one bit of information and then it will stop, and you have the option to either keep going or to leave if you want to go and do side quests or so.
Yeah, but they even said like we'll hold down the fort. They're like, because if it's like, it's almost like, because if it's a police thing, when you're interrogating a suspect, sometimes you do need to give the suspect a break if you want to give more information. So it's almost diegetic in that way. Despite it not being diegetic, I don't know how to describe it, but it's almost like it put a lot of thought into like, this could bore players if we just do nothing like this, but also in real interrogations they would actually give their suspects like a chance to like have a little break, and somebody will keep an eye on them, and then the main detective will go out, maybe get a little bit of food before he comes back in to like re-interrogate their suspect. And it's I say suspect, but it's like Yagami will been like, what do you know? And things like that. Because he's not a detective. He's a private investigator, former lawyer. But you get what I mean.
Yeah, so it's very clear, like they learned that lesson and they're like, okay, so if we do have a lot of information to tell you, we'll give it to you in a more digestible way. That way you're not literally just like bored out of your mind. If you
I sent it to you, but it's like a bunch of cutscenes sprawled out together. So I got the time clip where we're gonna get like Kaito coming in, and it's just like, this is all you need to know why we love Kaito. Also, he's voiced by Crispin Freeman in the dub.
Crispin Freeman, get out of my bedroom!
Get out of my bedroom, Crispin Freeman. There are so many people who will not understand that reference. I love Kaito so much.
Okay, just a second. Let me get
Yeah, you pulling that up. But okay, yeah, I love this game, guys. I love it so much. Like, holy cow. I love all the characters. I love the way they do the mystery and how you're solving everything. My favorite thing was just watching Cool Man react to certain scenes. And then I would ask him questions, because then he's like, legitimately, he did not predict the end culprit, as it were. One of them.
Yeah,
he got a couple of the conspirators. He did not predict one of the main ones, though. And there was another conspirator. He fully thought, nah, he actually gave him a lot more benefit of the doubt. Yeah. And that is rare for Cool Man. I don't know if you guys understand how rare that is for him. He usually can predict a lot of mystery stories, even really well-written ones. Yeah. So I was excited to see him like actually not know where the story was going to go. I was like so hyped. Anyway, this is why I love Kaito, guys.
Shut up.
Turn up the volume.
I have it all figured out. I'll get the money.
Oh yeah, so basically you beat him up. You beat up this guy who owes money, because Yagami is basically like a Kim Possible Private Eye. He'll do anything.
Yeah, he needs the money.
He needs the money bad.
I don't get it. Didn't you say you were a detective? What's your name?
I never said I'd field any questions, asshole.
And Greg Chun is great as
yeah, for those who don't know, he's Ike from Fire Emblem. He's also Yagami. He's fantastic.
Yagami. Take a good look. Now do you believe me? So, let's be civil here. Just hand over the cash, okay? 150 grand sound good?
Basically, a loan
Back the
shark
fuck
hired
off.
Yagami.
You running some kind of racket here? I'll sue you. Oh, yeah?
Here we go.
There he is.
You gonna sue? The fuck do you think you are? Huh?
Hold on, Kaito-san.
The hell? You're not a detective, asshole. You're fucking Yakuza. Oh, yeah? Guess you know what'll happen if you don't pay up then.
Ease up, Kaito-san. I'm sure he doesn't want to piss you off anymore.
See, guys, I like Kaiser.
And he's so funny. He's like the ride or die bro.
Yeah, he's a disgraced Yakuza, so he was actually kicked out of his clan. But there's a whole story reason for that, too.
Yeah. And I don't want to spoil anything because it is actually...
Genuinely, this story is amazing, guys. And I love the crew, and the music for this game is fantastic. Screw it. I'm going to play one of my favorite tracks from this game. I have them all on my phone. I hate that we can't show the intro because of the music for the intro of this game is a licensed track. It's a really good intro, and it's straight up like a TV show and the way it's like framed. It's so fun. But let me pull out my favorite song. I'm just gonna play it on my phone so you guys can hear it.
Hey Brentley, welcome to the stream.
Hello, how are you? And it is, I believe it was called the name of the song. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Everybody, post if you're like, because I said post video games. If you're new to the chat and you just come in, tell me what video games you're playing right now recently. If you're not new to the chat and you've been here the whole time, post a game you were playing last month. And I'm going to find you song. I know you're in here. The problem is I bought so many songs recently, so there's like a gajillion in here. But I found and I hunted down the soundtrack like at a con that had like music from both from Judgment and Lost Judgment. Here we go. I love the song. If you guys can hear it.
Yeah, the music in the games is always really good.
Hang on, it's gonna get to the best part soon.
Yeah.
It's whenever you get that Spanish guitar always coming. It's really good. Oh, that's coming in later. Okay. I don't want to waste your guys too much time, but the song's called Destination. Look it up. Play it in a separate window if you want to hear the whole song. It's one of the in-game songs, and it is fantastic. It's great because you have like all of Yagami's allies like rocking up, and they're like back to back, and they're fighting a swarm of enemies. Because the Yakuza games love to do these threshold levels where usually it's like Kiryu on a one-man show, like just barreling through so many enemies on his own. And it's a staple for the Yakuza franchise. So they sort of do something similar here, but they started off with your allies, and then Yagami has to go through a threshold of enemies. And it's a kind of a fun way to mix it up, especially because of Yagami's not Kiryu. Like he's actually just a normal dude who's really good at kung fu.
Yeah, he's not the one-man army walking tank that Kiryu is.
So he will actually get tired. He can get hurt, like genuinely hurt. Not just cutscene guns can hurt this man. like actual in-game guns can hurt this man. In-game knives can hurt this man. Kiryu is so powerful, it has to be a cutscene to hurt him. Not Yagami. And I think that makes him a good type of foil to Kiryu for a spin-off protagonist. Because you feel a little bit more vulnerable as him. With Kiryu, I feel like, nah, I got this, I'm Kiryu. Same with Saejima. Saijima's like a bear, so I'm like, I got this, I'm Saejima. But no, with Yagami, I like Yagami as a character. He's probably one of my favorite characters in RGG. He's just such an interesting character. You could say, oh, he's the cliched tortured soul type cop, but he's not even a cop. He's a lawyer.
Yeah, a lawyer turned private eye. And he
Yeah.
utilizes his knowledge as a lawyer and his role as a lawyer, and his former employer is relevant to a lot of the story.
Yeah.
So it plays into a lot
So you
of
actually
the
get to
plot.
see a little bit more side of the Japanese legal side in this game, as opposed to say like Ace Attorney, where it's a parody of Japanese law. Like,
Oh
no,
yeah,
like,
like it is like one to one, like the same kind of dry legal stuff. Well, the for the few times when they show it, it's
yeah,
very dry. You're sitting in a big quiet room, and then a character walks up and he gives his like speech, his stuff. They try to dress it up as much as they can.
they
For, like,
do, like, yeah, they'll try to dramatize a little bit of it, especially near the end of the game, like as much as they can, like.
But it's very clear that they are trying not to satirize it. They are using the
Yeah,
courthouse
they're trying
as
to play it a little bit more straight, even if they do take some liberties. But it actually made it feel a little more authentic. And what helps is, and this is the really cool thing about Judgment compared to anything else that RGG's ever done. A lot of the other RGG games, when they had them, the better ones, they actually had a mystery novel writer help them do story treatments and things like that. And that's why Yakuza 3 kind of was so maligned back in the day, because they didn't have that same guy, and they also didn't have the same original director. And so they went through a lot of problems. I don't blame Yakuza. I trying to be nicer to the director of Yakuza 3, because he genuinely does like feel bad about it. And so I'm like, I don't like to place all the blame on his shoulders. He like also he was asking for a lot. Like they're basically like throwing him in a pool without like training floats, and you're like, all right, you get to do it. And he's like, huh? Okay, I'll try. But yeah, but this game was different. One of the people they had help them do story treatments for like the mysteries and the conspiracy and things like that was an actual retired detective. So you had an actual guy on the force help them with their mystery and make sure things pat. And then I'm like, and that's why it's probably one of the best mystery stories I've ever seen, because they actually had somebody who worked in the field in Japan who would have been in day to day, like solving murders and dealing with Yakuza and dealing with even maybe conspiracies. And he was able to like help them, like make sure to plug in any plot holes, like, and make sure like everything feels authentic. It's really cool. I will take any chance I can to gas this game up. Also, the kung fu is really awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, like definitely a great game and one of the best games that RGG has made.
I would argue it's my favorite one. I haven't played Lost Judgment yet. I know a lot of Judgment fans adore Lost Judgment a lot. So
I played the opening tutorial section because I know I have to wait for her for us to play it, but she needs to get through and play 4, 5, 6, and 7 before we can actually get to.
I think it's fun to though experience it together, because I do want us to be playing this together, because like how I played Judgment with you, because I think because if we just love mystery stories, I think it's just more special to do it together. But yeah, but like this game's special, like, and I feel like it's not like it's a flop or something like that. Like people have heard of this game, but it is kind of still stand in the shadows of the Yakuza franchise. And I want more people to play this game. Like, even if you like never play a Yakuza game, I'm begging you, play Judgment. Please play Judgment. You don't even have to play Lost Judgment. You don't have to play literally anything else that RGG ever made. But if you do, play this game and then play Yakuza 0. And then you don't have to play anything else if you don't want to. Like, if you don't want to, you'll thank me later. Both have fantastic mystery stories. They're great. I love them. Any ending thoughts you want to say on Judgment?
I love it. Yeah, so now next time we're going back to another RGG game.
Oh, really? We weren't going to move on from RGG?
No, not yet.
No, never. This game is actually a remake-ish remaster of an original game.
Yeah, one that came out about 10-ish years ago, I believe.
Yes.
Where it It is a historical drama taking place in the
During the Bakumatsu, I believe it's called, basically before the turn of the Meiji Revolution. Well, during the Meiji, before Emperor Meiji was crowned, like that whole civil war that happened in Japan right before it. It has a lot of the historical characters. If you've ever watched Rurouni Kenshin, you'll recognize some names in here because of it's based on that same time period in history. In fact, outright, your main character, he takes on a new alias. If you've played Rurouni Kenshin, you'll recognize this name. Saito Hajime is an alias he takes on, who is very famous in Japanese history. But they kind of play around with history though, because they have his character's name Ryoma, and he's based on a real guy in Japanese history who was later killed. But they take that to his killed as in like, aha, he faked his death and then he took on a new alias, and that's why he's now Saito. And he can just live on as Saito.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
they do play around with Japanese history, but I love this period of Japanese history. It's genuinely one of my favorite periods. Like, it's so fascinating to research. I just love history in general. So this game was already cool to me just for that alone.
Yeah, and what's really cool about this is that all of the characters in the story are effectively being played by previous characters from the game. So all of them are...
Yeah, they reused all those models.
Yeah, they reused a bunch of character models from everything from Yakuza 0 to Yakuza 7, Yakuza 6, Yakuza 5. They reuse these characters, and it's funny when you're like, oh, I recognize that dude, and they'll be completely different.
Yeah,
their
totally personalities are...
person.
Yeah, or there might be some tangential similarities. Like there's this one reporter guy, I believe. I can't remember his name of who he's based on in history. The guy who's Date.
Yeah.
Which he has a pretty much similar dynamic to Saito as Date does to Kiryu. Which, so they have some familiar elements for the RGG fan, but then it's also it completely twists things into a new direction. One of the things I absolutely love is they have Shibusawa. He's basically Kiryu's Nishikiyama. And then Nishikiyama plays this straight up assassin character whenever you see his character model show up.
Yeah, Shibusawa is one of the Dojima lieutenants in Yakuza 0, and he's a major antagonist.
Yeah.
In Like a Dragon Ishin.
Yeah.
And it's also really cool when you play the game because as you see, he's got a gun and a katana, and the way that these there's a sword fighting style because he has 4 different styles. One is a sword fighting one where he just uses the sword. One is a gunslinger where he just uses the gun. A mix where he uses both.
I tend to lean on that one the most because it's so fun, especially the spinny attack with the gun.
Yeah, Wild Dancer is such a great style to play as. But it's actually really
And then
cool.
There's the traditional brawler style. So then basically, do you just want to straight up fight like Kiryu? Here you go. If this is what you're more used to as a RGG fan.
Yeah, and it's so funny because it's it plays just like a lot of the other Yakuza games, just set in the late 1800s.
Yeah.
And
it's a genuinely, I like this game a lot as a historical, obviously with taking its creative liberties of historical, but it's a historical game of actually trying to reinterpret the events of history through a different lens, and obviously more fun lens too.
Yeah.
They play around with things. I remember being excited when I saw Akiyama's character model, and I'm like, Akiyama!
Yeah, and one of the major characters is played by Ryuji.
Yes, Ryuji Koda. When I saw him, I was just like, Ryuji! And I love that he still has his bleached blonde hair.
Yeah.
For some reason, he's able to do that in the 1800s. I'm okay.
There's another character who's played by a character from Yakuza 7.
Yeah.
And he has white dyed hair.
Yes.
And he has the white hair in this, even though it's...
They're just like, shut up. We're reusing the asset. We're not going to recolor their hair and deal with it. But the one that made me laugh the most was they reused a certain white guy.
Yeah.
I was just like, mother effing Andre Richardson.
And he's there for 5 minutes.
This game was like, I quite liked it. This was another one. I know a lot of people complained about this remake slash remaster because of it wasn't done in the Dragon Engine. It was done in Unreal Engine, and this was more RGG experimenting because they're still like, because then we have Pirate Yakuza that came out and it's back in the Dragon Engine again. But this was more of, they wanted to test to see what they could do in the Unreal Engine because they've never done that before. They've always used their engines that they've made in-house all the time for all their games. And so this was just kind of just to play around with something new. And as much as I miss the Dragon Engine, I do appreciate them not always just relying on what they're used to. Like for all their faults from 3 and on, I will give RGG this. They were always trying to experiment. They were always trying to see if they could breathe new life into their game. They weren't always just trying to play things safe. Like, even like with the problems that you can have in later on in 4, the many problems with 5 and 6, they were always trying to try something different with what they were experimenting with in their genre. And then 7, they straight up said, we're not even going to be a beat 'em up, let's be an RPG. Like, that was a huge risk. Like, so I will give RGG a lot of credit for that. So I will say, like, even though I would have preferred it to be in the Dragon Engine, the game still played fine, and I still had a lot of fun playing this game. So it wasn't a problem for me because it's as long as the game is like, I can play it and I have fun, I don't care. I'll miss the funny glitches, but I don't care. Also, I loved the farm simulator. It's just like, no, straight up, this is just Haruka. It's like, we're not going to give her historical name. She's just Haruka. It's literally Haruka, just in the 1800s. She's a little orphan girl with a farm. Help her out. Like, keep her farm going. You can adopt a dog. Grow food.
Yeah.
And I made so much money. It was like real estate all over again. I made ridiculous amounts of money.
Yeah.
So it's like the real estate mini game from Zero. Oh my gosh, you can make so much money. It's fun. But yeah, I yammered on about it. Give some thoughts about it.
Yeah, like it was a really fun game, and it was, and especially since after I was going through so many of the Yakuza games, it was a nice palate cleanser just to be like, okay, this is something totally different, to just in totally different setting, different characters, even if they're the same models. But like, oh, it was something that I found it was really fun to play. And I actually think for the most part, it's actually got a pretty solid story. A couple of rough bits here or there, but
that's also, it has to adhere to some parts of history. It'll take some liberties, but it tries to keep things within the bounds of history. Like, this person is based on this historical person who literally died. So, okay, we'll say he faked his death, and now he's this other historical person. Like, they'll take what liberties they can, but they do try to.
It's historical fiction with an emphasis on the fiction.
Yeah, but it tries not to stray too far from how things ended up in history, in Japanese history. It might take some liberties with that history, but it tries to make sure things stay on track with how things actually happened in Japanese history. Now, granted, I don't know how Bath Sauna's having a wrestling match in there goes with history, but it's also an RGG game, so you're going to get what you get with RGG as well. They're like, we like to be wacky silly.
Yeah. But yeah, now that I think we've said enough about that, let's move on to something that's actually not RGG related.
But still Sega!
So I had actually never played Sonic Generations.
I have. I played the original back when it first came out. Funnily enough, it was the first time I ever played any game on the Xbox 360 with Sonic Generations. And I had a lot of fun with Sonic Generations. Yes, it was light on story, but I didn't care. It was just a fun celebration. I played City Escape. I think I replayed that over and over and over and over again, because that was always one of my favorite levels in the original Sonic Adventure 2. But it was just fun reliving that. And like, it was fun playing all the other levels too. Granted, I will say Colors might be the weakest one, but that's a common complaint everybody had. When Colors just came out, and it's like, that's weird. You made a not as cool version of that same stage from the original game, but whatever.
Yeah, so when I was playing Sonic Generations, it was fine. It was fun. There wasn't really too much to say about it.
Well, yeah, it's just it's supposed to be a fan service anniversary title. Hey, remember all these fun stages you played throughout the years as a Sonic fan? Let's look back on the history of Sonic and kind of just like Yeah, we had fun, guys. Isn't this fun? Happy birthday, Sonic. It was always meant to be just a simple celebration story. After Sonic 06, they were like, let's scale back and not be too complicated for our next anniversary titles. Let's just focus on being fun.
Yeah, so and then I played that, and then after that I played Shadow Generations, and holy crap, was that phenomenal. I would say in order to get the most out of it, you need to have played Sonic Adventure 2 and at least be familiar with Shadow the Hedgehog, because this is a direct sequel to Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah, so like I would say, like as a Sonic fan, play the original Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2, and then play any Sonic game you can get your hands on that are currently out. Maybe watch some cutscenes or watch a playthrough that somebody's played of Heroes. Watch a playthrough and somebody laughing their head off at Sonic. It's a Shadow the Hedgehog, unfortunately, for better or for worse, but that story is canon. And I will give Sega credit for like not trying to retcon it out of existence and being like, you know what? Yes, we had our cringe phase, but
Well, Sonic 06 already did the hard work of retconning itself out of existence.
yeah, but like I digress. But there was some cool elements to Shadow the Hedgehog, and it said let's just keep the cool elements that everybody remembered and liked, and like let's go from there. But it also had these really cool like leading up to this remaster slash an expansion, because basically it was basically a Sonic Generations remaster with attached an expansion pass. Because I did say for years that Sonic Generations would almost be a perfect just a fun game for a Sonic game, because Sonic games always are just fun platformers. It was almost a perfect game with the exception of it was too short. And that was its biggest flaw. It was way too short. And Shadow Generations kind of fixes that one complaint by pretty much doubling its length. Because Shadow's section is also short, but you play them together, that's a good, decent chunk amount of fun platforming levels. And you're basically reliving through Sonic's memories, and now you're reliving through Shadow's memories. Shadow's memories are filled with a lot of PTSD, but I digress.
Yeah, and the thing is that while it still has a similar idea behind it, it completely changes how it's done, because instead of having a 2D thing where you move around to the different levels, it's a 3D stuff that has more in common with Sonic Frontiers, with how
which they
around.
reused their assets from Sonic Frontiers, but it's a clear throwback to when Shadow was first introduced, that era of Sonic, specifically in 3D Sonic, where the camera's always behind the character.
Yeah, and the thing is it actually has a meaningful story. In this
It
case,
does.
in this case,
it's short, but it's still like and I would recommend watching the shorts that they put out before the lead up to Shadow.
The Dark Beginning shorts are very important in understanding,
We're
because
very well done. And I cannot emphasize this enough. Kirk Thornton really stepped up his A game. And I always thought it was weird how he was kind of just meh as Shadow for like, because I like Kirk Thornton. He's a good voice actor. He's done well in so many other video games and anime. So it was really weird when he was first cast as Shadow. He was kind of just eh. And then it was bad and boom, because they just made him play basically a stereotype. But it was never him. It was always the direction they gave him. It was Sonic Forces where I started to see him start to actually feel like he was actually like allowed to give better direction. But because of he was not the focal point of Sonic Forces, we really didn't get to see the full scope of what Kirk could do. It was a step in the right direction, though. This, however, we finally get to they let Kirk just be Shadow. They didn't put any weird embargo restrictions or whatever. They just let him be Shadow. And he's dang good as Shadow. He did a really good job. And then they brought in, what's her face? Stephanie
Shea.
Yes, as Maria, and she was great as Maria.
Yeah, and here's the thing: is they take advantage of the fact that one, we don't know what Shadow is doing during the events of Sonic Generations, and two, the fact that the Time Eater is here messing with time is used to basically set up Shadow's character, and the fact that Gerald Robotnik and Maria appear in the void of time where they're stuck, which
Yeah,
means
because
you get
it's messing with time travel.
Yeah, you get not only just cutscenes, but just casual dialogue with Maria and Gerald. And it's amazing because we actually get lore.
Yeah.
Oh, do you want to know a little bit more about Maria's like immediate family? Did you know Maria has a sister? Wait, you mean Maria actually has surviving family? And you're like, oh, what?
And it's like, sorry, Ian Flynn haters. Ian Flynn can write good stories. Guess what? Like he can. Like the Ian Flynn hate is so forced. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like the story here is phenomenal. Even though it's relatively short, it actually does allow you to get more closure on like Maria and Gerald.
You could tell it was doing what Shadow the Hedgehog wanted to do.
Yeah, Shadow the Hedgehog was bloated by all the like choice things, and it's like any of the few good bits there are kind of buried underneath. Oh, you could totally miss this if you happen to make the wrong choice and get put on the wrong path.
The only way you can get all this stuff is you literally have to play every single path so you could get the true ending. But you have to meander through so many stupid choices and stupid scenes. It's like taking candy from a baby, which is fine by me. He would not say that.
Yeah, but like it's very clear like they were really trying, and especially like in the one level that was a Sonic Forces level, the Sunset Drive, wasn't it?
Yes.
And then it's like, oh wow, it is so awesome, and you're like,
I really want them to remake Forces.
They should remake Forces with all the sauce they had here, because that one little like Sonic Forces level was actually really good.
Unironically, I want them to remake 06 in Forces. I feel like because Forces wasn't a bad game, it just was just okay. It played it too safe is its biggest problem.
They weren't confident in doing something totally new.
Yeah, it was you could tell they were very scared of their own fan base. Like I feel like that now that they're more confident, they could totally go back and do some of their weaker like entries, and they could probably like inject new life into it and make it really awesome. And I would love for them to, well, I straight up just want them to remaster Sonic Heroes anyway, free that game. It's like one of the few games that they don't free.
Yeah, and the fact it's funny because Mephiles is in Shadow Generations as a boss.
Yeah, and he was great. I loved that like he's self-aware that like if Shadow beats him, he'll disappear because his game's erased from the timeline, and he's just fighting just for existence. I'm like, oh, I loved that angle. It was great.
Yeah, like, and this was just effectively a side project, really, of all things.
Well, yeah, it was kind of like just to add extra funding for obviously the next big project that's going to be on the horizon. But Frontiers did so well that they finally, like, Sega's just like, maybe we should let Sonic Team cook. Like, yeah, give them more of a budget. Yeah. So, like Frontiers, like, kind of helped pave the way, and this showed that yes, Sonic Team. This and Frontiers proved that, like, yes, Sonic Team can still make good games. Sega just needs to stop shackling them. They can make more than just okay games. They can make great games. No more do we have to live in the shadow of the cringe memes of 06 and Shadow the Hedgehog. Yeah, we can just like these characters, guys.
Yeah. It
was great.
And I feel like it's a great like sign of things to come for Sonic.
Oh yeah, I'm actually quite optimistic about the future of Sonic. This and Frontiers made me actually like really looking forward to what's coming next.
Yeah. So now another game.
Oh, you deserved better, darling.
Yeah.
Screw you, Microsoft.
Like, I knew that people loved Hi-Fi Rush, and when I played it, I was like, "Wow,
this game's fun." This is like, I love that they made a rhythm game an action game.
Yeah, like, cool. and because like there's always a beat. Like, there's music in the stages, but there's always a beat, and you when you attack along with the beat, you do stronger attacks.
Yeah, and it's all in time.
Depending on like if you like wait, you hit, you wait a beat, you hit again, and you'll do a different combo. It's very complicated to go through and like all the of Chai's different like combos that he can do.
But it's so fun. The music's fantastic too. I still can't believe Goro Akechi's voice actor is Chai.
Yeah.
Robbie
Yeah.
Damon is like one of the greatest ever. It's not his fault. Goro Akechi's a terribly written character. He's a really good voice actor.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I love the style of the game, and I remember it was really funny when Forspoken was like a complete disaster, and then people were like, "If you hate the dialogue in Forspoken, why is it okay in Hi-Fi Rush?"
And I'm like, because Hi-Fi Rush is not cringe. It's very like proud to be what it is. It's not ashamed, and it will actually have moments where it allows sincerity to just stay sincerity. It's not like afraid of itself. Like this is all stupid, huh? Right, guys? It's like, no, power of friendship. We're awesome. Anyway.
Yeah, it's basically a Saturday morning cartoon for the
It
most
is,
part.
and I love how it's like a comic book meets an anime meets a Saturday morning cartoon. It's just fun. The game is fun. It's not afraid of itself. It's proud of itself.
Yeah, and it does a nice mix of the story not being too. It's a very ridiculous story, but then it also will have moments where they are like, okay, no, but we're actually going to take it a little bit seriously. But it does so in ways that feel tasteful, not just we're going to ram something super dramatic down your throat. It's just, look, sometimes these characters have bad things in their past that come up, and it's relevant to the story, but they're not going to sit here and dwell on that constantly where it's miserable. It is an overall very upbeat game.
Yeah, it's just a fun, refreshing game. I loved it a lot.
Yeah,
oh man, I just love the music so much.
Well, and I love the way that they mix things up, especially with the boss fights, where it's like, oh, there are different, like, because it all is musical, so there's always some kind of like beat to it that you have to keep track of. But like, oh, it'll be like dodging to the beat, attacking with the beat, like, and with the way that some of them, like some of the bosses will be completely different. One of the bosses, specifically Corsica, the redhead,
that you have a crush on.
Yes, she is perfect. And she, her boss fight isn't even a proper boss fight. It's more of a memory game that you have to do in the beat.
Yeah.
So it's, but I'm like, they mix everything up to the point where you're never really playing the exact same boss over and over. They all are different, and they each of the main like supporting cast have a different special attack they can do in combat with you to help you in different attacks. It's like, it's a very well thought out and very well designed, very polished action game that's very musical, and it's got a mix of like original music and licensed music.
Yeah.
But like it uses all of that music really well.
I think what I love the most is when you go into any comment section about the music of this game, is so many people in the comment section will say like it feels weird listening to this music, and I also don't hear the characters talking or grunting or fighting. Like, to them, the sound effects are almost a part of the song, because music is so ingrained to the game and everything. Like, even when your idle animation for Chai is he's kind of hopping and like moving his body in time with the beat of like whatever stage he's on. Like, so like this game it's ingrained, the platforming, everything, the action, the music is literally the backbone of the game. And it's just so fun. And I love that they decided to take, what if we made a rhythm game an action game? Or in this case, an action game, a rhythm game. I definitely recommend everybody, if you can, go on Steam, buy it. I'm still mad at you, Microsoft, ZeniMax. Like, ugh, how dare you? This game was such a wonderful fun thing, and they were like, oh, this game's amazing, it's a critical darling, we love this game, it got us accolades. Year later, we're closing down the studio. Like, luckily, like the IP of Hi-Fi Rush got bought by another studio, and I'm wondering what kind of corporation jokes they're going to make for their next game for Hi-Fi Rush 2, because it pretty much was like the underdog versus like the big corporations and stuff like that. But like, man, now they're gonna have a lot of joke fuel.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's there's not really too much to talk about
It's a good
because
game. It's a
yeah,
straight good game. If you can, guys, like you could even just like look up and just like in a separate window, just watch some gameplay. Like look up somebody's gameplay of playing Hi-Fi Rush. It's colorful. It's beautiful. The music's great. I can't play some of it because some of it is licensed, and I don't want us to get claimed. Oh yeah. Also, all the characters are like named after foods and teas and stuff like that. I think that's pretty funny.
yeah. All right. The next game is actually one mostly for me to talk about.
Now, some of you might freak out. He likes all Tomb Raider.
Oh, all the Survivor games are great, and I don't care if people.
No.
are-
I mean, some people have been like, "You only like remake." No. He also likes classic. Hear him
Yeah,
out.
and I'll be talking about that too.
Hear him out. Hear him out why he likes this. Okay, hear him out before you lynch him. I can see you, Ghost. Hear him out.
So the reboot games took a lot of cues from a lot of modern action games, especially stuff like Uncharted, which kind of took a lot.
Honestly, I like the. Whoops! I accidentally opened up YouTube on my phone. Sorry about that. I kind of like these better than the Uncharted games. I'm not gonna.
Oh
lie.
no, they're absolutely better. All the Uncharted games are well below the new Tomb Raider games. But like one of the things I really loved about them is especially as you play through them, they really started to find more of a stronger identity with the gameplay. Like the 2013 was like it was trying to break things because there's a lot of games of that time that were to mixed success changing up their formulas. You had games like Splinter Cell Conviction, Hitman Absolution, and then Tomb Raider 2013 that were all trying to do something different. And sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. And this is a case where I think it worked. It keeps a lot of the same aspects of.
I will
Tomb
say
Raider.
to throw a bone to people who don't like it. I completely understand not liking a more grittier reinterpretation of a character you love. Like I
Yeah.
get that. Like wholesale. I get that if this whole like the whole reboot turns you off because it's trying to be a little bit more grounded in some respects and it's trying to be darker, it's less campy. I understand that completely because there's several franchises that I love where they try to do a darker, edgier reinterpret, and I hate them. Like, so I get that. I totally get that. I understand where you're coming from in that regard. Like, so like I'm not going to judge you if you hate these remake games because I actually do quite like these remake games. It's been a while since I played the original Tomb Raider. So when I tried these games out, and I had a lot of fun with them. And I was a bit like, I even remember when I first played 2013 and I was just like, oh my gosh, like what if she fell into like, and there was like all those dead bodies and skeletons. I was a bit like, whoa, like I didn't think it was going to go that hard, but it certainly did. And like, no, these games are not perfect, but I still enjoyed them. I do think as the games went on, I actually liked them a lot more. 2013, which is weird because people say that one's the best one. I actually think it's the weakest entry, despite I still like it, but I like the second one actually the best, but I think the gameplay in Shadow's the best. I still haven't beaten it because I got to a certain cave part where I saw there's going to be enemies in the distance and I said nope because there's all these creepy noises. I turned off the game and I said I'm going to get back to that later. And then I forgot to get back to that later because other video games distracted me. And that was pre-COVID, so I don't even remember what year that was. I should probably get back to that. I should probably boot up my PS4.
Yeah, like I really like. I get why some people wouldn't like it because it is stylistically different and it has an entirely different presentation. Like regardless of gameplay,
it kind of reminds me of well, minus the fact that I think I like all three of these Tomb Raider games versus, like, say, the Daniel Craig James Bond. But the reaction does kind of remind me to Daniel Craig's James Bond. Some people didn't even like it from Jump, from Casino Royale, because if it wasn't as campy as the James Bond they know and love. And I'm like, okay, I get where you're coming from. I totally understand where you're coming from. I might not I think Daniel Craig's cool and I like him as James Bond, but like I get where you're coming from. Like, I get it. Like, it's okay. Like, I'm not going to be like you don't like my remake. You're just a chud. Like, no, like, that's, no.
well, like the thing is like, I get it. I do wish that some people would just say they don't like the new style rather than saying the games are bad.
Or woke when they're not.
No. The thing is with the games is, and the reason why I wanted to focus on Shadow, I played 2013 and Rise back around 2017-ish on Steam, and
Yeah,
I enjoy.
it was that because I remember because then I played not that long after you, so it must have been.
Yeah, well, no, because this was before Shadow came out. I pre-ordered.
No, because it was when Shadow came out as when I started playing these games actually, or it was a year after Shadow came out. Because I think you started replaying them, and that's when I started to play them because of you were starting to replay them, or I can't remember why, but you were talking to me about it, and that's what made me go.
Well, no,
and buy
I was
them.
playing. I was playing them for the first time. Like I
No,
never.
I know that. I'm saying like you somehow played them later. I don't for whatever reason. I don't know why. I just know you're the reason I started to play them. I don't remember the reason though.
Yeah,
It was so long ago. It might have been 2019 or 2018. I can't remember. When did Shadow come out?
2018.
Okay, then it might have been 2019 when I played it. I know it was before COVID.
Yeah, like
that's all I remember.
And the funny thing is like when I was first playing the game, I got it when the game came out, and I was playing it, and I played for a few hours, and then I stopped and didn't come back. I got distracted, and ADHD brain goes brrr, and I completely forgot about the game. I ended up coming back and replaying it, or I restarted an entirely new file because I didn't remember the beginning of the story.
Yeah,
and
I remember the flood. I remember that.
So I played through the whole game, and I'm just like, wow, this is like phenomenal.
The gameplay is great. I love that you can like toggle your difficulties on different certain things. Like if you want your puzzles to be as hard as possible, you can make it hard as possible, or you can make the combat medium or easy or whatever you want to do. Like so you could pretty much custom tailor your difficulty option for Shadow. And I think that's really cool.
And you can even if you turn up the hardest difficulty in the exploration difficulty setting, it gets rid of the white paint that shows you where to go, which means that you can actually explore. And it's funny because I was like, I turned up all the difficulty up to the highest. So I played I don't remember what the difficulty was called, but it was just like, I played it like all the things were cranked up the hardest. I turned off all the hints for the puzzles, made the combat as hard as possible. And then I made it so that it didn't give you any hints towards like your general progression. And it was a great experience.
Yeah.
And the fact is it actually made stealth truly viable. Because in 2013, you had sections for stealth. Other than that, it was just flat out combat.
Yeah, and the problem was that if they saw you, know you're there somewhere.
Well, in Rise, you could do stealth, but the second someone spotted
I meant
everyone knew where you were.
In 2013, like with the cultists, there was like, I even remember this specific section where I was crawling out of the water and one of them happened to see me. I was like, oh crap. And I crawled back in the tunnel and they're all constantly like, she's here somewhere. She's here somewhere. And I'm just like, frick. Because I wanted to sneak up and kill a couple of them. Right. And but Rise kind of fixed a little bit of my issue with that. I think I like the story still, like from what I played of Shadow, from what I remember, I still like the stories. Now, granted, my opinion could change whenever I go back and beat Shadow completely. But from what I remember, I still liked, up till the point when I was playing Shadow, I still said I liked Rise story the most. But gameplay-wise, I think Shadow had the best gameplay.
Yeah, because the thing is with Shadow, you can actually hide again. When Rise, if you got spotted during stealth, everyone knew where you were. There was no way to hide again. And I'm like, okay, then you have to just do a straight-up combat with them. In Shadow, you could actually hide. You can do stealth. It was the most fun I had with these games, especially once you've like really gotten a hold of the mechanics, and there's several upgrades that enhance your ability to hide.
Yeah.
And it was so much fun, and it made playing on the hardest difficulty really satisfying to stealth your way through areas and then slowly pick people off.
And you're like, hey, Metal Gear.
Yeah, Metal Gear. and in terms, I won't spoil the story, but like one of the things that I did really like with the game's stories that they did was they they took Jonah from the first game and they promoted him to deuteragonist, and they had him be the main support for Laura, and it really comes into its own in Shadow.
Yeah,
where-
if he felt really the most fleshed out in Shadow. I noticed that, like, in the first part of the game, like when we met him again. The one thing I will say, it was a little bit weird that they're inconsistent about his design about the games. I'm just like, why does Jonah look different in every game?
Outside of him being a hefty dude, it's like he looks different. His hairstyle is completely different in every game.
Which, I mean, I know people don't have the same hairstyle throughout their life, but it was a little bit distracting that every time I'm like, wait, you're okay. Like, I guess I have to get used to this being Jonah now because of my face, like, remembers a completely different design for him. All right, my face, my mind, I can't talk. But, like, other than that, like, I liked Jonah a lot. I think he's a great, like, friend character that, like, a reliable ally that Laura can always, like, rely on.
Yeah, and very much as a solid big brother figure for her. That she
And I like their friendship. They have a very good friendship chemistry, if that's a word. But, you know, like, certain characters you feel like, oh yeah, these characters click, and I could totally understand why these characters be friends. You know, like Sam and Frodo, or like Luke and Han. Like, there's just certain characters where it's like, yeah, like, it makes sense why these characters, like, they go through thick and thin, but also, like, there's just this natural chemistry between characters, this bond of friendship that you see forming, and it's believable. And I felt that between Laura and Jonah.
Yeah. And, like, there's a lot of the stuff I love about the story, because the story of Shadow of the Tomb Raider really caps off a lot of stuff that happened from the previous games.
Yeah.
And, like, it basically is, because the promise of the original, and this is one of the only times this has ever worked. The promise from 2013 was, this is an entirely new series, an entirely new timeline. It's the Survivor timeline. And the whole point was, by the time we finish this trilogy, you'll get Laura to a point where she's more similar to classic Laura. And I won't go into all the details of how that happens, but it does end up happening, where afterwards you can see her going on the kind of adventure she would in the original games. She would be a little different. She is different as a person, but she has all of the main traits of,
like,
Laura Croft.
I can understand some criticisms of this era, because I get some people do think, especially that disconnect in the first game after her first kill, she's kind of numb to it after that. Like, there is a bit of a separation between gameplay and story, and they probably should have done a little bit more besides the campfire scenes, where she kind of, like, has a bit of PTSD, like, at her little campfire where she talks to herself. And the problem is some people, like, skip through those accidentally, like, without even meaning to. And it's like, no, you need to, like, stop and digest the campfire moments with Laura, where she's talking about her internal thoughts about, like, every level she's going through, and there's meaningful dialogue there. But, like, I get it, like I totally get that criticism, especially with 2013. But, like, as the story goes on, where people keep that same criticism, I'm like, look, she's been going through these adventures by now. Of course she's gonna be numb to, like, all these mercenaries and cultists that come after her that she has to kill.
Yeah, which is also funny, because when I see people say that, like, oh, it's not as campy. Well, they're treating it more seriously. The first game has her fight an undead ghost of a Japanese empress with an immortal army. And then the second game is like, oh, what if you also had an undead army that she has to fight that are a part of an ancient Byzantine empire? And then
there's this immortal guy who's, like, sort of like this made up religion's version of kind of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the prophet, the character who is all that you find all these, like, notes about.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, okay, he's not Jesus Christ, but I mean, like, he's kind of like Jesus Christ. Like, basically. And she meets this dude who, and there's, like, also the Baba Yaga. I remember that.
Oh, that DLC was so funny. Yeah, but then in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, they're literally dealing with trying to get a hold of the power to reshape the fabric of reality.
Yeah, because to stop the Mayan apocalypse, basically.
Yeah, basically. And I'm just like, look, these games are weird. This is the exact
the thing is, they just treat it seriously. They're not as campy, which I get it. Some people love the camp, and I love campy things too. I love classic lore and how campy she is.
Yeah, but it's just like this is something where I can say it acknowledges it's a separate timeline. It acknowledges that this is different, but she has all of the important aspects of Laura. It just focuses more. In fact, I would actually equate it in a lot of ways to the first Angelina Jolie movie. There's actually quite a lot of similarities between this one and the Angelina Jolie movie, because that's actually what really started the trend of her parents being dead. Because in the original games, her parents were alive. It was after the movie where the Legends games started. They did that.
Yeah,
and in
yeah.
This
The
game,
Legends games went in a different direction. It's so funny because I actually missed out on the Legends games. I played the classic ones, and then I kind of stopped for a while, like Lara Croft. Like I remember them existing, but I didn't have the systems to play them when I was younger. And so then I finally got to play the reboot games, and I'm like, so that's why I'm trying to collect all the Legends games, because I want to go back and actually play those games because I missed out on them. And of course get the remasters of the original games. I've been buying those too, because why wouldn't you? That's awesome. I love these HD collections. They're great. But with these games, I also get that I think the well's been kind of poisoned, because people treat it like as if every other like disappointing reboot updated for modern audiences, but this one didn't really feel like it was. It was kind of right before that era was starting to crop in. And the problem is certain game journalists did poison the well by saying this is how Lara Croft really should be, and blah 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 blah. And they kind of try to pit the Laras against each other when they really shouldn't be pit against each other. I totally could see classic Lara Croft wanting to like protect this Lara Croft because she's been through a lot, and she's like, "Come on, girls, I'm gonna help you kill some cultists." And she like double wields her guns and starts shooting them.
Yeah, like the thing is a lot of the stuff that people criticized about it is mostly just culture war stuff. It's not even anything to do with the game itself.
Yeah, it's like it's not actually in the game, but like it's one of those things where I like, and I almost did the same thing with Baldur's Gate 3 because of stupid journalists had stupid opinions, and I almost wrote that game off until people played the game and started showing their playthroughs, and I'm like, oh, this is actually a good game. It's just stupid journalists trying to paint the game in a picture it's not, while trying to glaze it. And I'm like, oh, so you just don't understand this game at all.
Yeah,
Okay.
when all they talk about is sex with a bear, and you're like,
I was going to avoid bringing that up, but all right.
Well, yeah, like that's the only thing I heard about. Then you actually look at it and you're like, oh wow, there's actually just a lot of really good story and a lot of like really good gameplay in those games. So it's just, or in that game in Baldur's Gate 3. It's just, like, yeah.
Ghost is like, no, don't bring that up.
I'm sorry, I had to.
Ghost, I was trying to be vague. He brought it up. Blame him.
I'm literally the Patrick with the tomatoes being thrown at me.
But yeah, I think these games, I like them. I kind of wish they got a little bit like a fair shake, like just treated them for what they are rather than trying to, I don't know. Like, and also I hate culture where people trying to drag Lara into it. When Lara is Lara. She's just a cool character. She always has been.
And she's still drop dead gorgeous in these.
Yeah,
games.
she's so pretty.
But yeah, speaking of Lara Croft.
Yeah, speaking of Lara Croft,
I got the 1 through 3 remastered collection, and I tried playing them. They're still pretty hard, and I ended up having to turn on the unlock all guns cheats in the first game, but I played through the entirety of the first game, the very first Tomb Raider. And it was a very interesting experience. And while I occasionally needed a guide to explain what you're supposed to do in certain areas, because it's not particularly clear, like it was actually a pretty fun experience.
It's a classic for a reason.
Yeah. And the thing is when you had the modern controls and you can just move Laura around, it's so much better. Like, I know people will swear by tank controls. I do not like tank controls in any way, shape, or form.
I never liked tank controls. When I played Resident Evil remake of the first one, I don't use tank controls. I don't like tank controls. I know that's controversial because people are like, wait, but you're of my generation. You grew up in that era of tank controls. I know. I didn't even like them back then either.
I hated them as a kid. I thought it was dumb. I never understood. Like, as a kid, I didn't understand how
I would like switch between like saying like playing like Ocarina of Time, and then I go play the original Resident Evil, and I was like, oh, I hate how this controls, and then I go back to playing Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, but it's amazing how just having the modern controls.
Chat,
Like,
Resident Evil is goated. I'm not insulting it. I'm just saying I had trouble with the take controls. That's all. Like, don't lynch me. I'm sorry.
yeah.
Forgive me.
Well, and like it's so funny like how a lot of the design is actually pretty solid. It's like if there was like a little bit of better signposting on where you're supposed to go in some cases, like it would have been so much better. But like that was the era it came out in. It came out in the late 90s.
Yeah.
And it was an entirely different era of gaming.
And it's you can feel this is a 90s game so much.
Yeah.
Like even if when you go back and look at its marketing and I'm like, I want to return.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's just fun. It wears what it is on its sleeve. It's just a sexy adventure. Like it's just sexy as in Lara Croft is she is, and like she's like this fun action hero. She's like if she's like if Indiana Jones like fused with Alias. She's just cool.
Yeah, like there's a reason why she is a gaming icon and Tomb Raider is a classic series. It is it's rough, but like I actually think I like playing it more than the second game because I played through the second game on the remastered and I struggled with it. It's a lot harder.
They said, "We will make you cry, little boy."
And I cried. I even turned on the unlock all guns cheat for the second game, and I still struggled to get through it. I'm like, I wasn't built for this.
But at the same time, it's like, how many games can you dual wield guns and fight dinosaurs?
Yeah, not many actually.
As a super cool chick named Lara Croft, only one.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's this really simple game, but like there's not really a whole lot to say about the original Tomb Raider game.
But it is a classic for a reason.
Yeah. Yeah,
and like, it's just like, yeah, you're an adventurer. You're this cool chick. You're like this super awesome cool chick, and she like raids like tombs. Like she's an adventurer, like Indiana Jones. But she also
you
carries
mean
a lot
in
of guns.
Tomb Raider? You raid tombs?
Yeah, you're a Tomb Raider. You raid tombs. How about that? That's the other. I think people bring up like, unfortunately, like that's why the remake games get so blighted is because the current people who own the IP are stupid and don't understand Lara Croft right now. So unfortunately, they apply all that to the remake trilogy era when like that the remake trilogy era is nothing like the Netflix show. It's nothing like these other weird spin-off like thingies that they're doing right now with the IP.
No, it's totally different.
It's totally different, and none of them understand Lara Croft. They don't understand old. They don't understand. Like, they don't understand any era of Lara Croft. They don't understand her. They just don't.
Yeah. So I actually have to go to the bathroom real quick. So you can talk a little bit real quick, and then we'll get to the final game.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Sup, chat? It's my city now. How you boys and girls doing? So, what to talk about? Okay, I know. So, chat, recently, Coleman and I, there's the 35th anniversary of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, 35th anniversary of the 1990 movie. I love that movie so much. We went and saw it. It was pretty much a packed theater, despite we had an earlier showing that we went to, so it was awesome. I love that movie so much. I freaking love Ninja Turtles. Do you guys love Ninja Turtles? I love Ninja Turtles. I got into it, the 80s show when I was a kid. I would always go to my mom's parents' house, my grandparents. They always had a couple of VHS tapes, and I watched them religiously with my older brother because he loved Ninja Turtles. He was obsessed with them. And then eventually, like, I played a couple of video games on the SNES with my brother. And then 2003 came out when I was in middle school. And that one rewired my brain because I never actually read the Ninja Turtle comics until a little bit after the 2003 cartoon. But my older brother always told me that the comics were darker than the cartoon that we watched. And when we watched the 90s movie, he said, yeah, the comics were more like this. When he pointed at the movie, he's like, it was more like this. And I'm like, oh, this is cool. I like this. And so then whenever I watched the 2003 show, I was like, ooh, I love this. And so I was like, I gotta read the comics. And like, okay, there's some aspects of the comics I'm like, but like I love Ninja Turtles. I love it so much.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, I was just telling him we went and saw the 1990 movie. Everybody
Oh,
go
yeah.
see it if you can.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
they're gonna do this documentary. We saw like this trailer to this documentary right before we watched Ninja Turtles at the movie theater. It's like this 4-hour documentary that they're going to be doing. It's going to be like just the history of the franchise, like this retrospective. And they found like lost footage of behind the scenes of the original 1990s movie that was like never been seen. And the only way you can do it is if you see this documentary, you can pre-order it. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Let me get you a link. Let me get you a link, Coleman. Put it in the chat. I want my Ninja Turtle fans to watch this. TMNT. Hang on. Let me get you documentary. Let me get you. I'm gonna hook you up, chat. So if you wanna support it and buy it yourself, like go right ahead. And they have a whole bunch of like tiers of things you can pre-order for it's because it's all funded by a Kickstarter stuff. And let me get you that link. Let me get you that link. Where did it go? I had it pulled up. There we go. Pre-order store. Backer kit. Yeah, there we are. All right, copy. Actually, wait, I'm a mod. I can post a link. What am I doing?
Wow.
I can just here you guys go.
Be the change you want to see in the world.
Yeah. There you guys go. All right, so there's that. If you want to support this documentary, if that sounds like something you want, there you go. All right, now, next one. Okay, so back to High Moon.
Yeah.
Back to High Moon. So last year, we're going to talk about it later. We watched a certain movie that came out in 2024, and it kind of made us hungry for Transformers.
Yeah, it reignited a love for Transformers that I hadn't thought about since I was a little child.
Yeah, and so that's why for me, I rewatched because I only Transformers Prime. We'll talk about Transformers Prime in the next stream when we go over 2025 next year. So we did that. We played some Transformers games, namely War for Cybertron and Fall for Cybertron. These games are awesome. Everybody says they're the greatest Transformers games ever, and you would think, am I going to play these games? And everybody overhyped it, and they're going to be good, but they're not going to be as great as everybody said, treating it like it's the most amazing. It is. They're correct.
These games are good.
They're really good. I love them. Oh my gosh. They're perfect. I love the voice cast for everybody. I love that Johnny Young Bosch is Bumblebee. He's perfect for Bumblebee. He's so good as Bumblebee in War for Cybertron. And then you have all these other characters. They're great. I love that Ironhide and Warpath have almost this Legolas and Gimli dynamic.
Yeah.
They're great. And then you have the Decepticons are insanely funny in War for Cybertron because they're evil and awful and are wanting to basically just kill all Autobots. But then they still they're just nothing but just so much dark comedy with them. And Fred Tassacor, he plays a character in Judgment, so it was really great when he played Judgment. And then we go to this game, and I said, by the way, Captain Hover is Megatron. He's like, that's Captain Hover, and I'm like, that's Captain Hover. It's so good. And of course you got Peter Cullen back as Optimus Prime because of course you would. And what's great about him is he still kind of plays the serious Optimus that from the Bayformers movies, but he or Transformers Prime, where he's a much more serious character as Optimus Prime, whereas he's a little bit more lighthearted in G1 as Optimus Prime. But what I love here is he's almost comically serious here because he will say things with the most utmost seriousness, but it'll be the most ridiculous line you've ever heard, like the slugs. Slugs are our friends. They will lead us to the Pentacore. I don't know how Peter Cullen doesn't say certain lines and not bust a gut because of how because this is a children's toy commercial TV show and some comic books, but so there's some wacky silliness in there, but they treat it seriously, and you just have him saying things with the utmost sincerity. It'd be yep. Those are giant metal slugs. Okay, he doesn't say it like that. He also makes it sound cool. He says these funny lines that if any other actor said it, it would sound funny, but when Peter Cullen says it, it sounds cool.
Yeah.
He just has a cool voice. But I think our favorite memory when we both did War for Cybertron is what was that level? We were going to save Zeta Prime, and you were playing. You weren't playing Optimus. I think you were playing Ironhide. Yeah, because we were switching off on who was playing. Like we kept alternating controllers. Yeah, I remember you were playing Ironhide specifically. And shoot, I can't remember what you said. You said something really funny. But like you were going around the corner and then you heard a creepy sound and then you said nope and then you turned car mode and you started to drive away. I think my favorite part is like when you were shooting at something, like because there was like an Insecticon in between you and Optimus, and then Optimus accidentally shot you, and then you hear Peter calling because whenever there's friendly fire and you can't, there is friendly fire, but like it doesn't actually do really any serious damage. But the character will always have a funny line, being like, "Hey, watch where you shoot," things like that. Or like the other character will say something that it's just like, "Get out of the way of my shot," and things like that. But with Optimus, you have Peter calling in the most sincere voice, and he's like, "Sorry, friend. I'll be more careful next time." And you're just like, "It's okay, Optimus. Like, it's okay, darling." Because he's so sincere. And it's just like, it's Dad, and you just love him.
Yeah, it was also really fun just how smooth transforming between.
Oh, Anomaly!
Hey!
There you are, you Aussie bastard.
About time you showed up.
Yeah, holding out on us. Yeah, we're nerds. So are you. Welcome to the stream. Anyway, you were saying, cool, man.
Yeah, and it was especially when you do the flying levels, you're playing one of the flying characters, and you can just.
Oh yeah, when we were playing Starscream. Oh my gosh, that was so fun. That was the Thundercracker and Starscream, and oh my gosh, those were the funniest levels because of the banter between all these characters.
Yeah, all the incidental dialogue was so freaking funny, and especially when you're playing as Megatron and he's just walking through and he's like,
"It's like, Lord Megatron, it's an honor serving you. It is your honor." Just the ego on this man, and it's just like, "Lord Megatron, you can't blast through there. We'll never make it. Blast him. Any other objections?" Hello, Anomaly. Hello there. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Mr. Ink, you are a bold one. There. Okay. Fall for Cybertron. We got to talk a lot about that because that was the one because we kept watching. Before we jumped into after we beat War for Cybertron, we then watched a lot of trailers of Fall for Cybertron. Because there was a lot of hype building up for Fall for Cybertron. And so many of the trailers kept really emphasizing, "Hey guys, you're going to play as Grimlock."
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I want to play Grimlock. I want to play Grimlock so bad. So the whole game, and it was a fun game. We're like, oh my gosh, we get to play as Jazz. Like, oh, the tutorial level, we're playing as Bumblebee. This is really fun. And it's like, oh, yay, I get to play so-and-so. Like, it's like, haha, Starscream's trying to usurp Megatron again. And it was just like, oh, we're having fun. But the whole time we kept going, where's Megatron? Or not, sorry, no. Where's Grimlock? Where's Grimlock? I want to be Grimlock. Where's Grimlock? And they kept building up Grimlock there. Like, he's always just out of reach. Every time you're trying to, like, a character's trying to meet up with Grimlock, or you hear an intermission of, like, the Grimlock was sighted and his team. And you're like, oh, we're just so close to Grimlock. And we wanted to play Grimlock. And we're like, where is Grimlock? And then we finally got to play as Grimlock, and it lived up to the hype. Grimlock is so much fun to play. He's a tank. I mean, he's a robot dinosaur. What's not to love?
But it was also really cool how they changed how they
made
the
and G1 it was Wheeljack who made the Dinobots. And here they changed it to being Shockwave, and he captured Grimlock's team, experimented on them, and yeah, he experimented on them. I was like, yikes! And he messed with their memory to kind of dumb them down and make them dumber to try and make them easier to control. But they still maintained some of their sense of self, but their mind has been forced to be made more primitive, and all like they're all like in pain. All Grimlock knows is he's pissed off and he really wants to take a bite out of Shockwave, literally. And I love it. Shockwave's voiced by Steve Bloom, and he's perfect as Shockwave. It's one of my favorite like voices for Shockwave, honestly.
Yeah.
I love that. Honestly, would kill for a new Transformer show, and if like I was in charge of one, I would use this version of that Shockwave made the Dinobots, and then the Dinobots like escaped and rebelled, and like they have this like very angry, reasonable beef with Shockwave. Like I love that. I would totally go for that in a future adaptation. It's really cool.
Well, and it's also interesting because as established all the way back in G1, the Autobots, like the war took place millions of years before like our normal time. So Shockwave is looking at Earth and he's witnessing the dinosaurs.
Yeah, because if he's whenever you get to Shockwave's basically his crib, where all his experiments are done, and that's where you see all these Insecticons, and then eventually you get the Dinobots and stuff like that. And then it's like it actually tries to answer a question of why are there Earth animals or like prehistoric animals and Earth insect type forms that these like now granted they didn't have to. Some of them could just be like, yeah, they can just transform into that, deal with it. But this one they said no, we want to actually create an origin of why. And it was like Shockwave's trying to find a replacement because of Cybertron's dying, and he wants to try a suitable replacement planet for the Decepticons to settle on. He peeks through a telescope, it comes across Earth, but because of the light years and the distance it takes for something to travel, like, yeah, he looks at a prehistoric Earth. So we're still seeing, like, whenever some of our continents haven't quite, like, when Pangea's kind of sort of split apart into those other two continents. And I'm like, oh, that's so cool. He's seeing an ancient prehistoric Earth. He then sees that the creatures that are on that Earth, these primitive creatures, he finds they're like, oh, these are interesting, like, animals, and, like, they're quite powerful and durable. I could use these designs for my next experiment because he's a mad scientist. I thought that was really cool to do that.
Yeah. It's like, and it's cool because that's just a little side thing. It's not even like a part of the main plot inherently. You just kind of come across it when you're going through Shockwave's lab.
I love it so much. This game is so cool. And I wish we had a proper into it for a real trilogy. Rise of the Dark Sparks. Nope, I don't recognize that. Nope. That's not a proper third game. That's not canon. It's terrible. Everybody agrees it's terrible. I don't know why they did that. And the fact that then they're like, oh, this is stupid, High Moon. You made a bad game. You forced them to make that game. Screw you guys at Activision and Hasbro. I'm so mad that they've never, like, with the rant earlier about High Moon. Like, I am so mad. These devs made amazing games. They made those awesome Spider-Man games. They made the amazing Deadpool game. They made these amazing Transformers games. And then they just kill the studio. They just kill the studio, and these people's legacies don't even get to live on because they don't renew the licenses. So, like, new generations can't experience it as they were played. Because, like, we'll never get to understand how awesome the multiplayer is that everybody told me about because they will not relicense the game and turn on the multiplayer online for everybody because they shut down all the servers. And they will refuse to renew these licenses. I'm told the multiplayer is fantastic. You also get access to other playable characters that are not, like, in the main story for, like, Autobots and Decepticons, I believe. It's just, sorry. I know this is supposed to be a positive stream, but I'm going to be salty about what happened to High Moon.
Yeah.
Anyways, if you come across any copies, like whether it's PS3 or Xbox 360, like, or I don't know if there's a PS4 and Xbox One copy. There might be for at least Fall of Cybertron. I don't know about War, though. But, like, if you can find them used on a game shelf, buy them. If not, then you will have to emulate them. But, like, play these games. They are really good Transformers games.
Oh, yeah.
I love them. But I don't have anything else to add other than their peak fire.
Yeah. So that's the end of the video game section. I think that's probably going to be the biggest one.
Yeah.
especially because we had all those Yakuza games. So now we're going to be moving on to shows. First one to talk about.
Yeah.
This is one of those shows that when we like, there's so much hype. It's like the big thing now.
Yeah, everybody talked about it for a couple years. We never jumped into it when it first came out. And eventually one day when I was house sitting, I was like, you know what? I'll give this anime a shot. I watched a couple episodes and then I told him, when you come over Saturday, you're watching this with me. And he's like, oh, we could. I'm like, nope, whatever else we were going to do, that's on the table. That's off. We're doing this. And I'm like, you trust me. You're going to like this. This series is special. I think it's really fun.
Yeah, it's just been this absolutely phenomenal show that it does a lot of things that a lot of shows aren't going to do, because it's like this could have been a really dark show. Like it could have been
it has dark moments.
Yeah,
but at the end of the day, it remembers
like,
what it is. It's a found family slice of life comedy with spy thriller and action.
Yeah, like with a lot of stuff that got really popular, like Attack on Titan and Jujutsu Kaisen, that are like dark and sometimes just outright miserable stories. It's like something like Spy X Family, which the main characters are a jaded, cynical spy and an assassin who
let's hang on. Let's back it up, because let's say you're one of the few people who have not seen this anime and you're coming across this, talking about this right now. So we're going to just straight up pitch this show to you. Now, some people like me, when I first heard the show and I really didn't know anything about it, didn't really pay attention to other than these images, I thought it was like a spy has a fake family, like as in, but like they're all in on the fake family aspect. Like this is like his fake wife. She's like a hitman chick, but like she's in on it because they're probably after some similar target, and they just have a daughter to help maintain the mask. Like I thought it was just like that, and there's some fun misadventures, and it would be like, oh no, this family's becoming the mask. Like I thought it was just that. Technically, yes, the family becomes mask, but no, it's even crazier than that. No, this spy is got a mission, and he needs to get close to this politician who like is this recluse. He's mysterious, and he's like the head of like this very concerning political party. It's kind of loosely based off the Cold War as well as Berlin, like Germany after World War II, the fall of the Berlin Wall. There's like an East and West nation that's clearly based on East Germany and West Germany. And Twilight, the dad here, he is the best spy. He's basically their James Bond. He is the best of the best of the best of the best. He is the man of 1,000 faces. He can literally impersonate anybody and get out. He's the perfect spy. So he's given this mission. He needs to get close to this guy. But there's a catch. The guy is such a recluse that he only shows up to certain events at his son's school, his elementary school. A prestigious private academy, mind you, but still an elementary school nonetheless. And the upper echelon basically tells this spy, who literally cut ties with any human contact, threw himself into spy work, you need to have a kid in a week. And he's just like, what do you mean I need to have a kid in a week? And so then he adopts Anya here. And then it's like, but to get into the school, they expect you to have the picture perfect nuclear family. So then he needs to find himself a wife. The joke here, though, is he doesn't know that the girl he adopted is a telepath. He doesn't know that the woman he agreed to become his wife is a hitman. So we have 3 people living double lives in this family, and one of them is a 5-year-old or 6-year-old. Hijinks ensue. Now, let us discuss the show. Now, with that premise, now you can understand, okay, there's a lot of potential for comedy and spy thriller mystery. Like, yeah, but there's also a lot of heart, because if it is this family, it's these people who are broken people torn up by post-war-turned world,
Right, and the setting is basically in the 1960s. So the war that they're talking about from a couple decades
It's basically
ago,
like a World War II.
yeah, it's this universe's equivalent of World War II.
With
So
some dashes of elements currently of a it's like almost as if immediately it led into the Cold War. Like immediately. Like just did like 10 years later or something, which technically yes, but I digress. But instead of like America and Russia, it's East Germany and West Germany, basically. But it's like a fictional East Germany and West Germany. Germany, can't talk. But there's a lot of references to a lot of spy thrillers. Like Anya, straight up, her favorite cartoon is called Bondman, which yes, James Bond, yes, correct. But it's also like her cartoon is basically like if Lupin the Third like did a fusion dance with James Bond. And it's a funny little cartoon that she loves, and it has all these like 60s gags like in this cartoon that she's watching. And like there's a whole like the soundtrack. Oh my gosh. No, hang on. No, I gotta play one of my favorite songs. Where is it? Like, holy cow. It wears its love of 60s spy thrillers like just on its sleeve. And you talk about why you love it, Cool Man, while I find like one of my favorite songs. Go ahead, Cool Man. You talk about it.
oh, sorry. Well, so the thing about Spy X Family, which it does, funnily enough, focus mostly on the slice of life dynamic of the characters while intersplicing the Twilight's like spy missions and sometimes yours like assassination missions.
Coupled with Anya's school life. So then you
Yeah.
have the slice of life little girl, but the difference is she's a little girl that can see into the thoughts of literally everybody around her.
Right. She's actually the only person there who's aware of everyone's double life.
But she's a child. She's a small child. So whenever she hears like Lloyd, that's his false identity. He goes by the identity of Lloyd Forger. That's his fake name for this fake family. And she'll hear him thinking a million miles an hour, thinking of all like the different scenarios of like, oh, what if we were approached and somebody were like to like, you know, attack us, and then I have to think of like possible escape, and then it's like he's holding her hand and he's just like, could be complicated fighting one hand. I could do it, but blah, blah, and he's like firing a million miles an hour, and in her little brain, she's just like potentially kidnapped, and then she runs, and then she goes and she hides behind a bush. And he's like, "What are you doing?" And she's like, "Trying not to get kidnapped." And he's like, "What?" Because he didn't say anything out loud, but it's constant jokes like that where she'll hear like thoughts or whatever he says, the secret police, and she's just like, secret police? What's that? That sounds cool. Like she doesn't know what she's hearing. She doesn't quite understand. It's literally a telepath, but a literal child. A child's not going to comprehend the complex thoughts of her super incredibly intelligent spy fake father.
Yeah.
And that's where a lot of the comedy lies, is that Anya doesn't understand things because of it's implied she's actually younger than what she says she is. I think somewhere it was finally revealed that she's like, yeah, she's actually a year younger than what she says she is. She says she's 6, so that way she can be adopted and get into the school for the entrance exam, but she's actually 5. So she is like a year behind all her peers, so that's why she struggles in school. And she's extremely eccentric because she can read everybody's mind. So that makes her strange to everybody. But it's such a funny show. I can't even begin to describe how insanely funny and charming and awesome it is. There's like just a lot of just genuinely cool moments, and I need to find, where is that song? Dang you, I will find you song. It's like one of my favorite tracks. Here it goes. You could tell these people like 60s spy thrillers. Very heavy on the trumpets.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you get the idea. It is so much good music. It is awesome. Oh yeah, right. I forgot to mention they adopt a dog who turns out was an escaped scientific experiment, and the dog can see the future. So it's just a collection of stuff from the 60s where you would see storylines like that. And then you have Yor, who's everybody's just like, please step on me. But the funny thing is that's not Yor. Yor is in fact a girl failure. And the only thing she's good at is killing. She's a terrible cook. She is socially awkward. She doesn't know how to connect to her peers. She's pretty goofy. But and she's also pretty clueless at the fact that she's kind of accidentally raised her brother into being a total man child because of who's obsessed because of she's kind of dumb. Yor is not smart. like but she's like got this inhuman superhuman strength almost. Like she kicked a car and sent it skidding into a telephone pole or a lamppost. That's what she did. Like she is like comically strong. Like they often like poke jokes at that, and and she's really good at things. Like she's at least good at cleaning. But that's like an insecurity for her because of she feels like she can't connect with normal women around her in their 1960s era fictional world because of her coworkers are more socialites. And then of course you have now that she's moved in with Lloyd into his neighborhood of his fake family, there's all these older women who are all mothers or grandmothers, and she doesn't quite feel like she fits in with anybody around her. But like with Lloyd, like with Anya, it's the more and more time this fake family spends time together, the more and more they feel more like a real family than some other characters' actual families, because they all want human connection. And that's really what it comes down to. It's called Spy X Family, but the real heart of the story is that these misfits of society, these experiments, these hitmen, these these spies, they all deep down want to be human. And it's kind of more about what's the backbone of any society? It's families. The everyday family is kind of what makes these societies work and function. It all comes back to a family. And that's where the charm lies in these characters. It's funny, it's wacky, it's got some crazy action scenes here and there, but then it hits you in the heart. It hits you in the gut with these wholesome moments of this family. And I love them. I can't wait to it's been a long time since I've actually given it a shot. If I wouldn't have given other anime a shot if it wasn't for Spy X Family, because I've been so burnt out on ongoing stories in recent years, whether it's anime or Western shows, because it's always led up to disappointing endings. And I'm like, I don't want to waste time and investment if the story's just going to disappoint me. And then I haven't really bought much manga recently, unless it's older stories that I've already invested my time into the past. I've now been ongoing buying a bunch of Spy X Family manga because I actually have faith that this one is going to stick the landing. It just feels like it is. And because of it, we're going to talk about another anime later. I've watched that anime. I've watched I gave in this anime that Anomaly Riley told me and Cool Man to watch, Dr. Stone, and I quite enjoyed that one. It has kind of similar vibes to Spy X Family in a certain way, in different ways, but it's kind of got that same dark things happen, but it's got this heart there, which is really the core, the crux of it. I don't want to say it's like saccharine, but it's it is more of a glass half full instead of a glass half empty type of philosophy in this type of show and other anime that we're going to talk about later. And did you want to add any thoughts? I'm sorry, I rambled the most about that.
I mean, you kind of said pretty much everything that would need to be said.
I'm sorry, I talked way too much. I need to let you say some things too. This is your show.
Yeah, but Spy X Family is it's a breath of fresh air in a lot of shows. Because like I said before, a show like this could be dark, depressing, and just cynical, but it
has dark moments, but
it comes
that's back
different.
To the heart.
Yeah, it's different than just being dark for the sake of it. There are dark moments that show these are the kind of the stakes of what Twilight is doing.
Yeah, it makes the wholesome moments actually mean something because of these dark things happen, but it always comes back to this is what Twilight is fighting for. He's fighting for peace. and for their countries.
Yeah.
And they kind of soften him up, Yor and Anya. He kind of starts off almost robotic when you first meet him because he's just fully immersed himself into the spy identity. He outright mentally erased his own name, like, by himself. Like, he made himself forget his own name to make himself a more efficient spy. He has vague memories of his past as a child during the war, but he literally let go of his own birth name and refuses to remember it because if he lets go of that part of his humanity, it'll make him a far more effective spy. And then by Yor and Anya is actually like opening up, like, to him becoming more and more and more human again. It's the same with Yor. She seems a bit awkward when you first meet her, but then suddenly the assassin mask comes on, and then you're just like, whoa, she's scary and cold. And she's a bit weird, but Anya brings out this insanely gentle side of her quickly. Like, very quickly. She takes to Anya very fast as a mother figure, and all she wants to do is just, like, be a good mother to Anya, like, sincerely, even though this is a fake daughter and a fake marriage.
Yeah, it's funny the moments where Yor is insecure about the relationship, and then she's like, but this is just a fake family, so why do I feel this way? And it's just like it's not that fake.
Yeah, it's not that. I know, and that's the family. Like, especially for Anya, it's easier because she's a child. But the dilemma, the inner turmoil for Yor and Lloyd is they know deep down, and they're scared to admit it, is that they want this to be real. They want this to be a real family. They want to be married for real because they're starting to fall in love with each other. They want for real Anya to be their daughter. They don't want this family to be fake. And I think that's the heart of it, and that's why it's so charming. It's because of, like, it's these characters wanting to be a unit for real. And we all know that's how the story's going to end.
Yeah.
They're going to become a family for real. It's all pointing to it. That's what's going to happen. And I think that's why it's kind of a breath of fresh air. And it's just funny. The jokes are insanely hilarious.
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil all of them, but they're pretty great. I'll say, no. I'm not going to spoil one of the best jokes. Nah.
No.
Just watch it if you haven't. Just watch it if you haven't.
Yeah. So the next show to talk about.
Okay. Does anybody actually remember The Real Adventures of Jonny Quest? I feel like I'm one of the few people who remembered this show back when it was on Toonami on Cartoon Network. Because I vaguely remembered the show. I started rewatching it. It's funny. I actually forgot a lot about it. I remembered I did watch it, but I forgot a lot about it while I was watching it with Cool Man. I was like, hey, let's just rewatch it just for the fun of it. And then there was a couple of episodes where it was like a scene, and it would be like a brutal scene too, where suddenly it's like, oh, I do remember watching the show. Suddenly it was like the blocked childhood trauma fear.
Well, that was exactly what happened to me, because I was like, I think I vaguely remember the show, but then that was there one episode in season 2 where the person was being like magically sealed up into bricks, and I had a brick
when the ghost attacked that dude.
Yeah, and all of a sudden my mind was like, freaking, like, I was slammed with nostalgia and also
also fear. It was like a nostalgic fear, a primal fear that you've long buried.
Yeah, and all of a sudden I'm just like, wait a minute, I remember this vividly. I watched this show. I didn't just remember it, and it's just like I had locked away in the memories of my mind.
Yeah, it was just like suddenly it was like, can you get PTSD nostalgia? But this show was okay, minus the cringy Quest World stuff. But like, this show is genuinely underrated. It there was a back in this, because Hanna-Barbera, they made Scooby-Doo, they made a whole bunch of other cartoons. Back in, it was the 60s or 70s, right, Cool Man?
60s, yeah.
60s, yeah. So then they had a show, Jonny Quest. And it was Jonny Quest was this family. You had Dr. Quest, his son Johnny, his adoptive son, Hajit, and wait, am I saying his name right? Haji. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that. His name is Haji. His adoptive son, Haji, and then their Race, who is like basically Johnny's tutor slash Dr. Quest's bodyguard. Because Dr. Quest is like this insanely smart scientist dude guy, but he's also insanely rich. So basically, Tony Stark, if Tony Stark was humble. And then this show is sort of like treated as like it's supposed to be a sequel to that old 60s show. It's the 90s flavor. And instead then they add in this new character, the redhead here, Jessie, and she's supposed to be Race's daughter. And their explanation, the reason why we don't see her in the original show is, well, yeah, she was living with her mother because of Race's divorce. And that kind of tracks though, because of Race has like a bunch of love interests in the original show. He also has quite a few in this one too. Cause like, yeah, Race is just a handsome man who every woman just wants to get with him. But this show was insanely fun. And I wish I could play anything from it, but Warner Brothers has an insanely aggressive copyright. Despite the fact that they do not reprint this show ever, they will still copyright claim you for this. It's so ridiculous. But I want you guys, if you've never seen the show, like literally ever, I want you to, in another tab right now, type up Real Adventures of Jonny Quest intro and just watch it. It is one of the hardest like orchestral scores that literally encapsulates the feeling of adventure I've ever heard in my life. And it's a very simple, like you're flying around this green 3D grid where you just see like snapshots of clips of the show, like almost in this grid-like canyon. But the music is swelling and it's like the most epic thing you've ever heard. You feel like as if like Indiana Jones was on steroids type of adventure. This show, though, could surprisingly get really brutal for a cartoon. Despite the cringy Questworld stuff, you'll be like, what's Questworld? It's like this virtual reality, early CGI. Now imagine if Beast Wars had worse CGI.
Yeah, like it was very impressive.
It was cutting edge for the time. It was insanely expensive, but the problem is this show apparently went through a lot of production hell and a lot of development hell. And they had all this stuff, like they sunk in a ton of money into this technology to make this Questworld stuff, but it was more of the new people they put on the show for this new show really didn't want to do this Questworld stuff, but it was more like Warner Brothers like, listen, we spent a buttload on this tech and this stuff. You have to use some of these assets for some of these scenes and just make it work into some episodes because we refuse to lose out on any of that money that we spent because we spent a lot and we need to at least get some returns. Mm-hmm. So they kind of have to cram in some Questworld stuff in almost every episode. Season 2 kind of lightens up on it on some parts. And then, of course, it rears its ugly head in other parts. And they were like, no, the Questworld looks so ugly. It is not aged well in special effects.
No.
But, like, I will say, though, it's not, like, bad as in, like, oh, ew, I hate this. It's more of, like, so bad it's kind of funny. So, like, at least when the Questworld stuff does pop up, I do laugh a lot at it. Like, so, like, at least I was constantly entertained. I can only think of one episode where I thought was not the best written, but it was more of, like, a couple of characters they came across were kind of unsympathetic, more than anything. It had nothing to do with Questworld, ironically enough. And then there was another episode where it was so bad it was funny, and that was the whale episode.
Oh my gosh, that episode was so...
It was so dumb.
Whales.
It was so dumb. But it was dumb in a funny way. But it was a genuinely fun show. And, like, they kill off, like, villains or mooks in a brutal way, surprisingly. Like, even in season 1. Like, there's a scene straight up where, like, in season 1 where they have to fight these poachers. And the poachers are, like, hunting these elephants. And this elephant straight up, like stomps on a poacher to death. Now, granted, like, it's not like you see blood or anything, but you do hear the sound of a crunch, and I'm just like, oh my gosh! And then you see the elephant pick up this other poacher with its trunk, launch it into the air, and by the way, they're at this elephant graveyard site where there's the bones of all these elephants, and we see the eye view of the poacher through his point of view as he's falling to his death towards a trunk of an elephant bone. And then it cuts to the characters all, like, looking away in horror as you hear a very disgusting sound, knowing that he was impaled.
I don't know how they got away with that.
I was just like, oh my god! gosh. I was like, we're the 90s, because the 90s usually were pretty harsh on censor sometimes. I was like, holy cow. I'm like, I'm amazed they got away with that. And they did that almost every episode. There are so many like very scary, very visceral, very brutal moments. The moment, because of, like I said, you had like that moment with that very horrifying scene where the ghost drags that guy into like that open area and then encloses him. Like every claustrophobe in the room is going, as he's locked in with a corpse. But like the moment for me is this one episode, and it immediately hit me. There was a memory of this show, like, because of most of it almost felt like I was watching it for the first time, because I'm like, I know I watched the show, but I don't remember watching it. And then there was this one episode where they were underwater, and it kind of slowly tickled my memories, and I'm like, this sort of looks familiar to me. And then suddenly these giant fish monsters that like they're like the size of an adult, or I guess a teenage human. They're about the size of the kids. These fish monsters that are basically like, you know how in the movies, like piranhas, how they eat things ridiculously fast, like how they don't actually do, but like they eat things so fast where they leave nothing but the bones. Yeah, that was these monsters. And they're like locked in this enclosed, like underwater fort lab facility with these things trying to break in. And these scientists are dropping like flies, and like as they're all being eaten, and then you'll see skeletons, and it's a genuinely scary episode. Jessie straight up has a panic attack that Jonny has to help get her through at one point, because she's so like, they're all terrified they're gonna get eaten alive. And I was like, suddenly I'm like, oh my gosh, I remember this show. I remember this show. I really do remember this episode. I had nightmares from this episode. Oh man. What I love though is it's weird though, because season 1 had a completely different animation style and a different voice cast. And then season 2, it was an animated by, like I said, this show went through such strange production hell, and they kind of cobbled all this stuff together. I don't know how they made it work, but they did. I think season 2, I prefer the art style of season 2, which that's what this image is. It's from a still of an episode in season 2. I think it's actually, I believe, animated by the same studio that animated some like of Batman the Animated Series, like Mask of the Phantasm, but they also did Scooby-Doo and Zombie Island, like that animation studio. They animated the season 2, and quite a lot of voice actors like that you might recognize. Like Quentin Flynn voices Johnny Quest in season 2 specifically. Yeah. And I believe Jennifer Hale in one of the seasons, she voices Jessie. And like, but I remember when we first watched season 2 and we noticed the animation. It's not that the animation in season 1 was bad. It was actually pretty good for like, it's like, you know, like it's like, especially compared to how much they blew the budget on Quest World and how much probably was left for the 2D animators. Like it actually didn't look bad at all. It kind of felt like, you know, like it looked like a Western cartoon. This looks like straight up like something that was animated in Korea or Japan. And like we noticed it immediately. Like it was like, oh, they had a little bit of more money in some of these shots, like with the way of how the dynamic camera angles, like especially whenever Haji and Jonny were trying to escape, almost getting killed by like this enemy throwing them underneath where a rocket was about to launch, so they would be killed by that. And like them trying to climb up desperately, like the animation, like when they got knocked down is when both of us said, oh, like we were like, look at that camera angle. They're like, this one's really upped the production budget here. It looks so good. I can't. Guys, you can get access to the show if I know you actually can, I believe, find all episodes on Amazon Prime if you buy it. I don't know where else you can buy this show. I know like it's hard to come across, but you can find DVDs of this show. So if you can get it, give the show a shot. Yes, the Questworld stuff's a bit cringe-inducing a little bit, but like it's a very fun adventure show of these two families, you know, that they're basically just like they just go on these globe-trotting adventures. You don't really see shows like this anymore.
No.
That's the cat that I'm cat sitting. Throw him a couple of cat treats, cool man, so he'll leave you alone.
He's nowhere near me. He's in an entirely different area.
Just Oh my goodness. I'll mute and I'll take care of him. you talk about Johnny Quest.
Well, I think she's already said really everything to say about Johnny Quest. There's not really much that I could add aside from like going into specific episodes. So I would actually like to move on because there's a show that we watched.
I'm gonna mess up with your mind chat. Now I'm in Cool Man sector.
Yeah.
Feed this damn cat.
So there's a show that we watched as Avengers, Earth's Mightiest Heroes. So this show is actually very interesting because it came out in a time when the MCU was very new. We hadn't had the Avengers movie yet. So a lot of it is it's kind of taking a few cues from the MCU, specifically when it comes to Iron Man and maybe like a little bit of some of the other characters. But for the most part, it actually takes a lot of inspiration from the comics. Thor specifically, like Thor and the Asgardians, is way more...
I know they said Iron Man 2008 and then Hulk that came after it of the MCU. Events similar to that are broad strokes of something basically just like those movies are considered canon to this movie's universe as the backstory for their Hulk and their Iron Man. So they're very much thinking of Norton's Hulk and Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man, but they do take them in different directions to be closer to their comic counterpart. And it is interesting because Tony's actually much more interested in the idea of the Avengers and actually helps form it in comparison to Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man, who was very against the Avengers at first in the first Avengers movie. So it is interesting to see that slight difference when it's obviously he's inspired by Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of stuff about it. Like, for example, including characters like Ant-Man and the Wasp, who in the comics were founding members of the Avengers.
Yeah.
Were very much sidelined in the MCU, but like they play pretty notable roles. And in fact, Hank gets one of the most interesting arcs that, unfortunately, because the show
we didn't get to see it all the way through,
right?
Because the show got canceled.
It was taking a lot of inspirations from Hank's dark arc in the comics, which was not exactly handled the best in the comics.
No, and they actually tried to refine it and really like give it some more nuance. And like he still has a slight jerk arc, but we understand it's like he's just like mentally he's just going through it, and this is his coping mechanism of like, as he's trying to push everybody away of all the guilt and torment he's going through because of like he created Ultron, and he's very much he's a pacifist, and like this superhero work is really wearing down on his pacifistic ideals. And then he just straight goes into anti-hero mode because he's just like, screw it, whatever, fine, I'll be an anti-hero then. And it's like, but that's him coping with his trauma. And it was like really interesting. And then he was starting to grow out of it, and then the show got canceled.
Yeah, so they were canceled before he got to complete his arc where he gets to come back and be a hero again.
Like he was starting to like slowly join the team, and then they fight Galactus, and then the show gets canceled.
Yeah, but it actually is really cool to see a lot of little details, especially like in the World War II flashbacks that you see of like Captain America
and Bucky is based on original Bucky, where he was basically the kid hero Bucky. And what's great is they actually have Robin from Teen Titans voicing Bucky.
Yeah,
because Bucky is basically was Captain America's Robin originally until like they retconned some things about Bucky. So they were trying to loosely adapt both that classic Bucky and do the Winter Soldier storyline like later on.
Well, and they even established like, oh, he still dies like in the original comics, but then
but because of time travel, like wibbly wobbly, the timeline gets changed, and so that like he's brought back to life, but instead it's changed to where the Hydra story does come into play. And yes, it's actually Hydra.
Yeah, so it's like, and then he still he comes back, but it's like, oh, it's literally just because you had Kang messing around with the time stream, and it caused these
I'm going to say straight up, these 2 seasons of Earth Mightiest Heroes are better than the entirety of the MCU, and I say that as somebody who loves Phase 1.
Yeah. Well, and especially when you get to see characters like Janet, who gets to have a lot more time.
She's the best. I love this Janet. She's like one of my favorite Janets ever. She's so funny. She's literally the heart of this team.
Oh yeah. Well, and it's also great is when you had Black Widow, who they really were playing into her like her being a spy, and you half the time you don't know which side she's on.
Half the time you're questioning like which direction are they going to take her character? Are they going to like actually make her be a villain? And it's just like, wait, but Black Widow's not. And they're like, but they actually do really make you question if like, oh, straight, are they taking her in a villain arc direction? Like, that's interesting. And they really play around with your expectations with her because they really keep you guessing on whose side is she actually on, because if she's constantly double crossing everybody, only to reveal that, yes, she's on Nick Fury's side.
Yeah. And they also did a phenomenal thing where they took the concept of the Civil War story and they mixed it in with...
They made it way better, because I never liked the Civil War story even back in the original comics. But I love that they brought in basically the Skrull and that whole storyline in that comic.
Right. So they mixed Civil War with Secret Invasion.
Yeah.
So
and
you
it
had
really
everyone...
gave a great reason for why people would be like distrustful of superheroes after that, because then they can't even trust anybody. This also gives a great backdrop for why people would be scared of the mutants in this universe. Even though we briefly see the X-Men and they're like alluded to, this gives a great backdrop for why the X-Men then would stay in hiding for a little bit. Because of, let's like, oh yeah, then the Skrulls come along and then people would start be questioning like, oh my gosh, are these guys Skrulls too? And I love that it kind of like, it doesn't delve into it as much. I felt like if the show got another season, we might see more of the aftermath of like what the Skrulls did. Like, because we do feel it in season 2. Like, there are episodes that touch on it, especially Captain America's reputation, which is in shambles. But like I bet we would have even seen more like consequences of like the Skrulls and what they've done and making people paranoid and mistrustful of others. The biggest one. People forget that Carol Danvers used to be likable. She was very likable, guys. She was once upon a time.
Yeah, this show was made in the era right before they tried to force her as Captain Marvel.
Actually, it was right around when they were starting to. But this show was in such a sweet spot that she was she still was not nearly as, but she was almost as powerful as her Captain Marvel counterpart. So they gave her basically almost the same power set as that Captain Marvel. The only difference is she's inexperienced also with her powers. So it's a great way to kind of like nerf her, because she's not as experienced and she's still kind of learning the ropes. But she has her Miss Marvel personality, the classic Miss Marvel personality. And her costume's like fantastic. It's one of her classic designs. It's not her original design, but it's one of her 3 classic designs, and I love the design. And I'm pretty sure, isn't it Jennifer Hale voicing her?
Yes, it's Jennifer Hale.
Yeah, which that's another reason why she's just so likable. And she's just great. She was a great addition to the team. She's a fun character. And like, I'm like, oh man, remember when we liked Carol? Remember when that was a thing? One of the other best aspects of the show is Hulk.
Yeah.
So many of you have not seen the real Hulk and Bruce Banner. Please watch the show if you haven't. And then you'll understand why it pains my soul what the MCU did to him. He's such a good character. Oh, the other best one is Hawkeye. Hawkeye is another character that they nerfed in the MCU. And I don't mean like in skill set. I mean in personality. I love Jeremy Renner. I think he could play a great comic accurate Hawkeye. We just haven't seen him. The closest we ever got was in Phase 1. After that, we never really quite saw the echoes of a... Oh, gosh. I didn't mean to make a pun! Not that echo! Well, of the original Clint Barton. This guy is... He's Clint. He's a wisecracker, but he's also got balls of steel, and he will insult Hulk to his face and be like, yeah, you want to go? That was still one of the funniest jokes, where that made Hulk laugh so much that he depowered back into Bruce Banner. Because he couldn't be angry anymore because of the gumption and gall of this man was so funny to him. And he's just like, that's actually hilarious. I can't even be mad at him. He turns into Bruce Banner mid like laughing fit. I'm like, that was great. I love that. Like, he's just so fun. I love him. And then of course you have just Thor being actual real classic Thor.
Yeah.
I'm like, I miss my husband Tails. I miss him a lot. I also love that they introduced actually Black Panther much sooner in this cartoon. And then he joins the team and part of like being part of the original roster. Because Black Panther's just cool.
Yeah.
He's just cool. But I also love what they did with Tony. Because he's clearly based off Robert Downey Jr., but like they take him in different directions. And he especially kind of like goes nuts whenever the scrolls start to come around. And he's like got so much pressure like on his shoulders because and I love that they did instead of Captain America leads the Avengers first, instead they have it be Tony because it makes sense. Tony forms the team. He funds literally everything. And then of course he goes through like a crisis because of like everything about their civil war shakes things up. And it makes Tony question everything. So then Captain America has to step up to the plate and be a leader. So it's like they kind of give a reason for why Tony would step out of the leader role and put Captain America in again as the leader role like he was in the original comics. But then, they have Tony come back around. They do a great job of fusing Ultimate Nick Fury with 616 Nick Fury. So like I did really like that.
Yeah.
And there was one other thing that I want to say that the show did that was like perfect and the MCU could never reach peak. Well, actually, no adaptation could ever reach peak. This show is the best Doctor Doom.
Oh, yeah.
And he's not even in it. Like, he's like only in it like briefly and a couple of times. But they just got the perfect voice for him. And he's just straight aura farming and mogging everybody. He's just
he's not even the main antagonist. He's literally just part of the side character in the story.
Yeah, and he's just like, I'm gonna do my own things. And I love it whenever Tony's like, if you're so smart, why do you don't do it? And he's just like, I don't do grunt work. That's what people like you are for, Stark. He's just like, I gave you the tech to save the world, but I'm not gonna dirty my hands. I don't need to. This is beneath me.
And speaking of antagonists, it also has comic accurate Zemo.
Oh my gosh. I miss him.
If you have only watched the MCU, that is not Zemo.
That is not Zemo.
That is a random nothing character with Zemo's name. Real Zemo is one of the most dedicated Hydra soldiers and a guy who is just as much of a villain for Captain America as Red Skull.
Yeah. Oh, and Ultron. If you've only ever watched the MCU, go watch Earth's Mightiest Heroes if you want to see the real Ultron.
Yeah, like this is such a great just a great little encapsulation of the MCU messed this up. Watch this to see it done right.
Just watch this. I wish it got at least 2 more seasons. I wish they could have been like their own DCAU, that they could have springboard off this show. They could have like had their own Justice League cartoon, and then they could have had spin-off cartoons coming from this cartoon. It could have been great, but Disney had to buy Marvel and just axe it instead of building upon it.
Yeah, it's like, hey,
I mean, for better or for worse, that's what they did with Star Wars. Like, they're like, oh, okay, we'll make Rebels. It's in continuity with the Clone Wars, and then we'll finish out the Clone Wars TV show. Only after doing it forever. But like, I digress. Like, it probably would have sucked, but all I'm saying is like, I am sad that the show just died. Instead, it was replaced with these inferior versions. Oh yeah, and then you got to see the Guardians of the Galaxy and Master Chief play Star-Lord.
Yeah. And it is more comic accurate, including Australian Rocket. It's like, yes, there was a time when he wasn't voiced by Bradley Cooper.
Yeah. It was just a good show. It was just a good show. And like, at the very least, if you watch the 2 seasons, it does have a conclusion because they beat Galactus and saved the world. But it was clear they were setting up other storylines and comic like stories that they were going to adapt eventually. But like those, unfortunately, we'll never get to see the through line finishing touches of them. Because I mean, like they were already like they set up Beta Ray Bill. I like how at least we got one episode of him, but it was like, man, we could have had more Beta Ray Bill, man. You don't know what you got until you lose it. And this show was the best intro ever. Chat, if you know this intro, I want you to start spamming the lyrics. The world's about to break, tormented and attacked. Again, like with Johnny Quest. Pull up in another window. If
I'm
you've
not
never...
bringing it up. That's going to get copyright.
Oh, that's
claimed
so claimed.
fast.
That is so claimed. Disney's going to nuke us from orbit. And if you've already seen the show, put it in another window anyway and put it on play. The song is peak fire, as the kids say. Na, 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 na,
Now,
na, 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 na,
another
na.
superhero show that we watched.
Yeah, okay, because it's really funny. It's really funny. Because of last year, Anomaly Inc., a friend of ours, made Cool Man. Made Cool Man. Like, I need you to watch Deadpool and Wolverine with me because I want to do a discussion on it. And Cool Man's, no! Because then I have to watch all the Deadpool movies.
Yeah, I had stayed away from the Deadpool movies because I absolutely hate them, and I think Ryan Reynolds is awful.
He has a very big bone to pick with Ryan Reynolds, understandably. And it was like, so he had to watch all that, and he was so mad. He was so mad after he watched all that stuff. And I said, let me make you feel better. So then we watched a certain X-Men movie that we'll be talking about later. And then after that, and I said, if you're still in the X-Men mood, because at that point, I already, like when I was house sitting, I already was in the middle of rewatching this, reliving my memories of rewatching this. And I was like, you know what, I'll start right from the beginning. And I said, did you ever actually watch X-Men Evolution when it came out? He's like, no, I didn't. And I'm like, sit down. I'm going to show you something good. And Cool Man, your verdict.
I thought it was really good. It was definitely one of the best adaptations of the X-Men.
I love that it put things back to basic of how things were originally, like in the first stories, like the original stories, where a lot of these characters were teenagers. Because of before the discrimination allegory came into the X-Men stories, really it was just an excuse that like Stan Lee and all of them at Marvel were like, they were tired of constantly making up a bunch of origin stories for some of these superhero characters. So they were just like, we're just going to have a class of people where they're just born with these powers. There you go. Boom. Done. Like, we don't have to deal with all the, like, they get bitten by a radioactive spider or fall into a super collider or something. Like, nah, they're just born with these powers. There we go. We're going to have the mutants. And and it was really kind of almost a metaphor for puberty, because a lot of these characters were teenagers and they're growing up and they're scared of what's happening to them, these changes happening to them. It was straight up just a metaphor for puberty for a lot of these characters. And then, of course, you have these adult mentors who are trying to help train them control their powers, or like, you know, like teachers trying to help kids like figure like things out in their life of where they want to be when they, like, you know, as they transition from childhood into adulthood, and that in between awkward and scary period that is adolescence. And, you know, the X-Men have evolved from there and their storylines have changed a whole lot. So this story is the sweet spot where it tries to adapt certain things of those original stories. So they bring a lot of the characters back to being teenagers, with the exception of Professor X, Wolverine, Beast, and Storm. Everybody else is a teenager. And then you have elements of the live action movies. That's why a lot of them have a lot of black in their outfits. And then you have elements of the comic books, but certain comic runs. But it's one of the few that actually like delves into the fact that like Juggernaut is Charles' brother. They do like,
yeah.
They go deeper into the fact that like now granted, it's not like the 90s X-Men cartoon didn't bring up the fact that Rogue was adopted by Mystique, or that Nightcrawler is Mystique's son. But it was more like, because of like there's so many storylines that they were trying to adapt, they didn't give enough time to them. And I love the 90s cartoon. The 90s cartoon is really good. I loved it a lot, with the exception of a love triangle that I hate, but that's neither here nor there. I just hate love triangles. But it's a great starting point for X-Men fans. I would say, like, if you want to like first jump into the X-Men, I would say watch that 90s cartoon. And then I'd say give this show a shot. It was made in the time of the 2000s. It's really great. It has wonderful characters. You don't have the the stupid love triangle between Cyclops, Jean Grey, and Wolverine because of Wolverine's not interested because she's a teenager.
Yeah, that was refreshing.
So instead, you just have a slow burn of Jean and Scott finally admitting that they're in love with each other. There is a slight, like they do something new with Rogue starts pining after Cyclops, but it's all one-sided. But they kind of have it make sense why she would pine after him, because they're actually like both of them have powers that they can't control, and that kind of does a lot of things to your self-esteem when everybody else is starting to control their powers and you just have one that you can't turn the off switch on, and you have to have these barriers put on you so you don't kill everybody around you. But it has a lot of these great stories, and it does the one thing that I'm like, it has Shadowcat. Everybody loved Shadowcat. Like,
Yes.
and it's just like, it's surprising when certain adaptations don't have Shadowcat. And I'm like, why wouldn't you have Shadowcat? And here we have Shadowcat. In fact, you could tell how happy they were that, like, no, guys, not only are we bringing in Shadowcat, she's coming in the first episode.
Yeah.
Well, oh, wait, no. That was second episode. Yeah, second episode. But like,
But
they're like,
basically
yeah.
the beginning.
Yeah, right from the jump, we're getting Shadowcat. And Nightcrawler was the very first episode because he was more of a side character in the original 90s X-Men. Like, he showed up a couple times. He didn't officially become part of the cast until the revival, the X-Men 97 for the 90s era. This one, they're like, nope, we're having Nightcrawler straight up from jump. He's part of the team. And he's a really fun character. And he's also voiced by Light Yagami.
Yeah.
He's doing a really good German accent. But, oh, this show was great. I loved it. It starts off very slow paced. It's until the season finale of season 1 where the stakes really ramp up because they kind of really want to start you slow. Here's the characters. They're in school. They're trying to keep a wrap on their powers and just live amongst society. And then from there, when Magneto starts making a move, the stakes start to change, which makes sense. And then they try to go back to normalcy after that battle with Magneto. And, well, they can't quite keep a lid on things. And that's the whole point of season 2. As they desperately try to make things go back to status quo, they can't. And then crap hits the fan. And then from there, the stakes only just ramp up further and further and further. And these are just all likable versions of these characters. They do an interesting thing with Rogue in particular, because Rogue was always one of my favorite X-Men. I always loved her the most, even back when I watched the 90s cartoon as a kid. What's interesting is they don't do, because in the 90s, Rogue is how she deals with her insecurities about her powers and how she can't touch people is she seems very peppy and bubbly and upbeat, but that's like a mask she puts on to hide how she feels deep down, of how she genuinely is very sad that she can't touch people like normal people can, because if not, then she'll comatose them or kill them. And so there's this barrier of that she can't have real normal intimate relationships because of that. So she puts on this mask of this really peppy, upbeat, the Stepford smile. And she's got this thick Southern accent, so it makes her really sweet and cute and bubbly and sexy and approachable, only to hide that there's this very sad person behind that. This show does something different because it's set in the early 2000s, and a girl who's a teenage girl with angst like that, and she's constantly covering up. They go with the goth angle. It weirdly works for Rogue, though, even though it's in a different direction, because it still is adapting that exact same insecurity. They just do a different trope with her of how she tries to cope with that insecurity. And they do a lot of that. They play around with tropes in X-Hero if they were in high school. This would be stupid in any other type of genre where they're like, let's do Batman in high school. And you're like, yes, and the Joker and all of them are gonna be like this person in high school, and and Bane's gonna be a jock, things like that. And you're gonna be like, oh my gosh, but weirdly, it worked here, and I don't know, maybe it's because they actually had some good writers.
Yeah, it makes a difference.
It really does, and it's Shadowcat is the preppy girl. She's the popular girl. And Jean's even more so the popular girl. She's the cool upperclassman who gets good grades. She seems like Little Miss Perfect, but but deep down, there's a lot of pressure on her. And then you just have Nightcrawler, the foreign exchange student. But he's the fun one. And then you have, of course, Rogue. She's the goth. And Scott is like the mysterious cool guy who, he's the big brother of everybody. And then they introduce a whole bunch of other characters. Then one of the guys in the shot, Spike, he was a new character introduced to the show. Think like Harley Quinn or Renee Montoya or Mercy from Superman the Animated Series. Somebody who wasn't from the comics was introduced for this show. He was one of the weaker aspects of season 1 originally and parts of season 2, but you could tell they actually heard out the criticisms people had about his character, and they actually have him go through a really good character arc where he starts to pull away from everybody, and he goes kind of lone wolf a little bit on his own to try to find himself on his own. He helps this other group of mutants who really don't fit in anywhere. Not in Magneto's group, not in their group, not in anybody's group. They're kind of almost like homeless people type of mutants. And he kind of takes them in and protects them. And it was a really cool arc to see. And kind of see him go from this lame stereotype of, haha, I'm radical, guys. You could tell they're oh, yeah, I'm hip, kids, type of character that they tried to make. And then they were like, okay, let's actually make him a genuine human being. But it was good. It was a good show. I'm going to go to the bathroom. You share your thoughts about this show.
Yeah. Well, as I've never been the biggest X-Men fan, obviously, I mean, I've made it abundantly clear, some of my favorite characters are going to be Batman and obviously Deadpool. But when I watched the movies, I watched some other adaptations. But when I was, because I know some of the stuff from the comics, not a massive amount. When I was watching X-Men Evolution, it felt I don't know how I would really particularly describe it. It felt right. It was hitting a lot of the notes. There's a few things, of course, it's not a perfect show. There's a few things that you could probably change here and there. And Angel had mentioned with Spike, he got fixed later on. They definitely made him a more interesting character, but it took a couple of seasons of him just kind of being before they got there. But it gets so much right. And when they're dealing with the X-Men, being the X-Men, it actually really works. And another thing about this, and this is something that applies to the X-Men in a broader sense, is a lot of times when they want to talk about mutant discrimination, one of the biggest troubles that they tend to have is when you have other heroes that exist, when the Avengers exist, when Spider-Man exists, the whole 9 yards, it becomes very hard to justify the average person fearing mutants when
this is what you're talking
other
about. Okay.
heroes, yeah.
I will say Spider-Man does have discrimination issues though, but that's mostly because of J. Jonah Jameson hates him.
Well, yeah, but the problem with mutants is mutants are distinct from other types of heroes in the way they get their powers. The thing is a lot of the average person isn't going to know the difference between a mutant, a mutate, someone who got their powers through science, like Cap with the super soldier serum, or mystical artifacts, or whatever alien powers. So it becomes almost impossible for me to take it seriously.
You have to introduce them in a very specific circumstances in the wider Marvel world, I think, for if you want to go with the prejudice allegories that some of the later comics started doing after their original runs, when they started to add in those allegories and things like that, which really it was also supposed to be a metaphor more for just prejudice in general, because of again, like I said, the puberty metaphor was always there. It was always baked in from beginning, but it was also to help kids relate to people, because if kids are always just going to be judged by other kids are mean, they'll bully you for whatever reason, they'll find any excuse to other you for what, it could be anything. It could be the most superficial thing on planet Earth. And this was kind of more for those kids, those nerdy little kids reading comic books. That way they can read the X-Men and they can be like, yeah, I get it. Everybody I was always busting my chops. Me too, man.
Yeah, and the thing is what I like about X-Men Evolution is the fact that it doesn't have, all these hundreds of other heroes just firmly established and
Yeah,
beloved.
it's kind of like why it in the movie universe, it works there because if they are their own universe, so there is no other heroes, with the exception of Captain America, who does exist, and Shield does exist in this X-Men universe. That's kind of really it. Um, so you kind of either have to do that, or if you want them in the greater Marvel universe, you have to do one of two things to justify that prejudice angle. One, either they have to be the first thing introduced in the Marvel universe. They have to be the first thing in the Marvel universe timeline in the public eye. So instead, the MCU, instead of starting with Iron Man, it would start with X-Men to justify it. Like it would, and no Captain like Marvel, ooh, woo, woo. Like no, like you'd have to technically make this like this is the first time a superhero burst on the scene, and everybody's like, this is what they're exposed to with superhuman people, and that would make the prejudice make sense, and that could also establish why people would be fearful of Hulk and Spider-Man when they start coming on the scenes.
Yeah.
And then the other Marvel heroes come in and kind of help get some trust in these characters because of, things are different. Or you could do like what the Earth's Mightiest Heroes story seemed like it was going to do with the scroll stuff. And then it would give a reason for people to be paranoid and fearful of mutants for fearing that maybe they're not actually like, because the scrolls had powers too. Like, how do I know you're not really a human? Like where did you come from? Because all the other people, they got their powers later. Or they're just using technology. You're just born with it. Are you Skrull? Like you could play on the paranoia aspect, and then it could just be like a Invasion of the Body Snatchers sort of like paranoia that they were going for in Earth's Mightiest Heroes when they were doing that Civil War storyline. X-Men is very particular with that prejudice allegory where it's kind of you can make it work. You just have to put in the effort to make it work.
Yeah. It's why it's like, oh, if you want to tackle it, like you're gonna usually just have to have the X-Men be alone. Like in this, they have to be the only ones because if you want to establish a fear of like the mutants, then you're gonna have to have a general fear of these heroes because people would be scared of these people with these godlike abilities who could do anything they want. But if they're beloved heroes, then you're gonna have a very hard sell to justify why the average civilian knows the difference between like a mutant and someone who got their powers through other means that are more
or just uses technology.
Yeah. Like it's always been something I thought was like well done in X-Men Evolution. It's just like, look, it's an isolated universe. We're not going to try to have the greater Marvel universe in it.
I almost think they kind of adapt some things that they took from the movies, like the live action movies, even better.
Yeah. Which is also funny because it's like they do also kind of unify some of their outfits while merging them with aspects of the comic design.
Yeah, like they have the black, but you still like have a little bit of green in Rogue's outfit. You still have like Kitty is wearing an outfit similar to one of her comic adaptions and things like that. Nightcrawler's just straight up. They're like, no, Nightcrawler's out. Like design was always perfect. Don't change it.
Yeah, they were really on fire originally. We don't even need to change it.
Yeah, they're like, nope, don't change it. And I do like they kind of had the slight John Byrne look for Wolverine in season 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Because it's not the straight yellow, because they said we don't want everybody to, we're not the 90s show. We're never going to be the 90s show. This show's almost like the Batman to the Batman animated series of the X-Men 90s. Like it's that like, it's the one where it's like, it's a cool show, but some people kind of like look it over. They remember the predecessor more before it.
Yeah.
But it's
came
like,
out
oh,
around
but
the same time too.
Yeah, but it did a lot of cool stuff in there. It has some pretty cool like story beats, some cool elements, cool like interpretations of characters. It just was all around a really good show. Like it also did get canceled. It was supposed to have another season, but it at least wrapped up like, so some plot lines never get resolved, sadly, but it tried to wrap up at least most of what they were planning on setting up because they were building up to the final battle with Apocalypse. And so they at least wrapped that up. So while they couldn't do any of the other stories like they wanted to do, like they wanted to do the Phoenix Saga, they allude to it at the end of the show when Professor X says that when he was under Apocalypse's control, he saw glimpses of the future. And then he alludes to like all these storylines that they clearly wanted to do or wanted to eventually develop into. which was great because then you see like certain characters like the Brotherhood like eventually join Shield, which is pretty funny. And then you have other characters who originally were working for Magneto. A couple of them like Colossus and Gambit. That's the other interesting thing. They had Colossus and Gambit working for Magneto in this universe, but it was more of they wanted to do something different with the characters, but they still wanted them close to the characters from the comics. Just they were going to build them up to joining the X-Men. They had their reasons, and it was really like they didn't quite 100% agree with Magneto, but it was more of they thought it was the best option, or in one of the other cases, they were blackmailed. But it was like, oh, yay, they would have eventually joined the X-Men like they're supposed to. And they did work together in the final arc. Like, they had all sides united to defeat Apocalypse. But it was just like, they had all these, like, really cool ideas that they clearly wanted to do. But they're like, unfortunately, we're not going to do these storylines, guys. But here's glimpses of what we wanted to do. And, like, they even show, like, Jean becoming the Phoenix in one of, like, these visions that Professor X had. And so we're like, oh, man, you could tell they desperately wanted to do the Phoenix Saga. And it's like, yep, if you ever want to see a proper adaptation of the Phoenix Saga, unfortunately, to this day, it's still only going to be the 90s X-Men cartoon that's ever done it right. Because of either some people wanted to do it, never got that chance, or they do it like the live action ones, and they bungled both attempts. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's all we really need to say. And we can have one more show for this category.
Okay, so whatever I said, Spy X Family is the reason why I started branching out, watching more stuff. At the end of 2024, a very strange anime came out. It was called Dandadan. And it took the internet by storm. I seen so many GIFs, so many edits, so many like little quick like TikToks that people would instead post on Twitter because I don't use TikTok. I'm only allowed one cringe a day, and that cringe is Twitter. But it oozed style, and it is bonkers. I was reminded of back when we watched Kill la Kill, like in terms of how like off the wall bonkers.
Yeah. Well, and the funny thing is like it has there's dark stuff in it, and like episode 7 can speak for itself.
My gosh, that episode. And I think that's what makes it so poignant is because of they will get dark and not pull punches on the dark, but it makes it feel more powerful and meaningful is because it's not constantly throwing that at you. Right, it only does it when it has true meaning.
Right, because in all
to tell you something.
Right, because in all of season 1, which is all we've actually seen, we just watched the first season.
Yeah, season 2 is finally came out just recently. It hasn't finished season 2 yet. We're gonna watch it once it's finished airing, and then we'll just binge the whole thing. The one flaw is the season 1 was just straight up cut off in the middle of an arc, and we're like, that's it. Where's the rest of it? And it ends on a giant cliffhanger. So it almost feels like they wanted to adapt the manga beat for beat, but it was like they were only given a select number of episodes, and it's like they weren't going to fit all the manga beat for beat in that select number of episodes, and they're like, screw it, we're going to end on a giant cliffhanger. We want to do the manga beat for beat.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I prefer that than totally rearranging the anime to try to...
Yeah, it's just annoying because if they drop you on the most giant cliffhanger possible,
it's like, something's going to happen. Oh, wait. Into the
and Momo's very much in danger. It's like, okay, anyway, sit on that for like half a year.
Yeah. Well, and the thing about it is...
Granted, there is the manga, so which you could just straight up go read the manga if you're just like, where's the rest of it? I need to know how this ends.
And the show overall and the story is generally lighthearted. Like, stuff happens. There are stakes. There are bad guys.
And there is adult jokes.
Yeah, but it doesn't sit here and try to like cram it down your throat of, oh, it's dark. It's just like sometimes, like, because episode 7 is the only episode in the entire season that is outright like really kind of like dark.
And it's not just dark, like as in grim, like it's sad. Like this wacky, goofy show will make you cry by episode 7. Like, and I mean cry. You will cry. Because holy cow, I I don't want to say what happens. Like it's genuinely, it was beautiful. The animation, the music, the way it was written. It's why it's so impactful, because the show is a comedy at the end of the day. It's this wacky supernatural show that balances the sci-fi with the supernatural. It's like, yes, ghosts and goblins and all that other like stuff in Japanese mythology is real. But guess what's also real? Aliens.
Yeah.
all
Yeah,
this all that
yeah.
alien stuff from like Western sci-fi, because he's obsessed with things like that. And they're straight up like, by the way, the Loch Ness monster is real. She's controlled by aliens.
Well, and like it goes in the all conspiracy theories are real. Aliens are real. Demons are real. Yokai are real. Like all
Ghosts
these
are real.
ghosts are real. Like everything is real. There are crocodiles in the sewers. There's like everything is like true. And then they're just kind of running headfirst into every single one of these crazy things.
And the funniest thing is that they kind of do something with X-Files. It was really funny because you had Scully and you're like, what does X-Files have to do with this? Hear me out. Scully was the religious one, but she was the skeptic when it came to all the weird stuff that they came across when it came to ghosts and aliens and the weird like cryptids that they would come across in their work. Whereas Mulder believed in pretty much every conspiracy theory, supernatural sort of thing as possible, but he was a hard staunch atheist. Like, so that was the dichotomy between them, and that's what made for some really interesting stories, and how they dealt with like this dynamic. Momo and Okarun, it's not the exact same, but it's a really funny dynamic in that she believes in the supernatural in terms of ghosts and things like that, because her grandmother is a priestess, and she was raised into believing in evil spirits and things like that, and she does believe that they are real. And then you have Okarun. He believes in aliens, the occult, and all those other types of conspiracy theories that are more in line with like Bigfoot and Nessie and things like that. But he thinks ghosts aren't real. He's like, no, that's silly. That's ridiculous. When they first meet each other. And then
And it's funny because she gets attacked by aliens, and
she gets attacked by aliens. He gets attacked by a ghost, an evil spirit, and so it awakens her powers, but her powers are not spiritual; they're psychic. When the aliens attack her, and because of through getting possessed by a ghost, it slowly like he starts to absorb the powers of that ghost, and now he has supernatural powers. So they kind of deal with this alien obsessed boy getting supernatural powers, and this girl, who kind of thought all that stuff was nonsense, and she's like this trendy cool girl. She's not a geek, and she's got these psychic powers, and they go through these misadventures, and there's no way to say it. The ghost that possessed him stole his balls, and you're like, what? What do you mean? Like, no, I mean,
like literally.
Like literally. I mean, between the legs, stole his balls.
The family jewels have been taken.
The family jewels are not here. And you're like, what? Like, yes, this anime is weird, but it wears that on its sleeve. It is goofy. It is wacky. It is off the rails. It is crazy. It's fun though, and it just has fun with itself, and then it will dip into these really dark moments, and then it goes back to wacky zany fun, and then these characters are bickering with each other as they're trying to survive, as they're dealing with these entities trying to kill them and solve these mysteries, and to get back his balls. And you're like, what? And they're like, no, it's okay. The balls have been transformed into literally golden marbles that they need to find that were lost for the supernatural battle with the evil granny spirit. And they have to find them because of apparently their spiritual powers inside these golden balls. They can awaken spiritual powers amongst humans if the humans find them. And you're like, that's nonsense. Yes, that's why it's fun.
Yeah,
it sounds stupid, and quite frankly, it's ridiculous. But I think it's because the show knows it's ridiculous, and it's just fun. It's really fun, and at the heart of it all, it is two teenagers who are kind of like, they're falling in love with each other, and they're awkward teenagers who don't want to admit it. And that's at the end of the day, that's the heart of it as well too. It's like it's all this wacky, crazy stuff going on, and it's these two characters who normally wouldn't fall in love with each other are falling in love with each other.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple, but it's fun. Like that's the best way I can describe Dandadan. It's just fun.
Yeah. So, I think that's all we really need to say. Watch Dandadan.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next one, this is going to be a one topic category, is comics. Specifically, one that I read, and it's like, I know I've been a big Batman fan for my whole life, so I should have read Death in the Family, but I never actually owned it. And then I was just looking at Amazon time, and I saw like, hey, they have the entire collected Death in the Family, the before and the immediate following story afterwards that introduced Tim Drake. It's just like, oh, like
I'm gonna grab me a snack. You keep talking.
All right.
This is more for your topic anyway.
Yeah. So as I was reading it, because I've seen adaptations. I watched the Under the Red Hood movie. I'm familiar with Under the Red Hood story and other times whenever Jason's death gets referenced. The thing is, I had never seen the original story. And I'm like, okay, he gets killed with a crowbar, right? Or, well, he doesn't get killed. He gets tortured with a crowbar. But I was like, okay, I want to read this story. And it's funny to me because especially when I was trying to read some more of Jason Todd's story, and like, honestly, Jason Todd got a really shallow deal when it came to him being introduced, especially when they tried to make him a copy paste of Dick before they made him a more original character when they were doing like rebooting stuff. Yeah, Bradley, Rutledge, like, Jason is a great Robin, and it pisses me off that he gets skipped over so much, especially when you can tell that certain writers want to use him, because you can tell that Tim Drake in Batman the New Adventures was supposed to be Jason Todd, but they weren't allowed to. You can even tell that aspects of Robin in Batman Arkham City was supposed to be Jason Todd, but then they keep making them Tim Drake while they don't allow Tim Drake to be Tim Drake. But Jason is like, I can understand why he was unpopular, because there's a lot of people who are going to be very skeptical of a follow-up, especially for Robin, right? Dick Grayson had moved on and become Nightwing. That was a big part of his arc that he ended up having in the Teen Titans comics. But then whenever you bring in a new Robin, it's like, at first they didn't know what to do. And by the time they figured out what to do with Jason, it's like, he was so unpopular, they were like, let's kill him off. The story itself is actually pretty good because it follows Jason trying to find like his mother. And he doesn't know exactly who it is when he's tracking down several like possible candidates. And Bruce ends up going in and trying to help him out here because he's like, Jason's going to run off. I might as well help him. And it does end up happening where he gets trapped by the Joker, and the Joker tortures him with a crowbar and leaves him with a bunch of explosions to blow up. Now, the story immediately following it is weird because, stay with me here, Joker gets met with the politicians of Saudi Arabia, gets made an ambassador to Saudi Arabia to give him diplomatic immunity, as then he uses that diplomatic immunity to go and kill a bunch of politicians. Now, the setup for this is kind of ridiculous, but the outcome is actually really good because it actually, the core of that story is Bruce is really like, he is furious. He is grieving. He is angry, and he wants to go after Joker. But Superman comes in and he's like, Bruce, I know you just went through something really serious. He's like, trust me, says, let me help you out here and let me take care of this. And ultimately Superman comes through. Bruce put his trust in Clark, and the Joker gets stopped from killing people and he's arrested. But it's like, and then we're introduced to Tim Drake, who comes in immediately afterwards, and he makes a much better first impression than
Your favorite Robin.
Yes, Tim Drake is my favorite Robin. But there's a little story of him figuring out, he figured out that
I'm just muting myself so that way everybody doesn't hear me crunching on pretzels.
Okay. But it's like you have him introduced in a more distinct way. It gives him a personality. He figures out who that dick was, the first Robin, and Bruce Wayne is Batman. And he basically is like, I volunteer my services as Robin. And Batman is like, no. And he has to prove himself before he's ultimately accepted. It's like, it's a story that has really like impacted Batman as a whole. And I think it was something that is satisfying to read, even if I think Jason got the short end of the stick in the long run. And at least he got to come back to be Red Hood, and he really got to stand out.
Watch Under the Red Hood movie,
and watch the Under the Red Hood movie. That's really good. But yeah, that's all I really wanted to say about that, just because like I read it and I wanted to talk about it. So now we can finish off talking about movies. And we got plenty of movies to talk about here.
Oh, do we ever?
Yeah.
Okay. So there, because we're more DC fans than Marvel fans, like I love Spider-Man and I always loved the X-Men. Those were like really the only thing I mainly paid attention to as a kid. I grew up watching mostly DC shows and then the DC animated movies. I didn't realize there was a bunch of Marvel, like their own answer that they had made their own animated movies. And they had two like Wolverine versus Hulk versus series. There was Hulk versus Thor, and then there was Hulk versus Wolverine. And this one, as you can see, it's that very famous comic like cover that they reference right here. The main reason we watched it, because again, I brought up the Deadpool versus Wolverine. Because he was so angry at that time, and I was like, let me show you things that'll make you feel better. So I was like, let's show him some good X-Men content. Let's show him, and that was also why we played the Deadpool game, because I was just like, you know what? And I was like, before we play the Deadpool game, and I'm like, let's watch a movie that Nolan North is voicing Deadpool in.
Yeah.
And that was the main reason we watched this, because Deadpool is in this movie and Nolan North is voicing him, and he's genuinely like really funny in it.
Yeah,
and
it's
they don't even
funny.
really break the fourth wall, but they still keep him as really funny and bloodthirsty.
Well, I especially remember that one moment when they're fighting and he's got the task force with him and they're all shooting and he's shooting his guns and he's going bang 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 bang. He's just in the background.
Yeah, he's just being goofy and comical. And I love when Wolverine slices his arm and he's
trying to put his arm back together and he's
so it can heal properly. And it's like, there we go. And then the skin's starting to connect. And he's like, wait, I think I put a piece in backwards. Oh, no, wait. Nolan North is just perfect. This movie was just great because it had Nolan North as Deadpool, Steve Bloom as Wolverine, and I think the guy who's been voicing Hulk in a lot of animated Hulk properties, like in a ton of them. I think it might be the same guy who does Hulk in Earth Mightiest Heroes, or I can't remember exactly. But he voices Hulk in a ton of stuff. They're all fantastic in this movie. It's just a really good movie.
It's Fred Tatasciore as Hulk.
Yes. Oh yeah, Fred Tassacor.
Yeah.
You know, Captain Hamura.
That's what I said.
Yeah, so I was like, oh yeah. So Megatron, right? Okay, yeah, it was him. Yeah, but like he's just fantastic as Hulk. What I really love too is like just Task Force X in general, like when they show up.
Yeah,
not Task Force X, the Weapon X program.
Yeah.
Stryker.
Team X.
Yeah, Team X. But yeah, as soon as Stryker showed up, you were just like, Stryker! But yeah, talk about that. I'm going to eat a bunch more pretzels and shove them in my mouth.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny. It's this movie isn't like super heavy on like a plot. It's like find a way to have Hulk fight Wolverine, but then they team up together and then they end up fighting like Wolverine's old like teammates on Team X. And then also Deadpool is here and he's hilarious.
Well, yeah, it was more of they're going after Hulk and Logan just happened to fall into the area and he came across Hulk when he was trying to escape from these people. But I think it was you know, they were also like hey, this Hulk could be dangerous. Logan, can you handle it? And then the Weapon X guys show up, and they kind of cross paths, and it's just fun because then it's like almost like a Mexican standoff at one point. But then like at first like Logan was sent here to stop Hulk, and now he's coming to help Hulk, like trying to help him escape from this facility.
Yeah.
And it's just great seeing all these, and the action is so good.
Yeah.
Like, really good. It's just a fun movie all around. The voice acting is fantastic. I wish I could say more about it because it's not like super like dense, nuanced or whatever. It's just a fun action movie with these superhero characters, and like they get the personalities right. They get the shots right. Like it's just an overall fun movie. But I also I don't want to give away too much because I also just want you guys to just watch it. It's just fun.
Yeah. So, next movie is actually a favorite one from my childhood.
One day, we had plans to do like a whole bunch of other stuff, but that was when the Xbox 360 died on us. Because then we were going to bring it over here whenever I was house sitting. And because I was house sitting, the family that I house sit for, they have a Disney Plus account. So we were just like, straight up, we're like, we're just going to use it and we're going to watch a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah. And The Great Mouse Detective has always been a childhood favorite of mine. It terrified me as a kid, but I enjoyed it.
I actually hadn't watched Great Mouse Detective since I was like maybe 12 or 13 years old. Like, because I rewatched it like when I was a teenager. But like it was a long time ago, so it was fun revisiting it. Like, because it's been a while since I rewatched it. Yeah. And I love Basil. He's the perfect Sherlock Holmes character.
Yeah. Well, and the funny thing is it basically is like, oh, these mice live under Baker Street, and they're basically just.
Well, yeah. I believe the book it's based off of. It's literally called Basil of Baker Street.
Yeah, yeah. So, but it's like. But the funny thing is that when you watch it, because if you're familiar with a lot of adaptations of Sherlock Holmes, there's a lot of times when they get certain things right and certain things wrong. There's always a balance you need to have when it comes to Sherlock, because Sherlock in the books is kind of an a-hole. He is
a giant ego.
Yeah, he's a big ego. He's not heartless, but he also is not like super duper lovey-dovey. It's what makes his relationships and the people he is.
It's like if Tony Stark was not a rock star.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's funny because this movie gets a lot of things right about Sherlock Holmes, up to and including the violin, because he loves playing that. If you watch other adaptations like BBC Sherlock, they do make sure to get that right. But it's really interesting to see the story because I'm a big fan of mystery stories. I'm a big fan of Sherlock Holmes, and they basically hit all of the right notes when it comes to the mystery. It's obviously a kids movie. It's not meant to be nearly as complex as some of the actual.
Well, and there's so many Disney movies that wouldn't have happened without Great Mouse Detective. Because of the directors who did this movie went on First Art and did The Little Mermaid. So we never would have had the Disney Renaissance without Great Mouse Detective.
Yeah, it's an underappreciated movie.
Well, and the concept of villain songs, because if you think about it, we never really had a villain song in a Disney movie. The Great Mouse Detective is the first time we've ever had a villain song. When Ratigan has his own little theme song. He's got two songs.
Ratigan.
Yeah, because whenever he sings the song that like before the death trap, and you're like, goodbye so soon. They're like, listen, we got Vincent Price. We're going to use him for all that he's worth.
Yeah.
He's getting two songs in here. And it's not really a musical. The only songs really is from Ratigan, actually.
Yeah, he's a very quirky. He's obviously like the Moriarty, but very much more of a goofy.
Yeah, very eccentric.
Yeah, he's still terrifying, and he actually kills one of his goons.
Yeah, and his ego is like the size of like Mount Everest, whereas Sherlock's is like the size of Mount Rushmore in comparison. Yeah. So they both have giant egos, but like Ratigan's like eclipses Basil's ego.
Yeah,
it's giant. And it's also one of the scenes that pioneered, I believe, the using 3D technology in 2D. I believe.
Right, because the clock tower scene in the end of the movie had a lot of those 3D elements.
Yeah,
It was relatively simple, but they
yeah,
really
but it was like the moving clocks was so complex, and so they came up with this. And what's funny is they went on because the same people who did this movie went on and did several Disney movies, guys that we know and love. But one of them is Treasure Planet.
yeah.
And the technology that they used to make here in Great Mouse Detective is something that they wanted to work on and refine forever. And eventually they got to use it to its fullest potential in Treasure Planet, especially with like certain 3D elements, especially like with Silver and his cybernetics and like all the moving parts and how complex that was and melding it with the 2D. And so this movie pioneered a lot of things, but because it came just barely before the Renaissance, it doesn't quite get into the Renaissance era of movies. And it's a shame because it is a very charming movie and it's a fun adventure, a fun mystery. It's not a musical, so I get why, but it's just a good movie.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where if you appreciate detective stories, especially Sherlock Holmes, this is a good, relatively
Like,
kid friendly.
if you want your kids to like enjoy like mystery stories like you do, and you're like, I want to introduce them to Sherlock Holmes, but maybe let's not start out of the gate with Sherlock Holmes. Let's introduce something simple like The Great Mouse Detective.
Yeah.
And the voice acting's fantastic, and I do love this is like one of those first stories where you say to yourself, I didn't know I needed like Dad Sherlock in my life, but here it is.
Yeah.
We do eventually get that in another later Sherlock adaptation, but like his interactions with Olivia, right?
Yes.
Olivia, yeah.
Olivia.
Olivia, yes. His interactions with her are very endearing because you could tell like he's not good with kids, but she does soften him up over the course of the movie, and he does start to get better at interacting with her. Because at first she's clearly a nuisance who's getting in his way, and he doesn't want her around. And it's more of Dawson who's more like gentler with her, and like clearly he does a better job at interacting there because he's a doctor, so he's obviously dealt with child patients before, so he's better at interacting with this poor little lost girl. But like over the course, you do see Basil soften up, and is he slowly starting to open up because Olivia and Dawson, because it's like he gets a little best friend and like almost like a surrogate daughter figure, like to help like take in and help her reunite with her father who was kidnapped. And it's just a fun, charming story. But my favorite scene will still be the death trap scene because of Basil was like outsmarted by by Radigan. He like goes into a catatonic state. His ego can't handle it, and he's just sitting there in the mousetrap, just like defeated. And Dawson's just like, "Come on, use that brain, think." And he's just like still catatonic. And and Dawson basically is like, "Fine, why don't we just kill ourselves then and make the trap go faster and do away with it?" And he's just, and then suddenly he's just like, kill ourselves? Yes. Why, yes. Make the trap go faster. And suddenly that gets his gears going. And he sets the trap up earlier. And
He's
it's
like,
just like,
I can outsmart him, and my ego can be soothed.
but as you can tell, Dawson's just like, that's what finally snapped you out of the catatonic state. Me being like, yeah, let's just kill ourselves and make it go faster. I mean, that's not the words he used, but that's basically like the sentiment. And it was really funny. I still just love that scene, and then just seeing him like mathematics, like BS mathematics his way out of that trap. Like he's just being like, and then the circumference here, and blah 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 blah, and then it would go there, and there, and there, and yes, and then it's like the timing's perfect. Smile for the birdie. It's just a fun movie. If you've never seen The Great Mouse Detective, like, and you've seen a bunch of Disney movies, go watch this movie. It's charming.
Yeah.
That's the word for it. It's charming.
Yeah. So, speaking of mice.
Okay, so when we were watching a bunch of movies and then we were bouncing a bit back and forth between different streaming services that this family I house sit for has on their TV. And eventually we watched like a couple of Don Bluth movies because we watched The Rescuers. He's never seen the original Rescuers. And then we watched Rescuers Down Under. And because we watched The Rescuers, that got me onto the subject of Don Bluth. And I asked, like, Coleman, what Don Bluth movies has he actually watched? And to my shock, he said he's never seen The Secret of Nimh. And I was just like, okay, that settles it. I know what movie we're watching next. Because I'm like, this is like an 80s classic. It's a cult classic for a reason. It's not like it's such a charming, beautiful movie. And it's like, it's dark in certain parts, but the heart of the story is Miss Brisby. And she's just like, she's a widow who's just trying to take care of her kids. I don't know why this picture, for some reason, shows her kids twice in it.
I was trying to find an image.
And this was the only one that had the right ratio, but for some reason, they repeat two of her children twice in this image. Suddenly, I was like, wait a minute.
Don't worry, she's got spares.
Okay. Anyways. But like one of her children's is deathly sick. And like she just needs to get him medicine. And so it's like, okay. And then like it's a very simple story because they're just a bunch of mice that live on this farm. But because of like they're like, oh no, like the farmers are gonna like then be cutting like the grass soon. We need to move. And they're like, oh no, moving day. Like it's so funny how something so simple and mundane to us humans, it like changes the whole world for this little mice family. But it's like her child's too sick. She can't move them all on her own, and there's nobody that can help her. And they're like, you need to find your husband's like allies, and they can help you. Like she's like, my son's too sick. Like I can't literally pick up and move our little house. And so it's like, oh, okay, the rats of Nimh will be able to help you. And she just goes on this adventure all on her own. And she's just a simple, mild-mannered mother, all on her own, trying to like go through all these, and it's a dangerous because she's a little mouse, but like despite how terrified, like, and she is terrified through several points of the story, and she's not some powerful action hero type character. She's a simple, mild-mannered mother, very meek, very kind, very gentle, and she just lost her husband, and she's just trying to get by. And she pushes herself through it all, through her fears and everything, because of the love for her children, especially her youngest sick son. And she just wants to just protect her family and keep it together. And that's really the heart of the movie, is just this little mouse that could. But since you've never seen the movie, cool, man.
Yeah, like it's one of those movies where like you hear about it, right? People talk about The Secret of Nimh with this
reverence.
With reverence. That's good. That's the right word for it. And then I'm like, I had never actually seen it. And then you see the movie, and it's like, it's visually dark. There's a lot of dark scenes, but like
it's that 80s dark fantasy look to it.
Yeah, and it's like it's dramatic, but like it doesn't feel overbearing with the dark, even though it does touch on dark things, especially.
Well, I mean, outright, you do even see a character like get slashed at with a sword.
Yeah, but like it's light enough where, and I mean, this kind of goes back to what we were saying about a lot of the other stuff, like Dandadan and Spike's Family, where it's like it makes the dark moments more impactful when it's not the entirety of the, because there's a serious thing, right? Miss Brisby is trying to like find a way to heal her son and
save her family, because they got to be moved, because like I said, the farmers are going to start like doing all their farm work. It's the season's about to come around, but like it was different back when her husband was around. They could easily just pack up the kids and move, but like she can't. Her husband's dead. She's a widow. And one of her kids are very sick. The doctor even outright ordered this child should not be moved. He's got pneumonia. He needs to stay in bed rest and just keep taking his medicine, and eventually he'll get better.
Yeah.
And it's just like, she literally cannot move her family. So they're like, we need to find a way to like literally like get the rats of Nimh to help move my house. Like literally move my house. So that way my child can stay. Because they're little mice. They're just little mice living in this big, giant human world. And it's like what I love is like when you occasionally like cross over and see the humans, it's so mundane and simple, normal, everyday life of the humans. And it shakes up the whole animal world of our every little actions. It's a great way of kind of doing that story of sometimes we humans don't realize of how much we can impact nature without being preachy.
Yeah. That's a good way to sum that up. It's just like, yeah, it does have a message to it, but it's there is a story here, right? There's an actual story where Miss Brisby, who is very normal, she's like we talked
I mean,
about this
she
when we
does
watched
get
the
a
movie.
magic amulet, but like that doesn't come into play till the end of the movie.
Yeah, but it's like she is struggling with only her bravery and trying to push through the fear to actually like accomplish her goal.
Yeah, one of the best scenes outright is when one of the human kids finds her and decides he wants to keep her as a pet and keeps her in like in a little rat cage. And she's desperately trying to escape so she can get back to the rats of Nimh so that way they can save her family. And she's like trying her hardest, and it's just like her just using her little bits of courage she can muster up in her wits so she can get out of the cage. And then she has to try to escape the house because the family also owns a pet cat, and the cat is treated like straight up like a dragon, like a mythical dragon in like these dark fantasy
Yeah.
type stories. I think, isn't the cat's name outright Dragon?
I actually don't remember.
Like hang on, I'm pretty sure like it was because it was treated like as in this is the dragon. Like basically, because I'm pretty sure if I'm remembering right. Yeah, Dragon. The cat's name is Dragon. But yeah, like it's the mythical like dragon that you like basically you have to slay, but instead it's like a house cat. Like it's because these rats, everything is larger than life for them. This is the big mythical fantasy world to them. What's mundane to us is larger than life to them. And then there's like this conspiracy going on in Nimh and stuff like that. And there's like slight mysticism going on, but it's like it tries to keep it like not too in your face about it because it is at the end of the day, it's a story about mice and other animals and a crow that she befriends.
Yeah.
But I think what I love most is the voice actress for Miss Brisby. She's so soft spoken and gentle and like very like I don't know if refine's the right word, but she has this humble elegance to her that just immediately endears you to her.
Yeah.
And like she's just so sweet and you just want to like scoop her up and help her. You're just like this poor woman. I think the other reason I wanted him to see it too, it's like we've been so saturated with people not understanding how to properly write female characters and they're human like male characters. You don't have to just do the same archetypes over and over and over again. Like if we can have 20 different types of male characters, why can't you have 20 different types of female characters and all of them are valid?
Yeah.
This is the type of character where you would totally see Jezebel write a horrible article about how for some reason she's backwards and regressive and stuff like that. And I'm like, no, she's a hero. You keep Miss Brisby's name out of your mouth. And it's because she's so terrified. She's scared. Like she felt human despite being a little mouse. She just had to keep pushing on despite how fearful she was because she loved her family. I'm like, that's a mother. Everybody in the chat, put heart emojis for Miss Brisby. I want to see hearts right now. Give me hearts for Miss Brisby, and that way we can move on to the next subject. I think we've talked enough. Like, it's pretty just cut and dry, just a good movie. Like,
Yeah.
What's there else to say that nobody else hasn't already said about Secret of Nimh?
Yeah, so we watched the animated Hellboy movies.
Yes, Sword of Storm and Blood and Iron specifically.
Yeah, which, funny enough, includes the cast from the Guillermo del Toro movies.
Yeah, okay, so how it happened is we rewatched the live action Hellboy movies, the original ones, from My Neighbor Totoro, as I like to call him. And I asked him, I said, have you ever seen the animated ones? He was like, animated ones. And I'm like, yeah, they actually aired on Cartoon Network, like during they had a special like hour. And he's like, no, what are they? And I'm like, oh my gosh, Tim, like you need to see them. These are insanely peak. And I'm like, it has the live action cast reprising their roles, like of the main cast of their animated counterparts. Like, that's already rare. It's like, and it's much more closer to the comic adaptions, like even more so. Mike Mignola and Guillermo del Toro are executive producers still of these animated movies. And to top it all off, they're directed by the guy who did Buzz Lightyear Star Command. And he was just like, holy cow, put those in right now. I was like, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And they're pretty good. But since I've already seen them before and you've never seen them, why don't you talk about both movies, cool man?
Yeah. Well, one of the things about it, and this is something that I've learned about whenever you look at the Hellboy, like the comics, is it follows that kind of anything can happen. Any legend, any mythology, anything can come in to be used in the story. And that's something I noticed, especially when the which one was had the Japanese stuff? Was that Sword of...
Yeah, Sword of Storms is the Japanese mythology episode.
Right.
Well, not episode, movie.
Yep.
And then Blood and Iron was the vampire and like that evil pagan goddess chick.
Right. And it's really kind of interesting to see that when they incorporate stuff, they can basically just have Hellboy run into anything. So whenever he's dealing with a yokai and he's just doing battle with them and trying not to die, all while he's running around with this sword, it's like, yeah, Hellboy can just do that. It's kind of like TMNT in that regard, where it's like literally anything can happen, and it works.
Honestly, they should cross over TMNT and Hellboy now.
Yes, absolutely.
The best part about it though is because it has the live action actors like reprising their role and they're voicing their characters, so it's already really cool. But like, while the movies, like the original like Del Toro movies, are good, they took a couple of creative liberties because, you know, it's movies and they also want to appeal to general audiences too. So they're trying to bridge both like the comic book fans and the general audiences of what they expect in movies, what they like to see in movies, and things like that. These movies are straight up made only for Hellboy fans. They're like, screw you, normies. This is just for the Hellboy fans.
Yeah.
Like, so Abe is much more like his comic book counterpart. He doesn't have like any of his psychic powers and things like that. He's just a fish dude who can swim really good, and he fights with guns like he did in his comics. And then oh shoot, what's her name? It flew out of my head. I suddenly had a brain fart. The girl, Liz. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I don't know why that flew out of my head. I had a brain fart. Yeah, Liz. Her and Hellboy did not have a romantic relationship in the comic. They were more best friends, like siblings.
And yeah, and he had known her because he ages so slowly. He knew her when she was a little child, which is something that the movies reference. It's just like when he first met her, she was like, what, 10?
Yeah.
So it's like, I was like,
so the romance angle is not there. They keep just the friendship aspect. So they feel very like a family, like, you know, like they're like basically like, this is Broom and his 3 strange children.
Yeah.
But it really keeps the dynamic. It's really great. I love Blood and Iron so much. It's probably my favorite out of all these 2 animated movies. Especially with the vampire stuff and the priest that has to go through that arc because he was so terrified of vampires, and the vampires like basically trick him into basically becoming her servant. And it has all these tropes, but the thing is like it does something that I rarely ever see in a vampire adaptation do, and it stayed in my brain, this line, forever. And it was the main reason why I was like, I need you to see this. I need to see this. The other reason I wanted him to see it is because I was really pissy with Netflix Castlevania at the time, and I'm like, let me show you properly like how vampires should be handled in fiction. And there's this moment where Broom meets this priest in this small town. Like it's a younger Broom, and this priest is clearly very terrified, and Broom's trying to like help give him encouragement as this guy's like shakily holding onto his cross, and Broom's telling him that he's asking him, do you believe in God? And the priest is like, well, of course. And he's like, well, then good, then you'll be okay. And he's like, it's not the cross that is what the vampires are afraid of. It's your faith in what that symbolizes in that is what protects you. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I love that. Like it's the faith that God will protect you is what actually it makes like it keeps you safe from like these creatures of evil and hell. And I'm like, I love that so much. And because like he doubted and had fear in like the moment, because he was more scared of the vampires than he was faithful in God. And he like fallen his way, and that's how the vampire was able to trick him into serving her eventually. But yeah, that was how like he wasn't able to thwart the vampire with the crucifix, and Broom is able to. And it's like, oh, that says a lot about Broom now, doesn't it? Like, and he does all these other things. He can make holy water. He can do like all this other stuff. And he is like, despite being old and the vampire like has a grudge and really wants to kill him, he's like 2 steps ahead of this vampire, like old man Broom. He's a G in this movie. But of course, Ron Perlman, quite frankly, when I read any Hellboy comic, he's what I hear, honestly.
Yeah. Like it's just hard to hear anyone but Ron Perlman's voice.
And that's no staunch against anybody else who's ever voiced Hellboy, like in a video game crossover or like in anything else. It's no insult to them. It's just Ron Perlman did such a good job that it's hard to imagine anybody else's voice. And they'll try, and they'll do good jobs, but it's like, all my brain can hear is Ron Perlman. Anyways, you guys, you can actually still find copies of these movies. Like, you can buy them on Blu-ray. They're really good. I mean it. Like, Buzz Lightyear Star Command, Guillermo del Toro, and Mike Mignola, far more faithful to the comics. The original live-action cast all reprise their roles of their main characters. It's literally the most perfect thing you've ever heard of in a comic book adaptation. Like, you never see this type of synergy anywhere. It was like, it's this like once in a lifetime type of thing. And like, they're simple stories. It's not like they're the most like world ending, oh no, like Cthulhu's coming and we all got to stop it.
But it's like little comic stories. It's like, what would be a few issues of a comic was made into a movie.
Yeah. And they're good. They're very good. They're lovable. If you love, like, I love them. If you like Hellboy, you got to check them out.
Yeah.
That's my ending thoughts.
Yeah. So now this is one that some people might be surprised to see on the list.
He's never seen Zootopia. And again, back when I said earlier when we talked about Grace Mountain Detective, we binge watched a whole bunch of Disney movies and rewatched a ton of them. And when we watched Great Mouse Detective, Zootopia was in the next recommended of one of the things you could watch. The other was Robin Hood. And I kind of like laughed and I said, oh, there's Zootopia. And I can't remember. You referenced some meme. And then I just casually said, have you ever actually seen Zootopia? And you're like, no, I didn't. And I was like, no, you didn't? And I'm just like, let's watch it. And I'm like, I'm not going to promise you it's the most amazing thing ever. It's not one of the best Disney movies ever. And I'm like, my main pitch to Cool Man was, and I'm like, there are a lot of puns in this movie and a lot of stealth puns. And I'm like, first of all, they didn't even make my eyes roll. And I'm not the biggest pun person. Like, that's kind of an in-joke between me and all my friends that they all love puns. I hate puns. So they do puns on purpose just to make me cringe. He loves puns. He loves them. They're his favorite brand of humor ever.
Absolutely.
And I think you almost outright cried when the wolf said undercover mission and then he zipped up the sheep. It's been a while since I've seen you laugh that hard, and it was just a visual gag for like 2 seconds and you lost it. The story is a pretty simple story, and it's more of what's impressive about Zootopia more than anything is the world it built of this city for all these different habitats, for all these like evolved animals to live in.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is like I always kind of saw Zootopia like when it first came out, or I didn't see it, but like I saw people talking about it, and I just thought, it doesn't really interest me. So I never
it's not like a fairy tale or a musical or even like an action movie, like animated one that was not appreciated for its time, like Treasure Planet and Atlantis: The Lost Empire. It's a buddy cop movie.
Yeah, so I'm like, and I like buddy cops, but I'm like, it didn't really appeal to me. So I was like, okay, so I never watched it. And then we watched it here, and I'm just like, this.
I even said to him, I'm like, it's not the most amazing. Like, it's not going to be like, you're not going to be sitting there like, this is one of Disney's best movies ever made. No, it's charming. It's just a
Yeah.
fun, charming little buddy cop movie. And it's a simple message, that pretty much everybody can judge everybody for things that are like really not their fault. Like I said, back to the like kids are mean to kids. Kids bully kids for a ton of reasons that are not their fault. And everybody thinks like, yes, this is a racism allegory. Not really, because even people like you think, oh, this is like a prey versus predator. No, like there's a lot of people like that are predators, like animal species that have like that hate Nick for being a fox, because the foxes in particular are seen as always, and especially in like a lot of stories, like children's stories and media, are untrustworthy, the sly fox. And even amongst a lot of like bigger like mammals, like and like prey type animals, Judy is looked down on by a lot of them because she's a bunny. Because, well, she's a bunny. She's this little bunny. What could this little bunny do? And so it's more of just, it's really just everybody treats people differently in others people's, even when you think they shouldn't, like within their own in group. Like the movie's not perfect. It does the twist villain thing that everybody was starting to get tired of after a while. And they like the hints are there, but not enough. And like they could have done a little bit of better job with that. But like overall, it's an enjoyable, like just fun movie, and the comedy's great.
Well, and the thing that I really noticed about it was like you said, there's a lot of people who try to narrow down what kind of prejudice the movie is talking about. I'm like,
it's just prejudice in general. Like everybody's been judged for something, for the most minute things. They're like, oh, are you like slightly deformed? Like you got a weird like thumb on one of your hands, and all the kids in your school are gonna make fun of you. Like, oh, you suck at sports. Everybody else in PE is better than you. All the kids will make fun of you.
Well, and I like how it covers a lot of different things, because it's like, okay, yeah, you have the typical like, oh, the predators not liking prey,
and the prey's not trusting predators,
right? And then you have the people not trusting each other, or of people like the preys feeling like they like certain prey like feel like they get to do whatever they want to predators, because that's what Nick's backstory is. Yeah. He was trying to join effectively their universe's version of the Boy Scouts, but then you had a bunch of prey animals
straight up hazing little baby Nick.
Yeah, and they were like, "Oh, you're a predator, so we don't."
Well, and not just that he's a predator; he's a fox, specifically because he's a fox. Because foxes are untrustworthy. Foxes are the sly little fox. They're always going to backstab you.
Yeah, so it's just like it.
And Judy, as a child, was bullied by a fox. So
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing is, like, there's so many different things that it could cover. It covers it in a way that if you feel like this is something that you relate to, it could also not even be outright prejudice, but just bullying.
Yeah, everybody's been othered, been treated as an outcast by somebody for one reason or another, for something that like really you can't help, whether it's the family you were born into, where you live, maybe you have a slight speech impediment, maybe you're poor, maybe your parents are rich and everybody hates your rich parents. Like it could be anything, your religion, your not just your race or your gender, like it could be literally anything. People will find any excuse to put you down. Yeah, and that was kind of Nick's point. He's just like, people were going to hate me anyway, so I might as well play into the stereotype, and then it'll never hurt me. And whereas Judy did the opposite, she wanted to prove everybody wrong. And it was kind of these two, like this little duo becoming an unlikely partnership, and they genuinely work well together.
Yeah.
Also, the puns are pretty dang good.
Yeah. But something that I, like you mentioned before, was that the world was probably the best part about this. And that's something that really annoys me, is that Disney never capitalized on it. Like I've said this, and I said this after we watched it. They should have made a TV show that was a episodic police procedural.
Yeah, and it could have all the buddy cop tropes.
Yeah.
And every episode takes place in a different one of the sections of Zootopia, and they could totally spoof on a different type of cop movie or cop show per episode. They could like do a Columbo episode. They could do like a Twin Peaks episode. They could do a Law and Order episode. They could do an NCIS episode. They could do like a Sherlock Holmes, like you name it, they could have done it.
Yeah, and it's like because there's so much satire, and it's just like you could do so many gags, and like the world is interesting. And an episodic show would allow them to cover all these little things that would never be in a big movie. And I'm like,
Yeah.
that's they don't need another movie. I don't think the Zootopia 2 was ever going to be necessary, but a long running show where you had Judy and Nick.
They could have Lilo and Stitch the series, this man.
Yes, and like you could have just had this like ongoing like show just, and I'm not just talking about a Disney Plus miniseries. I'm talking like an ongoing show that you air, and I'm like,
And then maybe you could have like a subplot that runs through each episode of like this secret criminal organization that they're trying to sniff out that they can never quite find.
right. And then it's like you can do it like what they used to do with these TV shows back in the day and just run it like for years. People liked Zootopia. People would watch that show.
Yeah, it was weird that they didn't immediately try to capitalize on it, because I remember when Zootopia first came out, like it was everywhere, and I think it was like 2016.
Yeah.
Like it was everywhere. I saw like art, merch everywhere. People really liked it, and then it kind of fizzled out, and everybody kind of forgot about it. And it was like, well, yeah, because you didn't jump on the hype train while the iron was still hot. You coulda. You didn't.
No.
And now they're like, yeah, we should have made a Zootopia 2. I'm like, it's a little too late to start jumping on that.
No.
But whatever.
Yeah.
Although I will say the joke that made me laugh the most was whenever they straight up did The Sopranos. You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding.
Okay. Actually, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Entertain my chat.
All right, chat. Are you not entertained? This movie had some dumb discourse around it too. I remember back in the day where there was weird people on Tumblr that were being like, Disney is racist and sexist because all the female characters look like Rapunzel. And then there was that one otter character. They're like, she's just a fursona version of Rapunzel just because she had green eyes and wore a pink dress. I was just sitting there like, what are we doing? What are we doing? This is nonsense. And that was back then. I mean, like, I hate Disney now. So, but for different reasons. My reasons are correct. Like there was so much dumb discourse about this movie. Like I never thought this movie was the most amazing thing since sliced bread. I just thought it was a simple, fun, charming little movie, and it had good gags and jokes with just some likable, charming characters. And like it didn't need to be this most amazing, groundbreaking thing. It just needed to be entertaining. And the movie I thought was entertaining. And then they had a really fun, catchy Shakira song at the end. I was like, oh yeah, I like that. I was like, the villain could have used a little bit of more time in the oven. Could a little bit use more work, but overall, I liked it. And then everybody tried to either treat it like as this magnum opus greatest thing since sliced bread, or that like trying to overhype it, which I'm like, you're gonna create hype backlash. Get this movie, do it, chill out. Versus the weirdo people who have certain fetishes, and I don't want to talk about those people. And then
that's certainly something to walk in on.
Yeah. Hi, what's up? And then basically talking about how there was weird discourse around this movie when it first came out. Like there was like 3 different camps: the people that glazed this movie and treated it as the greatest thing since sliced bread. When I'm like, it was a charming, entertaining movie. It was pretty, like, it was cut and dry, it was a good movie. And then there was the people who tried to create weird discourse around it. And I already described some of the crazy discourse. Hey, remember Cool Man on Tumblr where people were like, every single Disney model is just a Rapunzel clone. And they were trying to do that like otter chick and say that she was just a Rapunzel clone just because she had green eyes and a pink dress.
Yeah.
I was just like sitting there like, I hate, this is stupid. And then of course then there's the weirdos people. I don't talk about those weird people. No. And I was just like, it was just a simple, charming movie. I just want to say it was simple and cute. Leave me alone. And then you have the other people who were trying to culture war this movie like 5 years later. And I'm just like, go away. Like it was just a simple, charming movie. Stop it. Like, stop it. You're all annoying. Like some of you need the internet taken away from you, especially certain people who fetishize this movie. You especially need the internet taken away from you.
Yeah. So, another movie that I watched for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, that was like, again, we were rewatching a bunch of movies. Salem, I can hear you. Knock that off.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? You talk about it. I'm going to try to get him to stop whining at you.
Yeah, so I watched Recess growing up. I watched it a lot. And yes, Cat is but like I remember watching Recess Schools Out back when it came out. I remember enjoying it. I mean, I was young when it came out.
Why did it have to be ninjas?
But it was funny going back and rewatching it because if you watch the show Recess, the world is weird. And there's this strange culture in their elementary school where they have like an actual literal king of the playground, and they've got a guy, hustler kid, who's always got something to sell. And they've all these characters who have just insane quirks. And then, but it's like, it's still relatively grounded in that, like, oh, well, it's a lot of the crazier stuff is more so in like the kid's imagination, or like they're not really doing anything too crazy. And you watch this movie and you're dealing with like sci-fi and
It was the
tractor beam-
precursor to when it crossed over with Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah. And like tractor beams and a villain trying to destroy summer vacation. It's just one of those movies where you just roll with that.
Well, yeah, because he wants to put the moon slightly out of alignment to make the world colder, so that way there's never summer vacation ever again. And the villain's voiced by James Woods, who's always great.
Yeah, and Clancy Brown is in this.
Yes, of course. We have this running gag of every time we watch something, and then we suddenly hear his voice, and we just scream out, "Clancy Brown!"
Yeah,
all because of that one stream with you and Anomaly, where just randomly you go, "Clancy Brown!"
Yeah. Yeah, so now it's just like we see him everywhere. He's in everything.
Yeah.
You can't escape him.
You can't. That's why we always yell out his name whenever we hear his voice.
Yeah. But this movie was also interesting because it gave the grumbly adults some more depth.
Yeah. Like
Because-
Principal Prickly and even Miss Finster.
Yeah, it kind of shows it's just like, yeah, well, they can be like
Well,
rude.
prickly.
Yeah. It's like they're not inherently uncaring. And especially that one bit where Prickly and TJ are in the prison together, and he's basically telling him,
they're locked in a closet, but it's basically prison.
yeah. But he's like, I used to be a kid too. He's like, I know what it's like. He's like, you think I don't know what it means to lose summer vacation? You think I don't understand? I'm like, and it was that moment
Like,
where
you don't think I don't understand what it's like childhood is? I was once a child. I just had to grow up.
yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting movie, and like it's very clearly goofy.
Not a
the
goofy
show,
movie.
no, but the show was also pretty wacky at times. This takes it to a whole new level. It's like it's a movie, so we're upping the ante.
I do like whenever they start recruiting all the kids out of camp. And of course, like every time, like when we watch the movie, and like they recruit Hustler Kid, and you get so excited. You're like, I love Hustler Kid.
I always remember Hustler Kid. He's always like in every episode just pulling. He's like, yeah, you want to buy this? He's like, he's always got something.
He grew up one day to become the merchant in Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, what are you buying, TJ?
Oh my gosh, that cat! I swear, he's so needy.
Hey, take a treat. Leave me alone.
Yeah, house sitting, cat sitting with an extremely needy old cat. Yeah, this movie was genuinely funny. Oh, and I love that the villain had a major crush on Miss Finster back in the 60s.
Yeah.
And they're like, she was a babe back in the day, and then it flashes back, and she's like this beautiful hippie chick, and then
But
she
she's
still
still
has
got-
that hideous voice. Ha ha ha! You kids! I was just like, oh my goodness, this crotchety old woman voice, like she just perpetually had.
Oh
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, Salem! I swear that cat. Maybe I'll just, I'm just gonna grab him and I'm just gonna put him in my lap. I'll be back.
I was gonna move on, but we have to wait because the next one we're really both gonna want to talk about. Yeah. Yes. It's just
Get over here. Get over here, cat. Oh.
he's literally just sitting under me,
Get
just
over here.
like just meowing.
He's trying to stream. You're trying to do it better.
CT Darcy is one of my cats. Like I'm at another house, so my cats are not here. But this cat is making up for multiple cats with how much of an attention seeker he is.
All right, Salem, I'll let you sit in my lap, but you have to be quiet. We're streaming.
All right, this next one.
I've
movie-
been waiting for this.
This movie started so much.
The brainworms this movie gave me. Oh yes, I finally get to talk about it. Oh my gosh, you guys, you don't understand. This movie put me into Transformers hyperfixation mode.
This movie is capable of rewiring your brain.
It rewired all of my circuits. The marketing of this movie was dog crap. I saw the trailer and I wrote this movie off. The movie came out, and then was it like a week or two later? You were telling me they're like, people have come out seeing it, saying it's actually good, and I was like, wait, really? And they're like, yeah, like a lot of people that we followed on Twitter being like, this movie's really awesome, or like, what?
I was like, really?
You sure those trailers sucked? And they were like, okay, we'll be brave and go see it. And we kind of drove grinning and bearing, like, okay. And then we saw it.
And it was a religious experience.
It was amazing. I was like, what on earth? Paramount, why did you market it that way? Why did you show all these scenes out of context and made them look worse than they actually are in context?
Yeah, I can't believe just how bad. They picked literally the stuff that looks the worst out of context.
They played all the jokes, and then they cut certain scenes with certain jokes when they were actually supposed to be serious scenes, as if characters were reacting to a jokey scene. And they made it look worse. They were trying to make it look like Diet MZU, but for babies. And I was just like, yeah, no wonder nobody went and saw it. I was like, oh my gosh, this movie was great. It was a great origin story. We did a whole stream with our other two mods, Just Absolutely Super and Julie, where we ripped apart IGN, giving a really terrible review to this movie. So if you ever want to check that out, you can.
Yeah.
Also, go see this movie if you haven't. So, cool, man.
Yeah,
why don't you give the skinny about this movie? It's an origin story for Optimus Prime and Megatron.
Right. So the thing is a lot of especially in the modern era, there's always a basic backstory that Optimus and Megatron used to be friends, and
it didn't used to be that way. It was ironically, Bayformers is the one that kind of planted that seed with that single line, "You left me no choice, brother," from the 2007 movie, and that started a domino effect of the comics and all this other stuff. Let's actually delve into this. That line rewired so many comic writers' brains of being like, wait, that's really cool though. They were once friends. They were once like sworn brothers. Like, wait. We could do something with this. That one line changed everything. And
Yeah.
so, anyways, continue.
Yeah.
I
So
have a cat that's trying to be annoying. Stop, Salem. Sit still.
the war for Cybertron was always something that was established ever since the very beginning of the G1 cartoon. It says, but we've only ever gotten glances at before the war, and sometimes particularly stuff like, for example, Transformers Prime, which had a few flashbacks to before the war when Megatron and Optimus used to be friends. But we have never gotten any kind of media that took the entire thing and
like,
set
there's
it
been some
before
comics,
the war.
but not like a video game or a TV show or a movie. None of something that most general audiences are going to see. Like, of course, the hardcore fans are going to read some comics where they will have like a dedicated book or a dedicated chapter to a flashback. Like, those exist, but not like this. Not like this.
No, it's like we've never had something that said, let's set the entire story before the war ever happened. And it's literally the story of how Optimus and Megatron
became Optimus and Megatron.
Right, what drove them apart. And one of the things that this movie does that others haven't is it makes Optimus and Megatron on the same equal footing, because typically what they usually would do is they would establish that Optimus was some kind of basic worker or a clerk or like a librarian, basically,
or a miner. Like he
Yeah.
like that was well, maybe not miner, but like a labor worker.
Yeah, he was a factory worker in G1 back in the day.
Something like that. Whereas a lot of the Decepticons, a lot of them were military before the big war broke out.
Yeah, and Megatron tends to be, he was a warrior, or he was a gladiator,
or somebody in the military, things like that.
Yeah,
and then some of them combine like miner and gladiator, things like that.
Yeah, this movie says, let's make them both and put them in the exact same spots and show how their personalities and their personal choices.
Yeah, and have them go through the same event and show how that same event shapes one into the hero and the other shapes one into a villain. Salem, I swear, I'm trying to do a stream here. You could just sit in my lap. You're mad at me not paying attention to you after you hopped out of my own lap. It's this cat, I swear.
Yeah, so it does something that we hadn't ever seen before, and it says the entire conflict of this movie revolves entirely around, not the conflict, because the conflict is with like the leadership of Cybertron, but like it's about the fallout of Optimus and Megatron back when they were Orion Pax and D16. And along the way, as their misadventures happen, when Optimus or Orion is trying to do good, he's trying to do something greater. This leads him to getting in trouble. And
yeah, this is a more reckless version because he's a younger Optimus Prime. So Orion Pax, he's a very wide-eyed idealist, optimistic guy who just wants to make the world a better place. But he's incredibly reckless and doesn't quite think before he leaps.
Yeah,
he's not quite responsible. He doesn't gain that wise responsibility yet until by the end of the movie.
Yeah, and then alongside we meet Alita 1, who she was called Ariel originally before
in G1,
in G1 before she became Alita 1. But
this movie cuts that out because if it's like this is really more about Optimus and Megatron, she's just Alita 1 from jump.
Yeah, and then we also meet Bumblebee, which he's obviously the Kid Appeal character. He's always supposed to be.
Yeah, he's the jokey character, so that's why he's voiced by Keegan-Michael Key.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, like, yeah, no, he always was kind of jokey because he was always meant to be a Kid Appeal character, and like they did nail that. And I know your nephews.
Oh, my nephews love Bumblebee. He's like their favorite thing ever. They loved him in Transformers 1. So Transformers 1, I introduced them to Transformers because of Transformers 1, and then I got them some Transformers 1 like toys. I'm slowly trying to introduce them. Eventually, I'm going to find a Lego Optimus Prime because they love Legos and I want them to build that. And then I'm going to like see if I can get them to watch either G1 or animated. I'm going to try to get them to watch one of the Transformers shows, and then eventually I'm going to work their way up to Prime. And again, I do have the entire box set of Armada. I could get them to watch. Yeah, I'll make them watch Armada.
Yeah. Yeah. So the thing about Transformers 1 is that it has a level of love for Transformers that we don't really see. Like, I will not say that there was no passion in like Bayformers, but like this is something that decides to, instead of being like, oh, here's a bunch of human characters.
It's a 40th anniversary movie, and you could tell, despite being an origin story, it literally celebrates all of Transformers. And there's little references here and there. And the more hardcore of a Transformer fan you are, which I was more casual going into this movie, but by talking to other people, I learned just how much love was put into this movie, like an insane amount.
Yeah, and funnily enough, a lot of the producers that worked on this had been working on the Transformers, like Bayformers movie, since 2007.
Yeah,
And
so
like
it's like a lot of people do believe in this IP and want it to succeed. It's just unfortunate that the marketing was awful, and we might not ever get a sequel. And I am anger.
Well, and another thing that was wild about this movie was the director is Josh Cooley, who did Toy Story 4.
Which is terrible, but now it's like, wait, it wasn't his fault. That was Disney's fault. Everyone give him a chance. And I remember after we watched that movie and I saw Josh Cooley as director, and I said, all right, I'm going to have to apologize to this man.
I was not familiar with your game.
But it was, this movie, it's beautiful. Like every single scene is so, I love looking at Icon City. The design is so cool, with part of it being upside down, hanging down, like in the cave where, you have those rocks, stalactites.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that. So you have the ones that are going like parts of the buildings that are just like normal skyscraper buildings, but then others that come down. And it's all blocky and it looks so cool. And then the moving train, like platforms of the roads that just transform to like keep like transforming in front of them. So that way there's like this continuous road.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
and
that's
like
so cool.
And showing just how like everything transforms here. It's like it's part of like a Cybertron. Like it's just what they are. They transform. But then
the other thing is they got to get into Primus itself and the origin of the creation of Cybertron, which none of the movies ever really did that at all.
No, it was always something that gets left out because it's like trying to explain these origin points, especially when other movies are focused in the modern time with humans. It's like technically a lot of it's not really too relevant to that.
Like you mostly get into that with the TV shows, but by that point, that's where the human allies have gotten to know the Transformers for a while, and now they can tell them a lot more about like their origins, their home, their god, essentially.
Yeah. Well, it's like, and then also the fact is when they did the whole thing where like they had an entire cast of cogless bots who had
they have a caste system.
Well, and the funny thing is,
in a kids movie,
and stuff like this is like there's a lot of like the Transformers comics that can get dark and really serious.
Yeah,
and it's funny seeing aspects like this that you would expect this would be in one of the Transformers comics.
Which they are. They do have that in the comics, but it's like actually to see this develop, and it's kind of in a way to kind of introduce to kids that these systems really do exist in the real world to this day, and how unfair they are to the lower class, and how the upper class like just really oppress the people. And it's not quite slavery, but it might as well be.
Yeah, and the thing that was also really interesting is going back to Orion and D16, they both were in the exact same positions in life. They were given the exact same opportunities, and they very much drill in the point. The way that they ended up was their decisions.
Yeah, it was their choices that led them that way.
Right, because there are people who are very dumb who try to be like, Megatron was justified. He was
not.
No, and like and the thing is like they always think about it so one-dimensionally. It's like, oh, they hate the bad guy, so therefore all violence is justified, even genocide. Like, whoa. It's like, yes, they're right to hate him, but then when Optimus is going to be like, hey, let's not start another like a violent revolution. We've ended the fight. It's just like,
okay, he begged me to let him out, and is he seriously going to just go over to bother you?
yes, of course, every single time.
Okay, All right. Dang cat.
Hello.
Okay, yeah, talk about Megatron. I'm going to see if I.
Yeah, and the thing is they did such a good job to make D16 sympathetic, but they also made it clear that he made the wrong decisions. He allowed his anger and
We do
allowed
not need cat commentary, Salem. Get over here.
he allowed the bad things that happened to him to poison him and make him angry. And by the time he gets to the end of the movie where he is Megatron, he has become very corrupted and violent. And it's all his own doing. Orion went through the same crap he went through. He also was given the same opportunities when he was given a cog. And he chose better. And it's like when people go, D16 did nothing wrong. It's like, no, he did do something wrong. You can have a character who has a sympathetic, sad backstory, but then also does something bad. It's literally the cool motive, still murder, right? It doesn't matter.
I hate to quote Linkara because Linkara is cringe, but he did have this one really good quote where he said, "There's a difference between a sympathetic backstory and a sympathetic character," and what he means is because D16 is a sympathetic character, but. But it's just like there's a difference between what you can empathize with and what is justifiable. D16 is empathetic. You can empathize with his plight. It's understandable why he'd lose his mind. But it does not justify that he starts hurting a whole lot of other people, his own friends, and then taking it out on the city because he starts seeing enemies in everyone just because of a lot of people believed in Sentinel, and he starts taking it out on the city by the end of the movie. And it's just like, there's a lot of innocent bots down there who didn't know, and just like you, were also lied to.
Yeah, and it's the point is just like, yeah, he was becoming just like just like the villain he hated, and then he got offended when that was.
And he was slowly going to become worse because at least Sentinel kept them alive. Sure, he was enslaving a lot of them, but Megatron's like, nah, just kill them all. Like anybody that I perceive as loyal to Sentinel. And as he's saying this, he's beating up Bumblebee and Alita just because they're trying to stop him after he mortally wounded Orion and let him fall to the depths of Primus. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, well, and it's what makes it such a great, because I remember looking at some of the behind the scenes, and they were talking about the moment where Megatron drops Optimus, and they went through many iterations of that scene.
Yeah, of his turn, of what would be the final breaking point, and every scene that they storyboarded, none of them quite hit right. It was, and then they went back to one of this one, the one that they settled on, and they were like, it has to be this one. It has to be this one because it really solidifies that he chose this because yes, it was an accident. He hurt Orion, but then he chose to drop him. They're like, it has to be a decision. He becomes Megatron, to show that he went past the point of no return.
Yeah.
It was so peak. Oh my gosh, it was so peak. And I sat there watching it with you, and I was just like, "Can we see this movie again? Oh my gosh!"
Yeah. And it also brought about one of the most iconic pieces of music.
Oh, it was so good, and the action in this movie. Oh my gosh!
And the thing that was really interesting when you look at some of the behind the scenes is they had some guys go in with mocap suits and tried to see if two guys are fighting, what does it look like in animation?
Yeah, and then we can mocap the Transformers over that, and then they realize it just looks like two guys fighting. This doesn't feel like alien transforming robots that become vehicles. It felt too human. Yes, you can empathize with these characters; they have human emotions, but they're also, at the end of the day, they're alien robots. They should fight.
Yeah.
Not like humans. They should fight like transforming alien robots. And this is the first time I've ever even seen even I love a lot of the animated shows, but and some of them don't quite maybe because they don't quite have the budget that this movie did to make this animated like this, because that's obviously where they put a lot of the money into, was animating some of these scenes. But they really emphasized on these are transforming alien robots when they fight and how they move and how they attack. And like just the different abilities, like Megatron bringing up his cannon, but like on his back to like just shoot it like a normal tank, but he's still like not fully transformed. And then like Optimus like rips it off and hits him with it like a club. He immediately reattaches it to himself to shoot it. Like the whole thing was great. And like Optimus like using like pulling the wheels out like on his legs to help him dodge out of the way of an attack, ducking his head inside himself like you would for your toy when you're about to like force them to transform. And it was like a gag in the movie, the whole like his head getting stuck inside him. They brought that back in the final act for a way he can dodge a shot point blank to his head as he turtles himself inside. And then he uses his stacks to create a rocket powered punch. Like the fight scene's amazing. Like
yeah, like they utilize the fact that they can transform, their bodies can move around and change.
Or previously, like in earlier scene when Alita like turns her body a full like her torso a 360 to kick up a weapon.
Yeah.
like it's like it was creative. They didn't have to. They could have just had her transform, kick the weapon, and then she shoots the enemies. No, they're like, let's do something just an extra little bit of visual cool because of like, yeah, she's a transforming robot. And then you have Arachnid, and then she's constantly weaving in and out of her drone form and then using her like propellers, like these like razors to like slice and dice her enemies. It's like really cool. Like they really think about the fact that like they will fight differently. They're not going to fight like we would. Their whole bodies are weapons.
Yeah.
This movie's amazing, guys. If you have not seen it, see it.
Yes. I cannot recommend enough to watch this movie.
It deserved so much better. Like I'm begging you, Paramount, Hasbro. I'm begging you, Hasbro. At the bare minimum, can I get some video game sequels? Salem, be quiet. Salem wants a Transformers 1 video game too.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, fine. I'll let you out of the room, but you leave Cool Man alone. I'm going to hear him meowing in the next microphone. Okay, I'm going to throw him some treats, and then move to the next one, and you can start talking about it.
Yeah. So, continuing the topic of robots, we also watched The Wild Robot. This is a movie that kind of surprised me because I wasn't really expecting a lot from it, but it ended up being really good. And fun fact, it was directed by the guy who did Lilo and Stitch. And How to Train Your Dragon. So it's like, I'm sitting here talking about a movie and everyone's just like, cat, cat, cat. This movie hits a lot of points, especially if you're a sci-fi fan and you watch a lot of sci-fi, where it's like, oh, what makes a robot human? What could possibly make a robot go from being just a machine that follows orders to having emotions? What is this feeling called love? But I like the way that they handle it in this
instead
movie.
of a human character, like normally it's a robot interacting with humans and that's how they learn humanity. In this one, this robot is meeting animal wildlife, and that slowly gets her from being just an unfeeling robot to something that's alive.
Yeah.
Essentially,
and
this
it's
whole
like,
story is a
it-
metaphor for motherhood too.
Right, yeah. The you have a robot that crash lands in this this place that doesn't have any like humans around. It's just animals.
it's just this wild forest on this little island.
Yeah, and then it's just like, oh, she ends up taking care of this little bird and raises
Goose,
it.
a little gosling.
Yeah. And it's like, that's it. That's most of the movie there. But I'm like, it's one of those things where the premise is simple.
Which that's what
But-
Chris Sanders does best. Like all his movies, you've heard these premises before. A girl and her dog, essentially, or a boy
A
and his
girl-
dog, or a girl and her alien, and a boy and his dragon. Girl is a misfit who doesn't fit in. Her alien creature is also a misfit who doesn't fit in. Boy is not accepted into his society because he's awkward and strange, and they're all like athletic and amazing, and like he has to just be himself. And that will save the day. Like, there's all these like tropes that are like you've seen it a million times. Same with a robot discovering their soul, basically becoming more alive than machine, as it were. But like you've heard these stories a million times in other stories, but Chris Sanders, for some reason, tells these stories in a way where you feel like this is the first time you've ever seen this story told.
Yeah.
Like Lilo and Stitch is not the first time you've seen a story like that. Like E.T. exists. And like A Boy and His Dog, like everybody has seen a story with a boy and his dog. And yet How to Train Your Dragon and Footloose, those type of stories already exist. That's basically like A Boy and His Dog meets Footloose is How to Train Your Dragon, but with Vikings and dragons. But like it's like you've seen these stories before. A Wild Robot is no different in that regard, but it's told in a way like as if we've never seen it before. And the other reason, this doesn't feel like a DreamWorks movie. It almost feels like a classic Disney movie, the way it's told, which again, Lilo and Stitch makes sense. There's so many scenes where it's animated to look like watercolors. I feel like I'm seeing an old classic Disney movie, which again goes back to Lilo and Stitch and those beautiful watercolors that they had in so many of these scenes. But I think I'm going to straight out the gate when I saw this with Cool Man Guys. This movie made me cry several times. He's sitting next to me, and I'm sitting here like, he's like, "You okay?" And I'm like, "I want to hug my mom as soon as I get home." And I came home and I gave her a hug, and like when I went to her house, and I was just like, "I love you, Mom." And she was like, "What brought this on?"
Robots.
And I'm just saying, I appreciate you and all that you do for me. You sacrificed so much in her life. She's like, yes. What brought this on? Just like this poor little robot. Like she gets like beaten down so many times in this movie, and she keeps persevering. And it's not just this little gosling that that makes her start to discover humanity. It's like all the animal creatures, like slowly but surely, like as they learn to shed some of their savagery and work together, like to survive like the cold, harsh winter and other threats that try to encroach on their island. It's not saying that they shouldn't be like the prey shouldn't be like hunted by the predators. No. It's just saying like this is our home, and when like these existential threats threatens all of us, we should put like literally the food chain aside so that way we can make it through to see tomorrow. Like they even make a point of like after like the winter scene, they're just like, as the bear even says, it's like, as long as we're here, I will not eat anyone. Like, as he says, he's just like, listen, come spring, I'm still gonna be chasing all y'all. It's just like, but for now, we need to stick it out together. So, all right, this is our home. We're cool for now. But it's like she kind of becomes the mother to all these animals on this island. And she has this really endearing relationship too with this little fox named Fink, which Coolman and I did a double take when we went to the credits.
Oh,
the biggest double take. Whenever we saw like who's voicing who, or we're like, oh, Lupita's voicing Roz. Okay. And then suddenly we see Pedro Pascal as Fink, and we were like, Pedro Pascal! We don't like Pedro Pascal. We think he's like a really annoying AstroTurf actor, but he feels like he just phones it in now. He used to actually do really good, but now he just kind of phones it in. He doesn't really try anymore as like much as he used to. And he's in everything for some reason. But this movie, like, I couldn't even tell that was him. I was like, who was the voice director? Holy cow, you did a good job. Yes, Ghost Pedro Pascal was in this movie. He was the fox. He did a really good job. I didn't even know it was him. It was surprising. We're like, what? But like they have this really endearing friendship. They almost sort of have like a mother-father role, but they also like not really, but like a best friend role as well. Like to like their dynamic with them with this little gosling and their weird family unit. But it was like it was really endearing because like he obviously like he had it rough. He's like a little fox, like roughing it up, having a rough life, and then here comes like this robot who she's like literally she's just like she's here to help. And suddenly his life's gotten a whole lot easier, but then it's like he's not allowed to let down his walls. He's like to be like a little bit more vulnerable. And he like, finally gets for the first time in his life a real friend, somebody he can trust and talk to. And it's just the movie just constantly pulls at the heartstrings like right and left. And then of course you have this little gosling who, he's basically the ugly duckling. He's the run of the litter. And it's like he has a rough like time, like he wants to fit in, not helping that he's being raised by a robot and a fox. Like it's like wow, like yeah, like that's pretty rough for him, and he doesn't fit in because already he's a runt, so he's not going to fit in. Not helping, he's not being raised by any goose. But then, as the movie points out, is the only reason he stands a chance is because he's not raised by other goose. Because nature is harsh. Nature would be unforgiving to a little runt of the litter. Like, that goose family wouldn't have accepted him. It's only because of the robot took him in that he stands a chance. And because of it, he's able to become even better than he ever could be. And then he's able to, like, help lead some of the other geese when they're in danger during their migration. And he gets a chance to have a little hero moment himself. And it makes him realize, like, because he goes through a little bit of teenage angst and he finds out, like, the truth of what happened to his family, which is like, you've seen this a million times in other stories, like the low second act of the hero's point and their journey. The characters fight. There's a slight misunderstanding that happened. The truth is revealed. But, like, again, Chris Sanders does it in a way, like, as if this is the first time you're seeing this. And it pulls at your heart. You want to hug everybody. You're like, oh no. It's a genuinely beautiful, charming movie. And it came out right around the same time as Transformers 1. Thankfully, this movie did well enough that it will get its sequel. But it's still like, I still feel like it didn't. I feel like it should have made way more money. I'm still baffled, like how many people glaze Inside Out 2 and they didn't go see this movie. Yeah. Like, if you love animation, go see this. I think this movie's way better than Inside Out 2. Dang Disney, I hate them. It's a beautiful movie. It made me cry a lot, guys. I love my mom. So Roz is kind of like Ms. Brisby was a robot. Am I close? Kinda? Not quite, but yeah, she does try a lot. The only difference is she's far more capable than Miss Brisby. Miss Brisby is the ultimate underdog. This robot, like, granted, she's still struggling because she is technology in this wild world, and she has to learn to kind of be more savage like an animal in order to survive there, whereas all the animals need to learn to be more civil in order to survive, like, other harsh circumstances that happen. So together, they kind of form their own symbiotic relationship. And it's all wrapped in the neat little bow of the theme of the story being about motherhood, because of this kind of was like, Roz didn't choose this. This life was thrust on her, kind of like how unexpected motherhood can happen to some women. And you try to make the best of it. And Roz does. And at first she kind of was just doing it. She felt like out of obligation and duty, which with the allegory of, I'm a robot. My programming says I must help. I finally have a task. I will complete my task. But through it, she starts to become alive and genuinely appreciate what it means to take care of these animals and genuinely love them, genuinely understand the meaning of love. And there's a lot of fun side characters. I love the possum family. They're my favorite. Especially all the dark humor from the children possum. It's just a fun, charming movie. There's a lot of dark comedy in this movie, though, too. Like, it takes you by surprise for a minute. Like, you're like, oh, what a beautiful animated movie. And then it's just like, an animal immediately gets eaten on screen within the first 5 minutes. You're like, oh, okay. And then it just keeps having dark comedy like that. But it's still like, it's not like constant jokes or something like that like you'd expect. It's a lot of quiet moments, heartfelt moments, tender moments, sad moments. It's a beautiful movie.
Hmm.
Anything else to add?
No, not really. I think you really said it there. Oh, the next movie to talk about.
Oh my gosh, the cat was finally quiet.
Now, we talked about Spy X Family before, but Spy X Family got a movie.
Yeah, we just got in the show and then its movie came out, so we went in theaters and saw it. It was fun. It was basically like a long glorified episode of Spy X Family. Like a lot of anime movies where it's like this is basically like an episode of your show but with a bigger budget and a lot more production values and shots and
And yeah,
upping the stakes of something that you'd see in the TV show.
yeah, especially because it's just like, oh, the
they're going on a
like,
family vacation, but there's
Yeah.
this big conspiracy happening and that could threaten the stability of the country and create a war if the villains succeed. So they're trying to balance their family life while also secretly trying to stop the stuff happening. Anya gets kidnapped, so that it's like, oh no, we gotta save Anya too. Like while
Yeah.
also hide the fact that I'm a spy and I'm a hitman, and the dog's here.
it's really funny when it's just like, because Spy X Family is really the premise lends itself well to a movie because it can always jump the stakes up to something big that could threaten the stability of the world, but then it can also it's episodic enough and it's got enough of the
Yeah,
of the
the slice of life.
slice of life that you can literally have a story that's totally segmented. Like this the story of Code White is literally completely irrelevant to everything else. It has outside of the basic framing of where she's trying to get a Stella Star so that
She just wants to get a Stella Star. So it's like, so she wants to to cook a special ingredient that like the superintendent or whatever loves to eat. And so like Lloyd, who of course does background checks on literally everybody to the most ridiculous degree that he also knows everybody's favorite childhood like type of food. He's like, he loves this one type of food from his childhood, but there's a couple of certain ingredients that only are grown in this region. Let's do a family outing and we'll go on a family vacation. And that's like kind of where it spawns up from there. Meanwhile, Yor is at work and like her coworkers are talking about like the signs of like your man, your boyfriend or husband would be cheating on you. And then of course she just like sees Lloyd from far away with Fiona, but she like mistakes because of the angle that like thinking that, oh, did he kiss her when really all he did was like her hat flew off and he like reached forward to catch her hat, but he just kind of like was really close to Fiona. But from the angle it looked like he kissed her. And then like she's like freaking out thinking, oh no. And because of like certain things Lloyd does, but Lloyd's just doing things to be nice. And she's just like, oh no, he's done step 1. Oh no, he's done step 2. Oh no, he's done step 3. He's cheating on me. It's like, wait, but our marriage is fake. Why do I care?
Yeah.
But then, of course, she gets drunk and upset and sad. And then he's like, wait, does she love me? I could propose to her for real. And then, of course, she flips out, which that's a repeated gag from the anime. But it's a genuinely funny gag. Because Yor has no romantic experience. Meanwhile, Lloyd is no stranger to doing the honey trap. He's done several, in fact, as a spy.
Yeah.
So he's just like, okay, I'll riz her up if she wants to do this for real. And she's like, no! Kicks him. But they made it even more ridiculous from the anime version where she kicks him in that little bar. Or instead, like, she kicks him and he flies out of the Ferris wheel.
Yeah, because they're on a Ferris wheel. And then
then he does a perfect landing and he's just like, I'm fine. It's ridiculous in all the wonderful ways possible. And of course, Anya's like, she happens to eat this chocolate that she stole from like these like disgraced military people who were extremists, and they like have this hidden microchip that they put in a chocolate. And she ate it, and so that now they're like, we have to kidnap this girl and like do surgery, cut it out of her, and she's just like, oh no, Dad, save me. It's like it's got all the stakes of genuine danger because these people will harm a little child, but all the wacky, zany like stuff that you also expect to see in this type of movie.
Yeah.
It's just fun. It's a fun ride from start to finish. The animation's gorgeous too.
Yeah, and I do have to bring up the movie poster that they made.
Oh yes, the
That-
movie poster.
That
the
was that was a spoof on the Mission Impossible.
Yeah, the recent Mission Impossible movie that came out that year. They made this poster. I think my favorite thing is in the little corner where you see the motorcycle and and it, like him doing a stunt. Instead, you see Anya in like a little fake spy outfit and Bond in the place of the motorcycle. It's genuinely perfect. All the characters, the way they're lined up. I love also Bond in the front, and he's like posed like the guy with the knife, but instead it's just his boss. And then you see Anya running on the train.
and then of course the one character here who has white hair is replaced with Fiona.
Yeah. It's perfect in every way. I love it. It's funny. It's just, if you love Spy X Family, you'll love this movie. It's everything you love about Spy X Family in movie format. That's like everything we said about the Spy X Family show is in the movie, just on a bigger scale.
Yeah.
It's fun, it's cute, it's wacky, it's great action scenes, like especially at the end when they're fighting on the warship. And the dumb excuses that the family has to come up with to try to be like, why am I here on this military vessel? Well, you see, funny story. Oh no, we have to keep it from crashing. Well, let's work together as a family to stop it.
He's like, oh yeah, I took some college courses in how to fly. Like,
yeah, I know how to fly. And it's like, what are you doing? Oh, well, I was just so worried about Anya, and like. And then Anya has to like make up some lie to help cover for Lloyd because she can read both their minds, and it's just like Anya is unironically like the best, because Yor's so stupid. Anya could say anything and Yor would believe her. I love Yor. She's my favorite girl failure.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just a fun movie. I freaking love this poster. Every time I look at it, it makes me laugh. I know that's not a lot to say about why this movie is good, but like it's just everything we said about Spy X Family the show earlier applies to this movie. It's just a good movie.
Yeah.
There is an overly long bathroom gag though with Anya. That was a little weird, but like the show's weird, so there you go.
Yeah.
Lloyd Forger's better than Tom Cruise. I agree. Okay, so back to the whole Deadpool and Wolverine thing. This is kind of what started the whole spawning off of doing all this other stuff to make him feel better. He's seen a lot of X-Men stuff, and he was about to, I think, wasn't it right before you were going to go do that that video with Anomaly? Like right before it?
I think so.
Yeah, it was like because you already watched Deadpool and Wolverine. And I remember you were so pissed off texting me that day.
It was so bad. It was one of the worst movies I've ever seen. You were so mad.
So I said, let's do a palate cleanser because I recently bought, because I already seen it, but I recently bought on Blu-ray the Road Cut, which is, the definitive version of the movie. And I was like, have you actually seen the Road Cut of Days of Future Past? And you're like, no, I actually haven't. I've only ever seen the theatrical version. I'm like, well, this will be a fun experience. And it does add new content. It's called the Road Cut specifically because it adds in back all the scenes that Rogue was originally in. Yeah. And quite frankly, it kind of helps the movie a lot stronger because of it. It's already just a genuinely really good movie. And they also, like, there is a scene that was cut, like, resolving that one plot thread from First Class of like that sort of pseudo romance between Mystique and Hank Beast, and they kind of bring that back too, which is in the Road Cut as well. But since you've never seen Road Cut before, share your thoughts on it.
Well, and it's funny because like I had watched Days of Future Past when it came out, and like I didn't know about all the extra Rogue scenes that were cut, so it never stuck out to me because it's like Days of Future Past was obviously like, okay, the movies had gotten to a point where they had gone off the rails.
Yeah, and that's where First Class and then Days of Future Past were kind of doing their little soft reboot, but they were canonically doing a soft reboot.
Yeah, and it was like, and it's like it's something I always kind of appreciated. I'm just like, okay, so it basically reset things, and it's like most importantly, it erased X-Men 3 from happening.
Yeah.
And it made it its own little timeline where like things are different. Like we don't have to like worry about. It's like, oh yeah, it's like, and I like how they're like, okay, no, Professor X is alive. Like Jean is here, and Scott is here.
Which the Wolverine actually retconned that by saying that Professor X is alive in that stinger.
Well, yeah, but like this means we didn't even have to. 'Cause the Wolverine was a bad movie.
No,
Like,
no, not Wolverine Origins. The Wolverine.
Yeah, the Wolverine was a bad movie.
It was a half good movie and a half bad movie.
And the second half was really bad.
So, like, let's be fair. It wasn't Wolverine Origins. There was half a good movie in there. Come on.
When the movie decided that you can just cut through adamantium, I was like, no,
But
we're done
I
here.
didn't say it had a good ending. I said there was half a good movie in there.
but like one of the things that like with the Days of Future Past is they don't spend too much time in the future timeline.
But they set it up. And they actually spend, that's the road cut does extend some of that early fight scene though too. So we get to see more of these characters because they kind of glossed over it in the original because they're just trying to quickly get Logan into the past. And instead now they're like showing more of like seeing much more of Iceman, seeing much more of all these other characters was really nice to see. And I think that's the other great thing about the road cut. There was a lot more scenes with Bobby and I loved that.
Yeah.
I also genuinely, I'm not gonna lie, I never liked the Rogue and Iceman romance. I always thought it was weird that they paired those two up. I am a Gambit Rogue shipper for life, and I was so mad in Wolverine Origins that they like retcon Gambit to being Logan's aged, and I was just like, no, my ship will never happen. I don't care how stupidly woman that sounds to me, guys. I love Remy Rogue. They are my like one of my top Marvel OTPs, right up there with Peter and MJ. So you can understand as a Marvel fan, I am going through it right now. But anyways, I actually quite liked Iceman and Kitty because this movie establishes like that in the future timeline that Iceman and Shadowcat got together eventually, which I'm like, in the few scenes that they had together of those two as a couple, I actually quite liked their dynamic. They had quite a nice chemistry between them. And I'm like, oh, I never would have thought of them as a pair, like out of all the X-Men cartoons I watched growing up. But I'm like, I actually really dig this dynamic. It was really neat for what little I had of it. But it was like they had so much chemistry in the little scenes that we did have of it.
Yeah.
And it was just nice seeing the old actors come back playing certain characters. It was nice seeing Magneto and Charles working together, which really hammers in like them going to the past, which, well, I know you're going to have more to say about that. Because there's quite a couple of, because if you hadn't seen it in a while, and I remember like you reacting to being like, oh yeah, like when you were watching it.
Oh yeah, like I couldn't tell you what all was changed outside of Rogue because I do not remember as much about the movie because I remember it in broad strokes. But like it's kind of funny.
It was almost like you were seeing the movie for the first time.
It almost was, yeah. But it's kind of funny when it's just like there are just some things about it that kind of like I was like, oh yeah, especially I especially remember when Magneto was using he's trying to use the gun and he's literally shooting the gun in midair. And he's pulling the trigger with his powers.
Yeah. It was great. One of the things I loved is also when they went to go get Rogue out and they brought Magneto with them because he was the only one that could help them get past because she was being locked down in the X Mansion. Like she was hidden in Charles' mansion, like basically in the one place where Charles wouldn't find her. It was great using because it was great because it was a callback to the first movie where Magneto was trying to kidnap Rogue and then succeeds, but instead he's now with the little group to help save Rogue.
Yeah.
And it was just like, oh, it was like we kind of came full circle. Like that was really neat to have that scene added back because
Yeah.
that was originally cut.
It's kind of crazy when you think about those scenes being cut for the theatrical version.
Well, yeah, because they had to meet a certain time limit, like so. And unfortunately, when they had to cut a certain scene, it's like, well, crap. If we cut this scene, that means we have to cut all the Rogue scenes then, because of like you lose out a huge chunk of meaning in these stories when you do that.
Yeah.
The other thing is, though, I remember distinctly you had a very happy reaction again because it's been a while since you've seen it too. Specifically, the scenes with young Charles and Logan.
Yeah, because it's funny when you think about it in terms of the context of because I remember in first class his one scene.
Yeah,
when he's
F
like,
off.
it's like, hey, and then he tells him to F off, and then they're like,
Okay.
and then when you have Xavier in the past is at a low point, he's taking the special like formula that dulls his powers and lets him walk, which means he can move around, but he can't use any of his psychic powers. And then then you have Logan, who's going in with all the memories of all the stuff that Xavier has done for him, and he's trying to convince him. He's bringing up like he's, you helped me. And he's like, and by golly, no matter what you say, I'm going to help you.
Yeah. It was a switch up because now Logan's essentially has to be the mentor guidance figure, and Charles is the one that needs help when it was always the reverse. And Logan's like, I'm out of my element here. That's kind of not what I do, but it's just like, I think you can, Logan, and he does a great job. Excuse me, I burped. I drank a lot of Coke Zero. I apologize. But it's just a lot of nice scenes. And of course, whatever when a certain pivotal scene happens, and then you started yelling, "Striker!
Striker!"
Like,
I remember I saw that guy, and I was just like, "Striker!"
Yep. And you're like, oh my gosh, they brought that around, and it's like they weirdly like tied up a lot of like loose plot threads, like even the bad ones, like Origins, but like it felt right in this movie.
Yeah.
And well, yeah, like the Rogue scenes were just fantastic. It was nice seeing Rogue again. One of the things I hated about The Last Stand is where they said like they basically did away with Rogue losing her powers. I hated that. I absolutely hated that. I know some people are like, yeah, like because people always try to riff on that one scene where Storm tells Rogue there's nothing wrong with them, and people are like, haha, look at me, beautiful goddess who can make clouds, versus I am Chainsaw Man hands. And
Yeah.
I'm just like, that is so disingenuous. Like Storm at one point couldn't, like, had a terrible life because of her powers. She learned to control them. She like gained her own freedom. She wants that for Rogue. She wants Rogue to be able to control her powers and be comfortable in her own skin, in a matter of speaking, or comfortable in her own powers. And like, I hated that they just said, we'll just cure you of your powers, Rogue, then you'll be happy. That never sat right with me. Like, Rogue's one of my favorite X-Men characters. Her and Gambit, they're my favorite. So I never liked that. And I don't harsh the actress. I always felt like they didn't do a good job. As much as I liked the first two X-Men movies, I always felt they never got Rogue right. She doesn't have the accent. She doesn't have the right attitude. She's not. They don't go like with X-Men Evolution did with a more goth type character. Like she's gloomy, but she's not. They kind of halved it. They don't got that Southern Belle charm. She's not like this peppy Stepford smile girl, and she's not this really sad, troubled goth girl. They like, well, she's just a gloomy teenage girl, but she's just sad because of her powers. And I'm like, well, okay, but like, what's she doing about it? And she doesn't have the accent. I'm sorry. Yes, that is a big problem for me. She should have a Southern accent. She should have a Southern accent.
It's important.
Like, it's important. At least they got the fact that she's a redhead right. But like, so it was nice in this movie to see that they're like, nope, she's got her powers back. And like, while like I still wish she had the accent, like it's too far into this movie series. They can't retcon her an accent.
She
like,
can't say, I spent some time in the South and now I have an accent.
yeah, now I talk like this. That's not quite going to work. But like, so it was nice to see her. She gets a little moment to shine after they kind of ruined her character, and it felt like almost like an apology for ruining her character.
A lot
X-Men.
of Days of Future Past felt like apologies for.
Yeah, it was a long apology. But it was also nice seeing Patrick Stewart interact with McAvoy too. I really loved that scene. And which that was in the theatrical version too, but it's just a good scene. I remember both of us, like, we would whisper to each other the whole time during the movie, and that was those scene where both of us, we were dead silent the whole, like, that whole scene. It was just a good scene. We locked in.
Yeah, and like, even though it still doesn't make much sense to say that the First Class like timeline is in continuity with the original movies, but it's just like okay, like I can see like you made it work with these characters.
Yeah.
Like,
and of course, Quicksilver.
Yes.
He
Always
became an
iconic.
internet sensation for a reason. It's still like one of the best scenes ever. And then he like leaves and we don't see him for the rest of the movie, but it's like that's all he needed.
Yeah, and he's just like, it's like, yeah, he would be overpowered, but he's not really involved in.
Yeah, because he just came here to help him with this one thing, and then he's like, cool, see you later. It's like, yeah, because then so many things would get solved if he stayed in the movie, but it actually makes sense why he wouldn't stick around. He doesn't have any allegiance to these people. They asked him to do this one cool favor for them, and he's like, yeah, that's cool, see you later, guys. I love this movie. It's a really good movie. Like, yeah, there's some wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff that doesn't make any sense. I also do love that they kind of sort of like try to let Mystique like do one good thing, even though she's done a lot of bad things. And it was like a split moment. You could tell like she's not 100% on board still, like with being a good guy. Because Mystique's always been a character who has pretty much flip-flopped her allegiance in her entirety. But this is a younger Mystique, so this is not a Mystique that goes down her dark path yet. Like, she's starting to. So you can still do that angle where she could potentially, like, change for the good or change for the worse. Like, and they keep her in that because she doesn't want to be a hero. She's just tired. And I kind of did like that. I found it interesting that her and Charles, like, had a close relationship. That's unique to, like, First Class. And like Charles wanted to save her from herself, but he never could.
Yeah.
And but like she got to do like at least one cool good deed at the end before she Chad noped out of there.
I also think it was surreal when you had Patrick Stewart, Professor X, talking about Mystique. He's like, oh yeah, you guys have never referenced this incredibly close childhood friendship.
Yeah, and now we have to. It's just a good movie. It's just like fun to watch. Like you can like if you're an X-Men fan and you hadn't for some reason seen it, which I don't think you hadn't, but like you totally would have had. But like if you hadn't seen the road cut, watch the road cut. It adds in a lot of nice new scenes, like some short scenes, but it's just overall, I think it's I'd say why wouldn't you watch it at this point? Just do it.
Yeah. So, we have one more thing. And of course, we have to end it with Batman.
Yes. We are both, like I said, we are major DC fans. We love DC. And he hadn't actually seen a lot of the DC animated movies. And I was like, well, have you seen this one? He was like, no. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you have to. It's got Tim Daly back as Superman. The first time he's been Superman in a while since Superman the Animated Series, because if he wasn't available for Justice League, and they went with George Newbern to basically be his replacement. And so this is Tim Daly back as Superman again, interacting with Kevin Conroy again, and they're just they're just so great together. I love them. Like George is great as Superman, but Tim will always be my Superman, and Kevin, no matter what's always my Batman. There's other great
Mm.
Batmans, but Kevin's my Batman. Rest in peace.
Mm.
And also, oh, I forgot to say, rest in peace, Kirby Morrow. He was Cyclops in X-Men Evolutions, and he was fantastic.
Oh yeah.
Like, we're losing too many good ones lately. It sucks. But like, this movie's just a great, fun movie. It's just, just the best friendship between Superman and Batman and how different they are from each other. But like, you could sense that camaraderie despite the fact that Batman's a grump and, Superman's the Boy Scout. And they bring that chemistry that they already built up with their crossover episodes from Superman the Animated Series and Batman the New Adventures. So it's like already that old like dynamics already coming back. And they just flow back into the flow again. It's really funny too because technically Kevin Conroy spent more time with George because George stayed Superman for all of Justice League. But it's like Tim's back as Superman and boom, they're back into the flow again, and that natural chemistry of their dynamic is there again.
Yeah.
And they had Power Girl in this movie too.
Yeah. Well, and it's also kind of an interesting premise, being like if you had Superman and Batman effectively on the run through, of course.
Yeah, because basically Superman was made a fugitive, and because Batman's helping him, he by de facto becomes a fugitive.
Yeah, I remember I actually used a clip of Waller in this movie.
Yes.
Because
CC Pounder is the best. Amanda Waller, bar none. She just is. Ever since they got her in Justice League, she's been the best. She just is the best. She's awesome.
You cannot compare. She is just the perfect Amanda Waller.
She just is. I remember when we were watching Gargoyles, I forgot one of like a minor character gargoyle when they showed up and we heard voice. We were like, who is that? And then I was just like, that's mother effing CC Pounder. Just like, there's my goat. I love her. She's so good. But yeah, like she's great in this movie too. Like, because obviously, like she's like being manipulated by Lex Luthor, and as soon as she knows the truth, and stuff like that, like she immediately, like backstabs him to help Superman and Batman. She's just fantastic in this movie. And Power Girl's great. It's nice to see Power Girl like in an animated thing. She's not utilized enough.
Yeah.
Oh, and one interpretation of Toyman that people rarely see.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, people see the more slightly heroic Toyman rather than the villain Toyman.
Yeah, and it is funny. It's just like the little Japanese boy Toyman, or it's just like, oh yeah, that is a character, and it's just like he very rarely gets referenced.
Yeah, and it's just a fun movie, especially the scene where like a gauntlet of villains, like because there's like basically a bounty put on like Superman and Batman, and there's just a gauntlet of villains that show up to attack them.
Yeah,
and they basically have like their Gimli and Legolas moment of just like, all right, like I'll take 200 on the left, you take 200 on the right. They're like that one of those moments. It's like may the best wolf win. They kind of had a moment like that between the two of them. They were just like, man, I like these odds, and then they just go at it, this huge gauntlet fighting all these supervillains together. It's why they're known as, in the title of DC, the world's finest.
Yeah.
And like Superman's my favorite superhero of all time. Batman's your favorite superhero of all time. So it's like the perfect movie for us.
Yeah. He's like, dude, it's like, do us a favor and get us as a viewer. You should do yourself a favor.
Do a favor and buy one. They were so great in this movie. I love Tim and Kevin. They're so great. I love them so much. If you have not seen this movie, go see it. You could easily find it like on Amazon or like buy it on DVD. Like it's accessible. You can find it. It's easy to come by. It's not too expensive. I remember buying it fairly cheap on Amazon Prime back in the day, but I've had it like sitting in my Amazon library forever because I bought it like 10 years ago or something, I think. But it's not like much like with the Hulk versus Wolverine. There's not a lot to say about this movie in terms of like I can't go on hours and hours and hours because it's a good movie. It's just exactly what you expect from a Batman Superman movie. teaming up, and they're on the run, being fugitives because of Lex Luthor turned public opinion against them briefly. And then they got to secretly like save the world from a meteorite that's going to kill them all while dealing with all this stuff. Like
Yeah.
it's just it writes itself. It's a good movie. It's got the best actors who play these characters. Just watch it.
Yeah.
And that's my mic drop.
Yeah, that's all we actually have for today. That's all the stuff. We actually got through that faster than I thought. Only 5.5 hours.
That's kind of the same as last time. The difference is this time we had a lot of Salem interruptions.
Sure. and one, the Yakuza one was also like
Well,
8
to be
games in one.
fair, last time we had the Zelda one, which was almost all Zelda games. So it's like, so tit for tat. We just keep doing this. How I want to end my video: play Judgment is one of my favorite games ever.
Yes, I concur.
And watch the Hellboy movies. If nothing else, watch the Hellboy movies and Real Adventures of Johnny Quest. Way too underrated. I need more people to talk about these things. You guys, thank you all for coming.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We got 10 people right here now who've stuck us out to the end.
Yeah, it was kind of a 7-10 constantly in and out, but like sometimes I don't even expect more than like 5 of you to show up. So this is already better.
Yeah.
We appreciate you guys like spending your time on a Sunday when there's other things you could be doing and you decided to hang out with us. So we do appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh,
So-
11. We have someone else join.
Oh no, and we're about to end the stream. I guess you can go back and watch it from the beginning, but I guess to end off on this video, once the video's no longer live, put in the comments, guys, of things you enjoyed last year that you got into. Whether it's something old and you've discovered for the first time, maybe something you've rewatched or replayed, or something that did come out in 2024 that you genuinely really loved and why you loved it. Just put that all in the comment section. Or if there's anything that we talked about that we'd like to give your thoughts on what we talked about. We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah. And I'll be, once this goes live, or once this stops being live and it just becomes a normal video, I'll end up putting timestamps for everything like I did last time.
Yeah, so
To
that
make
way,
it easier
if
to
you ever
watch.
want to rewatch and there's like a specific thing you want to hear our thoughts on. There'll be a lot of cat meowing, though, for those of you who watch back, so I do apologize for that. I am house sitting for my boss. His cat is very needy. So there's that. But I guess time to plug your plugs.
Yeah. So if you haven't checked out my recent video on the Suicide Squad ending,
I've killed the Justice League, specifically
Kill
that
the
awful
Justice League.
game.
Yeah. And I also have memberships, and I just put out my commentary video on my latest video. So if you become
For
a member,
memberships.
if you support me on Patreon or Subscribestar, you can get those commentary videos too, and any like extra stuff I do.
And make sure you smash that like button.
Smash that like button.
Subscribe.
And comment, because apparently they changed the algorithm to really favor comments.
Yeah,
So-
it used to favor watch time and likes, and now it's comments. Watch time still help too, but like now, like please comment, please help out
Yes.
Cool Man. I quite like Cool Man. I'd love for his channel to do better. I mean, he
Thanks.
he does this for a hobby, but he tries hard.
Yeah.
But thank you all for being here so much, and you all have a wonderful Sunday.
All right. Yeah. Y'all have the great rest of your day.
Bye bye.
Bye.